Chapter 701. 4 Dragon King Variants. He's changing again. Everyone was becoming stone statues with how often they got stunned by Zhuo Fan's skills. First, the mere fact there were 2 variations of the same soul was incomprehensible, and now they found out there was a third one as well. All around was nothing but gasping and slacked jaws. Just what on earth is this kid's cultivation method and path to end up with 3 variations? They had no way of knowing Zhuo Fan's demon transformation art contained everything in existence. The azure flame was a true mediator between yin and yang, holding every aspect of everything in this world. It fits everything to perfection, not causing a single conflict. So to say Zhuo Fan had 3 variations was a gross understatement. He could go for hundreds if he wanted to. As for Yilin, who received a dragon ancestor's inheritance, his soul's path ended at decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. Anything deviating from it was impossible. Wen Tao's soul was the gentle sword, overcoming strength with softness. If he changed his sword soul into a greatsword, it just did not fit his path, thus impossible to achieve it. It was because Zhuo Fan's cultivation method conformed to all paths, coming from the 9 Serenities Emperor himself. He focused all his knowledge on making it, allowing him to go on without having disharmony among the wide array of skills he got from all those experts. It was also why he failed to grasp a deeper understanding of Tao. It was just like he concluded. While Yilin and the others were plumbing the depths of Tao, he was taking in all its broadness. This fight was no different. No one knew better about being a sacred beast inheritor than Yilin. The almighty Scarlet Dragon King, a sacred beast inheritance variant, was not inferior to decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King at all. It was just that Zhuo Fan's knowledge of Kilin's power was lacking and could not showcase its true might. While on the opposite side, Zhuo Fan could use the shifts in the soul to compensate for his shortcomings. For this particular instance, he needed something to curb the brutality of that raging fire, and who better than the vaulting Dragon King in harmony with all things roar. The azure dragon showed no fear beneath the hail of thousands of burning scales. It even charged on excitedly. The eyes of the audience widened, and their hearts skipped with worry that the azure dragon would meet the same fate as the other 2. But then they watched in shock as the scales went right into the azure dragon. They exploded, and then the golden flames released a golden flash covered in azure flames to soothe its savagery, turning it into azure flames at the end. The people went crazy when the savage scales entered the azure dragon, to see them turned into azure dragon's power, whose flames were burning stronger now. The azure dragon roared to mock the golden dragon as it kept charging. "Is this vaulting Kunpeng's chaos flame?" Yilin cried out in shock. Master said that of the 5 great sacred beasts who harnessed primal chaos power, only 2 wielded divine flames. One was he, decimating dragon ancestor, wielder of a fierce flame, the decimating golden flame that can destroy everything, and the other was the head of the 5 great sacred beasts, vaulting Kunpeng, wielder of the gentle flame, chaos flame of creation. The flames also earned them their titles. The fierce flame destroyed, and the gentle flame created. The 5 great sacred beasts can bring heaven down, and the gentle flame can hold it up. One can say they are yin and yang, engendering and clashing with each other. The only thing that can soothe the brutality of the strongest fierce flame can only be the strongest gentle flame. I just can't believe it's on him. Does vaulting Kunpeng have his back? Then whose disciple is he? Kilin's or Kunpeng's? Yilin found Zhuo Fan as one huge enigma, impossible to unravel. He didn't know which sacred beast's inheritance he got. Zhuo Fan hardly ever displayed the azure flame to anyone. Then there was the mighty Kilin arm he relied on the most that got Yilin to side with him being a Kilin disciple. As for the purple lightning, it had to be because he got drowned in it in that canyon. It didn't count. Why else would his use of it look so clumsy? So, after careful analysis, he was certain that Zhuo Fan was a Kilin disciple, wasting a power he was unfamiliar with. Glossing over the melee battle, there was no way he could be defeated in a soul battle. Now he found out that all of this was wrong. Zhuo Fan finally revealed the power that could contain his own. The Chaos Flame changed the Heaven Dragon's soul into Vaulting Dragon King in complete opposition to his decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King. If you only consider the powers character, yes, but once you add them to a dragon's soul, Yilin's eyes flashed, and he no longer sat still as before. Having discovered Zhuo Fan's nature, he ordered his Golden Dragon to charge at the Azure Dragon for an attack. Humph! The Azure Flame and the Golden Flame are against one another, but when it comes to dragon souls, strongest and hardest is the way to go. You really think that you can overcome my fierce flame's strength by using that gentle flame on the dragon soul? Yilin glared at Zhuo Fan and roared. Grinning, Zhuo Fan knew from the start where he stood and had never had any certainty he would win. Now, though, he sneered, having found all he wanted to know. This proved that Zhuo Fan's tactic worked. The punk is anxious. All that's left is to go all out. Showing a creepy smile, Zhuo Fan taunted. Haven't you heard of overcoming hardness with softness? Are you sure your fierce flame golden dragon can beat my gentle flame azure dragon? Without a doubt. Yilin raised his head as he declared. A dragon is tough and strong. No matter how opposing are our two flames, when it comes down to it, my golden dragon will trump yours. Yilin made a sign, and the golden dragon roared as his body exploded in golden flames. In a blink, it was on the azure dragon, bearing its claws. Bam! The golden dragon claw struck the azure dragon's spine. The berserk golden flame charged into the azure flame, burning the azure dragon's back. Yet the azure flame quickly shifted and wrapped around the golden flame, swallowing in a blink of an eye. That did nothing to stop the mighty and hard claw from making the azure dragon's spine creak and cry out. Zhuo Fan's brow hardened as he felt a stab of pain in his mind. He chose to clench his teeth and bear it. Seeing his moment was here, his eyes flashed and sent the azure dragon to claw the golden dragon now that it was wide open. Yilin mocked. Useless. The azure dragon with the gentle flame is good for defense, not attack. This claw won't harm my dragon at all. I don't think so. Zhuo Fan grinned, his eyes glinting evilly. A flash of red appeared on the dragon's soul. Yilin expected it as he sneered. I knew you would change back to almighty Scarlet Dragon King. Only the Scarlet Dragon can really attack among all your variations. Well, too bad he only has strength. In a soul battle, power is the last resort. At most, it will only push my dragon back and not harm it. When did I say I had only 3? Cutting him off, Zhuo Fan's evil grin was on full display. A rumble echoed in everyone's ears, a prelude to the shocking scene that came. The decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King's belly was run through by a dragon claw, throwing spiritual energy everywhere. Yilin shook, and his eyes bugged out in shock. Blood flowed from his mouth and dripped onto the ground, but it still couldn't lift the confusion in his eyes. How is this possible? Logically, those 3 dragons can't harm my dragon. Yilin's brow shook. He turned his stiff head around to see the golden dragon with a huge body, unlike any of the 3 variants he had seen before. It was covered in purple lightning. The crackle of thunder rumbled each time it streaked its body. Its sharp claw flickered purple as it came out of the golden dragon's other side. That's heaven-crushing Phoenix's berserk purple lightning. Yilin's eyes shook, recalling having seen the purple lightning on Zhuo Fan. Since he got 3 types of dragon souls, what stopped him from having one with purple lightning as well? But he got careless when he was focused on dealing with the azure flame. Zhuo Fan could read him like a book and sighed. Finally, nailed you? What do you mean? Yilin wore a mask of confusion. Zhuo Fan chuckled in no hurry to reply. He pointed at the purple dragon and took his time. Dragon Soul Variant, Heaven-Crushing Dragon King. It's the only one that can do some damage to you. So before I could use it, I had to make you forget it ever existed. Yilin shook as it dawned on him. The blood leaked from his mouth, bloodening his shocked face. You're telling me everything so far has been to lead me into this trap. Wu Qinkyu was also shocked. Damn it, he's been duped. Chapter 702, Brutalized. Senior brother, what did you say? A disciple asked, confused. Wu Qinkyu frowned and pondered before sighing. I'm not too clear either, but from what I see of the last strike, I have a vague feeling Zhuo Fan had been stringing junior brother along. The disciples were startled. Wu Qinkyu continued. Look at Zhuo Fan's 4 dragon souls. Neither of them can stand up to junior brother. But in the end, his dragon soul ended up heavily wounded. Don't you find it odd? It's been obvious so far that Zhuo Fan had been on the ropes all along. Yeah, did that punk blindside him? One shouted. Wu Qinkyu sighed. Even if he did, he needed perfect timing. This timing was either when the opponent was the most careless or if he created it himself. Zhuo Fan likely chose the latter. How can you be sure? Based on Zhuo Fan's purple dragon's claw attack. He grasped it perfectly to turn the fight around. I find it hard to believe a true expert like junior brother would be so careless as to give his opponent such an opening to exploit. That is why he was made to play along with the others' tunes. Wu Qinkyu frowned. But when exactly did all of this start? I just can't see it. There were so many people just as shocked as he was. Zhuo Fan flipped the table a bit too fast, even by their standards. He had been stomped at every turn till now, however, a few crafty old foxes around saw through it. So young, but not just strong, but also cunning. Even we were duped by his act and thought he couldn't win. Exalted Hai Ran held his beard and glanced at Bai Mei. Old-timer, see that? Yeah, 4 dragon souls paving the way to success. Exalted Bai Mei nodded, his eyes flashing. The Scarlet Dragon was first taken out to test the Golden Dragon's power. The second variant was to lower the Golden Flame's threat and lay the groundwork for the coup de grace. The third variant was bait. The Azure Dragon was in direct opposition to the Golden Dragon King, and since it was weak in direct battle, it was the perfect cover to get him close. And to attack the Azure Flame and wound his opponent, the Golden Dragon used all its golden flame to strike the Azure Dragon's flames within it, but it also left itself wide open for an attack. Exalted Hai Ran finished. Exalted Bai Mei nodded. All of this had been prepared in advance. Yilin revealed an opening in the end because Zhuo Fan's 3 variants left a huge impression on him, causing him to lower his guard. The Demonic Dragon and Azure Dragon had weak attacks, with only the Scarlet Dragon strong but not explosive enough. It was the only one that could have attacked him. But who would have thought the real killer move was yet to come? I don't find this purple dragon impressive at all, but the purple lightning is savagely brutal, just like the golden flame. But Zhuo Fan had yet to train it to its peak, or at least stand up to the golden flame. Yilin just had to leave a bit of golden flame around his body, and the purple dragon would have failed. However, hadn't Zhuo Fan done everything to get him to lower the golden flame guard? Exalted Hai Ran sighed, especially that Azure Dragon. Its defense is the best, but it had no power to attack. It's like a 3-year-old fiddling with a golden bauble surrounded by 2 bodyguards with 1 arm and 1 leg. Any self-respecting thug wouldn't be caught dead missing such an obvious, easy target. He'd go as far as ignoring the crippled bodyguards as he went for that bauble with a blade out. Bai Mei sighed, old-timer, that's a bit crude. Being confident of victory, Yilin fell for Zhuo Fan's trap. If he had been cool-headed, the victory might have been his. A shame. What, the world doesn't lack people yearning for a win. If you were to see your adversary removing your advantages 1 step at a time, wouldn't you go for the kill when you find the best chance show itself? Exalted Hai Ran raised an eyebrow. Exalted Bai Mei chuckled. It's all due to that weird kid Zhuo Fan's twisted mind. Yilin is stronger than him, but fails in terms of mentality. This battle was like a spider biting at its prey until it fell over. You can't guard against something like that. Exalted Hai Ran gave an understanding nod. The kid has his path and heart. His future's going to be bright. The western lands are going to change. In the little valley, Danking Shen watched the fight clearly and nodded. Ha ha ha, I bet those 2 coots could tell how the soul battle would turn. Yet they never would have thought this outcome had been set up ever since the melee. Did you really think I couldn't beat you in melee? Zhuo Fan looked at Yilin with a smug look. Yilin glared at Zhuo Fan, his heart in shock. You're telling me the whole thing was staged? Zhuo Fan shrugged. Fine. I guess I lost the melee. I can't beat you there. Yilin's face twitched as he glared. Are you toying with me? However, while I had been prepared to lose in that aspect, that didn't mean I liked it. Zhuo Fan squinted and showed a crafty look. An ever-winning general isn't always victorious because he never lost, but because he turns defeat into victory. You're the dragon ancestor's disciple, a sacred beast priding itself on its strong body. Since you're his disciple, your body can't be any weaker. You got its entire inheritance while I only got bits and pieces from a killin. It was obvious melee was lost to me, though the loss had its perks. Sacred beasts are hugely arrogant, and you're not far off either. You had let the melee win get to your head, thus giving me the advantage. Moreover, when you beat me in melee, you already thought you had crushed my strongest form and were sure of victory. This led to being careless in the soul battle, my second advantage. As for the third, when you used the golden flame in melee, it gave me time to analyze it and set the best way to fight you in soul. Yilin shook, staring at Zhuo Fan's evil grin in complete stupefaction. He never thought Zhuo Fan would be so invested in this fight that he took everything into account. His master never taught him that. Master only said that the winner lorded over the loser, and that power was everything. What could possibly be more important in a fight than one's strength? Reality showed his master was just a wild beast. Their fights were crude and simple, while humans used their brains. He was so strong that no one could have played him. Adding to that, he had never met someone as crafty as this prick among the simple people of the ultimate clarity sect. That was how he ended up like this. Now that he met Zhuo Fan, lording over him with power but not in brains as well, being duped all the way. He only realized it when he fell for it. So a simple fight has so many aspects when humans are involved. The human world is so complicated. Later, you still held me in contempt when you were stronger than me to the point you went easy. Why? Because you overlooked my purple lightning, Zhuo Fan continued. While it's still fairly weak, it's not useless either. As the 3 dragon souls were laid to bear, and you defeated them one by one, stroking your ego and startling you, the sudden mood changes made you forget my purple lightning. Making you rush was part of the plan, like insurance, in case you were paranoid to the extreme and this attack of mine went bust since I stood no chance against you in a prolonged battle. But now, ha ha ha, didn't I tell you, punk, that you're too self-righteous? Zhuo Fan made a sign, and the purple dragon flicked its claw, pulling it out of the golden dragon's body before letting purple lightning flash and sink into its chest again. Yilin cried out. His soul was already damaged. If this one hit, he would be a goner. So he had the golden flame cover its body and defend against the purple lightning attack. The purple lightning struck the flames but fizzled out. This showed Zhuo Fan's purple lightning wasn't up to par. Yilin felt like crying. He shouldn't have been so eager to win and let himself suffer for it. Even if he had Zhuo Fan beaten to a pulp, he still couldn't hurt him with 4 rubbish dragons. But now, that same rubbish did him in. The golden dragon was wrapped in golden flames, so the purple dragon turned into the demonic one and bit down to suck the flames right out of it. When the golden dragon shot its scales in defense, the other just turned into an azure dragon to cancel the attack. Then it changed into a scarlet dragon as it flicked its tail and sent the golden dragon flying. This wouldn't have hurt, but since he was so heavily wounded, it added insult to the injury. The scarlet dragon aimed for its wound as it clawed at him. Even if its claws didn't harm the golden dragon, the heavy impact went deep into the wound and made the whole affair highly unsettling. Yilin had to spit blood every time because of it. The pain in his head got so bad he felt it would explode. 4 rubbish dragon souls were ganging up on a perfect heaven dragon soul. The decimating dragon ancestor would have exploded in anger if he saw this. Chapter 703, Soul Harmony. Bang tilde those were the sounds of dragon souls clashing, though they weren't that intense, just a one-sided beating. Decimating Golden Heaven Dragon King was fatally wounded, leaving it at a severe disadvantage. The attacks of the Scarlet Dragon were shrugged off before. The other dragons couldn't do much against it. Even the most brutal purple dragon couldn't break its golden flame defense. To sum it up, No matter which of these 4 dragon souls attacked, none could threaten the golden dragon. However, after the purple dragon's sneak attack, it left a huge opening in its defenses. To the point, the scarlet dragon's attacks passed through and could deal some damage. The 4 dragon souls thus kept switching, the azure and demonic ones, for defense against the golden flames to put him in a position where any attack was useless. So when he stopped attacking, the scarlet dragon joined the fray, slamming into its wound. If he wanted to fight back again, the azure and black dragons would only be waiting for him. The strong azure flame could completely contain the brutality of the golden flames. Even if he went all out, it would only give the azure dragon a slight wound. Then it would turn into the purple dragon and send those savage purple lightning strikes when it was most vulnerable. This way, the golden dragon was stuck in a passive position. It was like how a big guy was having his arms and legs tied up and letting a bunch of brats try to beat him. Oh, but one of them was carrying a blade. He'd shiver every time he watched the blade approach, dodging as much as possible but never attacking since there was a risk the blade would take his life. The purple lightning was the weakest of Zhuo Fan's powers, making the purple dragon the weakest of his 4 dragons. But the threat remained regardless, to the point that the golden dragon feared another sneak attack and did not fight back. This way, he could only let Zhuo Fan's 4 dragon souls rain claws and fangs on it as it was beaten repeatedly. The audience was gaping at the sudden turn of events. How come the mighty golden dragon tuned up to be like a scaredy cat? The people were excited, feeling life was a play because of how the positions could change so fast. The girls were even more shocked, buzzing about and pointing. "Sister King Cheng, what just happened? I don't get it. How did he get the upper hand?" Chu King Cheng needed a few times to recover. She shook her head and gave a bright smile. "I always thought I understood him, but I was wrong. I never thought that he'd win by using his weakness." Shui Ruo Hua's brow shook as she looked at Zhuo Fan in shock. A true and capable man, who would dare to even consider looking for victory among its faults. Humph. For Yilin to be defeated when he was at the top of his game, he must be a moron. Xu and Xiaoyu spat in hatred. Sword God Sect saw the big turn around and looked on in shock. Wen Tao held his head. "Tianshang, your brother has opened my eyes. I always thought it was strength that made him a freak, but now I see what it means to be ever victorious. It's all about the mind. This is not a win gained through power, since those 4 dragon souls couldn't beat the golden dragon. Yet look at the golden dragon now, being beaten black and blue. Heavens, just how did he come up with such a strategy? Ha ha ha, what's so hard to believe? Haven't I been saying that he comes from a lowly third-rate clan all this time? Yet in just 10 years he got it to rule the empire. It's not just guts alone. He's been in constant danger as he schemed with the other sides. One wrong move and it would be the end. He had dealt with many old foxes on his way too." Zai Tianshang smiled. "Senior brother, you should know how cruel the vie for power in a kingdom is. It's not as simple as the competitions between sects. He also got the 3 greatest minds under him as well. This proves his mind is unlike anyone else's. Yilin might be an amazing genius that is stronger than him, but when it comes to schemes, no sect's young master can defend against him." Wen Tao eyed him and then turned to look at Zhuo Fan. This was a big ploy all along. However, regardless of what it is, people would always lean on what they are best good at. I just can't believe he didn't scheme to win in melee and waited for when their souls were out. Such courage earned my respect. Who could have such confidence in him? The lone breach. 3 voices echoed out. 2 were the exalted, and the other was Danking Shen. Their voices carried praises. Danking Shen held his beard and was ready to go. The lone breach is a dangerous tactic. On a battlefield where the defensive position has its strongest defense, it caused them to neglect it, leaving fewer troops. It's always assumed the enemy would attack the weakest points in defense, so that's where the main force was placed. But experienced generals always do the opposite, concentrating all their forces on the lone point of the defenses, winning in a single blow and catching the opponent off guard. By the time he reacted, the battle was over. This requires courage and wisdom. Failure means disaster. Zhuo Fan did the same with Yilin. He stroked his ego for the soul battle and caught everyone by surprise when he went for the win. Ha ha ha, the brat is truly bold and cunning. The winner is settled, and now I can do what I came here to do. Danking Shen was carefree, as if he had been fighting and left. However, a roar came from behind that caught everyone's attention. Zhuo Fan, one of us will stand on the other's shoulder to reach the peak, but that won't be you. Yi Lin roared and spewed blood as he did. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, unwilling to give up yet. Zhuo Fan totally got him. The two were more or less sacred beast inheritors, so it stood to reason that it had some influence in their fight. In Yi Lin's case, the influence was greater as the dragon ancestor's disciple. Losing this battle means being in the other's allegiance. This was the way of the beast. It will leave a huge scar in one's mind that he did not want to have. Zhuo Fan was the same. He didn't want his mind to become burdened and stay in Yi Lin's shadow. It would severely impede his pursuit of Tao, so the two had entered a stalemate. Grinning evilly, Zhuo Fan made a sign, and the four dragon souls constantly shifted, speeding up the beating of the golden dragon. He wanted to get it over with fast, yet he was stalling with his speech as he taunted. "Humph, the winner is settled. Give up. If Dragon Ancestor knew you lost to me, an inheritor of 3 sacred beasts, he'd understand it too. Not even he can fight 3 alone. Bullshit, sacred beasts are arrogant. Master won't bat an eye even if he were to fight 4 by himself," Yi Lin roared. Zhuo Fan grinned. A wise man submits to circumstances. In a sacred beast battle of 4 versus 1, defeat is obvious. Your master must be a fool if he fought in those circumstances. "Your master's the fool," Yi Lin cursed back. At this time, Zhuo Fan's almighty Scarlet Dragon King once again whipped its tail right on the golden dragon's wound and made it shudder. Yi Lin spat blood again and could hardly keep going. Zhuo Fan snickered and kept making signs while taunting. Just then, Wu Qinkyu noticed something and shouted, "Junior brother, don't let him get to you. If you have a way to strike, now's the time. He's stalling. Do it now before it's too late. I've been duped again." Startled, Yi Lin glared at Zhuo Fan and spat. "Zhuo Fan, you wretched scumbag, you dare play me again. Are you even a sacred beast inheritor? I already told you, we're humans. In war, there's also deception. Haven't your elders ever told you before setting out that you need to use both your fists and your brain in a brawl?" Zhuo Fan raised a taunting eyebrow. Yi Lin was furious and about to curse, but Wu Qinkyu's warning woke him up again. Gnashing his teeth, Yi Lin stomped and flew 100 meters back. He had the golden dragon flick its tail and get away as well. Yi Lin's face twitched as he stared at Zhuo Fan in rage. "Let me show you how a real sacred beast disciple fights. Strength is everything. I fear none of your petty tricks." Yi Lin made a sign and shouted, "Soul Origin, Golden Dragon Transformation, Soul Harmony." Chapter 704, Flawless. Roar. The golden dragon coiled in the air around Yi Lin. The golden flames burned hotter and yet faded with time. The golden dragon's huge bulk shrank as it drew closer to Yi Lin. But the dragon did not enter his mind. Instead, it focused on his body, blending with his flesh and spreading through every cell. With a fashionable golden flame explosion, Yi Lin's body was covered in a thick dragon scale armor, each individual scale containing the volatile and destructive golden flame. A mere flick of the wrist, and the effect was like the golden dragon whipping his tail, sending a rush of superheated air storming everywhere. Whether it met the mountains, plants, or wildlife, they were all decimated. "This can't be," Zhuo Fan was shocked to the core. The exalted showed the same reaction as they jumped to their feet. This is something only a soul harmony stage expert can do, harmonizing body and soul. The soul harmony stage was what came after the ethereal stage. It allowed one to focus their soul power into their flesh, for soul and body to become one. The body would thus become a natural defense of the soul, keeping it from harm. In other words, while Yi Lin's soul was greatly damaged and could no longer fight, by combining it with his body, his soul power could be fully displayed. His body would also protect it from any more harm, completely nulling the effect of Zhuo Fan's sneak attack through the use of the purple dragon. Yi Lin was back to when his soul was in its best shape. Moreover, since the soul and body were now one, Yilin's soul and body power combined to make him even stronger. This outcome left Zhuo Fan frowning once more. For crying out loud, am I going to fail right at the end? We're back where we started. No, it's worse actually, far worse. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. The others gasped in shock at the incredible development. What's going on? An ethereal stage expert can use a soul harmony stage's ability? This is insane. Then again, if one would take a simple look at Zhuo Fan, in the radiant stage, one would see him using his soul as an ethereal stage expert would. Gods, these people are aberrations, one more than the other. We're the normal ones here, yet we can't hold a candle to them. Ugh, it pisses me off. Only Chu Qingcheng and the girls were worried for Zhuo Fan. Seeing the tables turned once more, they held their deep gazes on his figure, hoping for the best. Ha ha ha, didn't see that coming, did you? A sacred beast's body is the best, and it becomes flawless when the soul harmonizes with it. As the dragon ancestor's disciple, this soul harmony skill comes naturally. Yilin mocked, seeing Zhuo Fan's shaken face, and grinned. Now I'm a miniature version of the decimating dragon ancestor. Let's see you beat me now. Yilin shot for Zhuo Fan, the powerful golden flames surging into a typhoon. Zhuo Fan could feel the blistering heat before it reached him, practically cooking him alive. Zhuo Fan squinted, and his face became stern. He made a sign and called the dragon's soul to protect him. 100-meter-long savage dragon appeared before Zhuo Fan. The scarlet glow was so strong it struck fear in the average man, containing unspeakable raw power. Roar! The almighty Scarlet Dragon King saw Yilin was coming and clawed at the tiny human. A great power pressed on Yilin's shoulder, but Yilin only huffed as he spat. A stream of golden flames covered the dragon, even though it came from a tiny human. In a flash, the golden flames spread and scorched the dragon until it wailed. Its attack had no chance of continuing because of it. Yilin laughed in contempt. Zhuo Fan merely smirked, bearing through the piercing headache as he made a sign. The almighty Scarlet Dragon King turned into the heaven-devouring demonic Dragon King. The black aura around it swallowed the flames, and the pain vanished. Zhuo Fan eased a breath as well. However, Yilin was not about to let all that bashing Zhuo Fan put him through go with just a little singeing, now would he? And this demonic dragon only knew how to gulp down flames. Other than that, it was pretty much useless. So Yilin jumped in front of it and waved his hands, sending thousands of fire motes at it in the form of rain. Scale shedding? Bang tilde the explosions didn't let up as the demonic dragon was bombarded under the heavy rain of attacks. It wailed in pain and twisted its body. Zhuo Fan shook and rushed to turn it into the vaulting Dragon King. The azure flames swallowed all the incoming golden scales and removed the danger. However, Yilin snickered now that the azure dragon was out. It was all this dragon's fault that pushed him into giving his all and leaving himself open to the purple dragon. It had to suffer for its transgression. So to get his sweet vengeance and prove his limitless power to Zhuo Fan for the last time, Yilin used a different move. Yilin jumped above the azure dragon's head and punched down. All the golden flames were gathered in that tiny fist, leaving himself open again. Yilin, you dare! Zhuo Fan cried out threateningly. Yilin mocked. Just watch me. Go ahead, use the purple dragon to attack me. Yilin's golden-flamed fist smashed down just like the golden dragon claw attack from before. The powerful golden flames scattered the azure flames on the azure dragon, and it hit its spine, making it howl in pain as it took the entire blow. But soon, just like before, the azure dragon turned purple and it clawed at Yilin's chest. Pa! The crack of thunder sounded, and Yilin's body was flung away, but not too far. Looking down at his chest and the singed area, he merely dusted it off as he taunted in a condescending tone. It didn't even tingle. Your purple lightning is so utterly weak. I just can't imagine how on earth you even got to hurt the golden dragon the first time. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, and he held his head as it felt like it was splitting. Yilin was different from before. The sneak attack worked last time because the golden dragon's defenses were down. while this time Yilin harmonized with his soul, making the body become a shield for the soul. In other words, Yilin was flawless. Nothing could harm him now, unless, of course, by a powerful attack. While he could fight for longer against the battle-hungry Yilin, and the Azure Dragon could hold on for longer, but even then, he could not see how he could come on top in this. He was facing a dead end unless he could breach that tough body of his. Squinting, Zhuo Fan thought. Lucky yours truly comes prepared for anything. As for its effect, that remains to be seen. Zhuo Fan went right to it and made a different sign as he jumped on the huge dragon. Yilin started and wondered. Soul harmony too? However, Zhuo Fan was no orthodox sacred beast inheritor. Soul harmony wasn't in his bag of tricks. With a flick of the tail, the Azure Dragon turned and darted through the air further and further away. Yilin froze in shock. What the hell? We're in the middle of something here, and he bails. How is he even a sacred beast inheritor? Then came Zhuo Fan's enervating taunt. Yilin, the time's almost up. We'll settle things next time. So that's why. The punk knows he can't fight, so he wants a draw. Yilin figured out his motive and exploded in rage. In a sacred beast battle, it was all about meeting power with power, not running away from it. You had me beaten around like a punching bag, but the second things look tough, you just take off. Do you think it's that easy? Yilin went right after him. Zhuo Fan snickered, revealing his evil smile. Ultimate Clarity Sect's disciples were worried. Senior brother Zhuo Fan is a bag full of dirty tricks. It can't be that junior brother's going to fall for another, can it? He shouldn't. Wu Qinkyu shook his head. Junior brother is now without weakness. His earlier trick won't work again, and the only way to defeat junior brother is by raw power. Chapter 705. I'll think about it later. Whoosh! A huge figure shot through the air, straight for Demon Scheming Sect's disciples. The disciples saw Zhuo Fan was riding his dragon soul at them with the even more dreaded Yilin on his tail. They instantly panicked as they fled and cursed. There are so many other, better directions when choosing to escape. Why did you have to come to us? Why are you leading death straight at us? We didn't do anything to you to die at another's hand. They were all trying to escape the area as quickly as possible. Danking Shen was also cursing. What's the punk up to this time? Why is he moving the battle here? Does he know I'm hiding here and wants me to lend a hand? Damn kid, that will expose me. With no choice and raving in his mind about Zhuo Fan's rash behavior, he hid in a corner somewhere where the monitoring arrays couldn't find him. Only his mind was still cursing. Damn brat, I'll get you for this. Exalted Double Dragons looked lost. Exalted High Ran said, Hey, old-timer, what's he up to this time? In this particular situation, even we can see that Yilin has covered all bases. No matter what tricks he is pulling, only meeting his opponent head-on wouldn't produce any results. Ha ha ha, true. Exalted Bai Mei smiled. But did this kid ever follow common sense? Just like moments ago, how many here actually thought that the soul battle would go through another shift? Exalted High Ran smiled as well. You're right. All this kid does come as a shock. But now Yilin has combined his soul and body. This fight has now changed from a soul battle to a melee one. You might as well say he's without flaw. What plan could the kid possibly have? Wait. Exalted Bai Mei gave him a look, and then nodded. Everyone else thought the same thing, looking at Zhuo Fan in worry. Yilin, now having united his soul and body, his speed was off the charts, catching up to Zhuo Fan in seconds. Looking back with a frown, Zhuo Fan made a sign and had his huge right speed up. Ha ha ha, don't waste your breath. You're too slow, Yilin cackled, his eyes red. No matter what dirty little scheme you have cooked up, it's nothing my perfect form can't handle. The only way is to break my body to reach my soul, but you lost in melee to me already. Well, I wouldn't be so quick to judge. Zhuo Fan squinted, glancing back to see the thunder ring that got shaken off earlier was close. He smiled and shouted, Kaior! Shriek tilde the piercing cry rang throughout the sky. Just as Zhuo Fan's mount past the ring, with Yilin close behind him, purple thunder crackled out of it. A thunderbird 100 meters big and streaked by lightning appeared and slammed into Yilin when he had his guard down. What? Yilin's eyes widened in shock. He was more than familiar with the purple lightning, and this purple lightning's level was way above what Zhuo Fan used. This was a true thunder phoenix, shattering thunder claw. With a sharp shout, Kaior flapped her wings, unleashing a deep rumble as she shot for Yilin. Then came the two sharp claws, flickering with deadly purple lightning, raking that chest covered in golden flames. PFF. It was a clash between the lightning above and the fire below. The two incredibly destructive forces clashed and unleashed a monumental explosion. Kaior's claw came down on Yilin's hard scales, just like how a spear screeched in contact with a tough shield. However, since Kaior's attack came out of the blue, he could not mount a defense, so two scales were pulled off. A patch of dark red was exposed on his chest. Yilin was taken over by severe pain and coughed blood as he was flung into the air. Everyone was dumbstruck, watching the Thunderbird gobsmacked. It displayed its grandeur as it flapped its wings with pride. Where did this spiritual beast come from? The exalted were back on their feet again as they cried, "I knew it!" "Old-timer, see that?" Exalted High Ran said excitedly. The kid's plans go back from the start. He even had such a move taken into account. Exalted Bai Mei nodded. "I doubted from the start. How did the kid lose his ring in the melee so easily? Now I see it was all planned out. He sent it flying to catch Yilin right when he least expected it. Which means one shouldn't get too confident, even if you're stronger." Today, Zhuo Fan had given Yilin a few harsh but good lessons. Wonder how many he'll remember, ha ha ha. Exalted High Ran turned to the Thunderbird with a frown. But with Yilin's strength, no average spiritual beast could scratch him. "Just what beast is this?" Exalted Bai Mei pondered before he said. "It's just a 6th-level spiritual beast, but far stronger than one. Not even a spiritual beast in the 8th level might be its match. It truly is strange. And from the looks of it, it resembles a thunder skylark, yet far stronger. Ha ha ha, like master, like spirit animal. Zhuo Fan is a monster in himself, so of course he raises a monstrous spirit animal. He's truly something." Exalted High Ran smiled. Exalted Bai Mei chuckled, casting his admiring gaze on Zhuo Fan. If Yilin were an unseen cultivating talent, then Zhuo Fan would be an all-rounded talent, just as astounding. Unlike Yilin's amazing cultivation, Zhuo Fan's incredible and broadened use of skill left them more impressed. After all, strength can only get you so far. "Senior brother, look. I just knew the punk had a trick in mind." A disciple of the Ultimate Clarity sect pointed at Yilin's patch of red on his chest. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched as he hit the other guy's head. "And your happy junior brother got duped." "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that I saw through his trick. You call that seeing? It was just a wild guess. The punk set up so many tricks, even an idiot can see that junior brother in his perfect state will get taken in." Glaring at him, Wu Qingqiu sighed. "However, why did you brainless fools have to be right? The punk had another trick and it worked. And where the hell did he find such a weird spiritual beast? There's no way the average spiritual beast can harm junior brother." The others frowned at Kaior, also shocked by her display. As Yilin's senior brothers, they knew how truly monstrous he was. They had seen many amazing spiritual beasts that couldn't even scratch him, so Yilin chose to overlook getting a pet himself, fighting all others with one without fear. But who'd have thought the day would come he'd suffer for it? It wasn't just about falling for another trick, but being hurt so much as well. He was hurt by a spiritual beast. Danking Shen sighed at the flickering purple lights. This bird is out of this world, and so is its cunning handler. He finally understood that Zhuo Fan didn't just look for a good chance to get rid of his ring. He had planned on coming up with a good excuse for the exalted double dragons as well, that of sneak attacking Yilin. "See what I did there? I used my ring to set up a trap. Danking Shen running to the sacred mine and stealing Atlas' sword has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Ha ha ha, this kid's mind is truly frightening." Shaking his head, Danking Shen sighed. He was even sure Zhuo Fan came up with this tactic the minute he mentioned using the storage ring to slip in here. He had to take his hat off at this one. In the audience, Zai Tianshang and Chu Qingcheng saw Qingcheng and felt relieved. They had seen Kaior back in the esoteric debate. They felt closer to her because Zhuo Fan had brought her out again. She has grown so much over the years. Chu Qingcheng looked with a soft gaze. Chapter 706, Reverse Scale. Father, he's amazing. I clawed him with all I had but only managed to take 2 scales off. There's no real damage either. Kaior had flown back to Zhuo Fan in disappointment. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his eyes grave, and this was from a sneak attack. For him not to have gotten a heavy wound even from that shows his body is tough beyond measure. No average spiritual beast can scratch him. Squinting, Zhuo Fan looked at Yi Lin, who had been flung into the air like a rag doll after the attack. Yet his heart tensed. Kaior's attack was his last ace. If even that failed, all that was left was to fight head-on, the worst option from how he saw it. He knew fully well that would mean using a very dangerous move not just for his enemy, but for him too. It was the last thing he wanted to resort to. After all, he only came up with it a short while ago and didn't even have time to test it. Hutilda as the wind whistled. Yi Lin flipped into the air, spitting out blood on the ground. Whoosh! Yi Lin halted his movement and looked down at his chest and the exposed flesh. His face was a mask of rage, his eyes turning cruel. Ever since I inherited Master's drop of blood, having been implanted with one of his reverse scales to refine this golden dragon body, I have never been reduced to this state. Zhuo Fan, you're the first. Yi Lin glared back at Zhuo Fan, his eyes sometimes darting at Kaior filled with bloodthirst. A dragon's scales are his dignity and you just crushed it. Zhuo Fan, you've really gone and pissed me off. Zhuo Fan's heart shivered and now knew why this guy's body was so hard that even Kaior could barely harm him. He's just like me, having received a part of a sacred beast's body. His Qilin arm came from soaring Qilin's leg. That was what gave him such power. Yi Lin's scale armor came from decimating dragon ancestors' reverse scale, which is harder than anything. Dragons were covered in scales, but only that particular one at the back of their necks, the reverse scale, was the toughest and the best to draw out its power. In simple terms, touching it was the same as crossing the line no one could tolerate. Since he placed the reverse scale into him and forged his body with a drop of dragon blood, he had made him nigh indestructible. No wonder he was so tough in this state. This was how much he valued the scales. Zhuo Fan just got 2 of those pulled off. It was no different than slapping him hard on the face. No wonder he said that he was just like Zhuo Fan and only wanted to defeat Zhuo Fan. Now, though, he really wanted him dead. Zhuo Fan's heart sank, knowing this had stopped being a simple match to see who was stronger. Now his life was on the line. It was either one or the other. He wanted blood now, and if he won, my head will fly. So Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and his eyes went cold. Kaior next to him noticed the change in mood and grew serious as well. Silence fell between the 2 sides, one of death. They no longer cared about a winner now, only to kill. Startled, Wu Qingqiu seemed to have sensed the shift as well. What's going on? Why do I feel a thick killing intent? Does that mean junior brother really wants blood? Can't be, senior brother. That kid has always been carefree. He's been acting like he wants to kill, but never going that far. Even when he was blindsided, he was only enraged. One disciple spoke confidently, but Wu Qingqiu waved him off. I've yet to see junior brother truly wishing to kill someone. Maybe because he never met anyone worthy enough to go that far. This time, though. Wu Qingqiu frowned, filled with worry. As the team leader of the Ultimate Clarity Sect disciples, he did not want to see something happening to Yi Lin or Zhuo Fan. In the fights seen the past few days, everyone's style and character were laid bare, and everyone had an understanding of each other. They saw how they related, how similar they were, just as Zhuo Fan wanted to go further as they did on their path. That was why he didn't want to see him fall. Seeing how this shifted into a death match, his heart was hesitating. The exalted double dragons noticed the shift thanks to their years of experience. This stillness is eerie. Exalted Hai Ran spoke heavily. Exalted Bai Mei nodded. The 2 kids are going for the kill. No matter what, these 2 are Western Land's future. They can't fall here. If it comes to it, we old-timers will have to violate Double Dragon Gathering's rules for the first time. It will be a severe blow to our impartial image, but worth it. Exalted Hai Ran nodded, but then sighed. Old timer, when Sheng went through so much trouble, we pacified the lands in the name of fairness. Have we turned soft, or have our principles changed? Exalted Bai Mei shook his head in silence. Exalted Hai Ran did not speak any more. He knew well about the regret the two felt about how they handled Danking Shen's matter. It had festered for so long and so much that they felt the fairness they had groomed all these years no longer looked as important. Kaior, attack. Zhuo Fan shouted and rode his dragon's soul as he shot for Yilin. Kaior shrieked alongside him. Zhuo Fan had run out of tricks and schemes. All that was left was to meet blow for blow. The two men and one bird clashed. Yilin in his new form was a mighty challenge. He didn't suffer even against Zhuo Fan and Kaior. The screech and clanging of metal resounded as the dangerous shock waves traveled everywhere. Yilin's body was harder than steel. No matter how hard Zhuo Fan hit, it didn't do much. At the same time, he was having a hard time resisting the incoming blows. Since he was combined in soul and body, all the strikes were packed with not just the Golden Dragon's power but its searing flames as well. Zhuo Fan had no choice but to keep shifting his dragon soul. The four variations could take an occasional hit or two, but Zhuo Fan's soul was under threat once more. Fortunately, he had a helper, Kaior. Being born out of purple lightning and imposing like the Thunder Phoenix, she would meet the golden flames without fear. The purple lightning rained down on Yilin's body and exploded when meeting the flames. Yilin had no choice but to shift some of them for defense. Kaior's purple lightning was unlike the junk Zhuo Fan's purple dragon used. That was a power gained after being trained for years. It had reached such a degree, and Kaior might just be the new Thunder Phoenix. Yilin could not ignore the power of a sixth heaven purple lightning and had to defend with his golden flames, thus giving Zhuo Fan some breathing room. Even so, the pair had yet to do any real damage ever since that last sneak attack. In fact, the two were being pushed back under Yilin's onslaught. The fight had entered a stalemate. Despite the obvious discrepancy in strength, the two sides had no way of defeating the other for a while. Zhuo Fan knew he was at a disadvantage but still kept his cool. He knew the time was almost up and the fight would be judged as a draw. While he wanted to win, he was not that desperate. He knew Yilin wanted to win much more than him. When Yilin was restless enough, he would get an opening to use. That was why good things happened to those who waited, seeing through Zhuo Fan's intent, or maybe he showed it on purpose. Yilin was getting tense and impatient. He wanted to strike Zhuo Fan down for good, but Kaior would not let him. Time was running out. Bang tilde Yilin threw a bunch of scales, and Zhuo Fan used the Azure Dragon to mitigate the explosions. Yilin wanted to claw the Azure Dragon, but Kaior butted in, and the impact of the purple lightning sent him flying and refocused on defense. He might have the advantage, but his hands were tied. Blast it! I have to get rid of that damn bird and fast. Yilin gnashed his teeth. Yin-Yang Dragon Claw? Yilin's eyes flashed and shot for Zhuo Fan. His hand turned into a claw enveloped by raging flames as he aimed at Zhuo Fan's heart. Zhuo Fan used the Kilin arm to block, but behind it he grinned. Kids these days have no patience, ha ha ha. Chapter 707, Orthodox. Whoosh. The golden claw whistled through the air and was about to strike while Zhuo Fan used his Kilin arm as a shield, ready to take it on. The Kilin arm comes from the soaring Kilin. At the very least, it won't get me broken bones if you hit me anywhere else. It will take your blow. Shriek tilde Kaior rushed in support, wanting to use this chance to strike. The claw was about to hit. If Yilin kept attacking, the claw would do nothing to Zhuo Fan's Kilin arm. Only the golden flames would seep in a little and barely cause any harm. Why else would I use that arm for all my attacks? Then Kaior would come bearing brutal purple lightning to make another heavy wound on him after focusing all he had in that claw. It was, without a doubt, a bad tactic to use this attack. This scene had been recurring many times already. When one attacked with everything, the other would come to take advantage of the opening, only to force the attacker to shift to defense. This time was no different. Only Yilin was at the end of his patience. He would rather suffer another hit from Kaior to get Zhuo Fan. It was an eye for an eye. You dare, boy? With 2 against 1, going for mutual harm isn't worth it. Zhuo Fan once again intimidated him while sneering inside. He's rash enough now, Yilin snorted. Mutual harm? Humph, I might have fallen for your tricks so far, but that's going to change. This time, I'm going to get rid of your spirit animal. Yilin was gone and left behind him his golden flames. It was like he was still attacking Zhuo Fan, but lacking in power. But just the golden flames wouldn't be able to even singe Zhuo Fan's clothes, since Zhuo Fan had the Azure Dragon and Demon transformation art to absorb it. However, Yilin's figure appeared next to the golden flames and unleashed another claw, but this time at Kaior. Everyone gasped. Since Zhuo Fan revealed his purple dragon, they knew the purple lightning was a force to be reckoned with. It was brutal and powerful but lacked in defense, so Yilin fainted, striking Zhuo Fan, who had the Kilin arm for defense. While going for the defenseless Kaior would show much better results. Kaior would be gravely wounded if struck, the two's cooperation would fail, and Yilin would gain a real advantage. Dealing with Zhuo Fan later would only take a minute. This was the most definitive moment in this long and bitter match. Kaior was startled, having not expected this. Feeling on her feathers the sharpness of that dragon claw, she tensed. Yin-yang dragon claw, one real, one fake, Yilin snickered as his strike was about to land. He laughed. Zhuo Fan, you schemed for so long against me, but now it's my turn. My strike against you is fake, while the one against your spirit animal is real. This time, your cooperation failed, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's brow shook as he floated in the air. The audience grew tense, having not expected Yilin would also start using feints. Wu Qinkyu chuckled. Ha ha ha, junior brother finally used his head, not that he's slow, but that his opponents were never worth the effort. They all felt it was curtains for this long and exciting match. However, Zhuo Fan's grin was most devious. His right eye flashed golden. Ha ha ha, I don't really care how you go all out, just as long as you do. Divine Eye of the Void first stage shift. Whoosh tilde in a flash, Zhuo Fan and Kaior did the all switcheroo so that Zhuo Fan was on the receiving end of Yilin's real strike. Yilin cried out. What the hell? Where's that damn poultry? PFF. Just then, the golden flame image was flapped away by Kaior's wings, and she unleashed her purple lightning storm and clawed at Yilin's chest. The last claw had taken away his hard scales, and this one was bound to send purple lightning right into his innards. This had long stopped being an issue of winning for Yilin. He had to first protect his little life from being cooked from the inside. Wu Qinkyu cried out and tensed. The exalted shot to their feet and were just as nervous. It all happened so fast. 1 minute it was Yilin's obvious advantage, and the next, his target switched places, putting him in grave danger. SSS tilde gulping, Yilin was scared out of his mind. He halted his attack on Zhuo Fan and tried to get into a stance to defend, though it would take some time. Left with no choice, Yilin could only lean, taking Kaior's sharp claws on his back and letting her remove 2 more glittering scales. Scarlet blood flowed from his back, and he gnashed his teeth from the pain. The sudden heavy blow had also interrupted the claw now meant for Zhuo Fan. Even after careful planning, he was still the one ending up hurt again while his adversary was untouched. Kaior flew back to Zhuo Fan, throwing away the scales in her claws. Father, he just turned around and I couldn't get him in the heart. It's fine. He's just too quick to react. In fact, we dealt a great blow this time. He now has 2 weaknesses. We'll now resort to pincer strikes and see how long he'll last, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed as he snickered at Yilin. The clearer it is you can win with brawn, the more you need to use your head. Don't you know using your faults to fight an enemy's strengths is dumb? Trying to use feints against me, who had been among schemes all his life. Kid, you're unbearably naive. Yilin's face twitched in anger, gritting his teeth. The audience had to agree on that. They thought Yilin finally played Zhuo Fan, only to be toyed with instead. Getting trapped as you lay a trap must sting. Wen Tao sighed, seeing Yilin boiling mad. Using brains to crush the other. Yilin is clearly stronger, but Zhuo Fan keeps leading him, making this focused disciple lose his bearing. If he had kept to his beliefs, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Focused! Zai Tiancheng raised an eyebrow. When Tao nodded, yes, cultivators like us all have a focus as we advance. Some do it for power, some for status, some for fame, and some for supremacy. Each of us is walking the path we want that lead to the birth of personal beliefs and convictions. Isn't Yilin blunt? Then he should just take any adversary head-on. But after meeting Zhuo Fan, he's been toyed with so many times that he lost his way and stooped to fumbling on the other's path. He's been strung along all this time. When Tao looked above and smiled, the time's almost up. Now Yilin will become even more restless. He won't fall for another trick soon, and Zhuo Fan won't snatch a win soon either. It'll be a draw. But then he heard Zhuo Fan looking at the pretty sky and exclaimed, "Oh my, would you look at the time? It's going to be a draw at this rate." Staggering, when Tao stared at Zhuo Fan, then shook his head. Zhuo Fan is really devious. Even in the last moment, he can't help but prod Yilin. Wishing for victory just as much, Zhuo Fan is savage and cunning to stir the other even more. Zai Tiancheng chuckled. That's always been his nature. Huff tilde gasping, Yilin was close to exhaustion both mentally and physically. He glared at the bird and man in hatred, but with no way of finishing them off. This frickin' punk is too sly. If he were too rash, he'd be duped. If he went too slow, he'd suffer for it even worse. The adversary always aimed to toy with his mind, thus making him unable to cope. He was now left confused and lost as to how to proceed. It was his first time meeting such an adversary. He was clearly stronger, yet could do nothing to win. Just as he was filled with confusion, a shout broke through the haze. "Junior brother, he's rushing you on purpose. Don't fall for it. If you don't know what to do, ask your heart." Shaken up, Yilin looked back to see his head senior brother, Wu Kinkyu, Chapter 708, Win. Yilin's face twitched, and it finally dawned on his foggy mind. He had been strung along until he was lost, veering off his path. With a deep breath, Yilin regained his calm and closed his eyes. "Master, my sect is going through the outer sect competition tomorrow. There can only be 10 new inner disciples, but I'm just an outer disciple in the 21st place. What do I do?" A young Yilin asked the dragon ancestor. The huge dragon eye stared coldly as his voice rumbled. "Get rid of all those 20 people in front of you. But I can't beat them." "Beat them all, or don't bother seeing me again." The dragon ancestor said coldly, then turned his back. Face sinking, the young Yilin felt put on the spot. "They're better than me in martial arts and cultivation methods. How can I beat them? And the first 10 get to be inner disciples. I only need to beat 10. Worthless, get lost. Master, why are you cussing at me? Did I say something wrong? Humans are devious and seize any chance to win while also being weak. But if you think of yourself like that, you're not worthy of calling me master." The huge dragon spoke. "Among spiritual beasts, every creature knows its position. Its place is clear to all. Do you know why?" Yilin shook his head. "Why would I know that crap?" the dragon ancestor mocked. "That's because since ancient times, since the primal chaos, once a spiritual beast lost, its rank is set. Every generation knows this. Once you lose, you will always lag behind. We, the 5 great sacred beasts, are at the peak of all spiritual beasts. We had fought among ourselves, but we could never win against each other, so we stood together. But in their hearts, they all wish to stand above everyone, to be the one true king. That's why our path, that of spiritual beasts, is to win. Winning means life, glory, and respect. It doesn't matter who is in front of you, how weak or strong or how many. You are to remember my words, boy. If you are to be my disciple, you just have to win. Even if there were 100 people in front of you in the sect, you still have to go through all of them. You have to risk your life and fight them to win. There are still 3 months as well. I will see your progress afterward." The dragon ancestor closed his eyes and curled up to sleep. The young Yilin bowed and withdrew. 3 months later, a flash of fire revealed Yilin once more. His meridians were crushed and hanging by a thread. Master, I won," Yilin wheezed out. The dragon ancestor cast a cold gaze. "All of them? I beat all of them. I staked my life, and they thought I was crazy. None wanted to meet me head-on. Finally, I came out first. With a faint smile, Yilin continued, "Master, you were right. Humans are opportunistic and weak. None dared to face me. But now my body is ruined, and the inner sect doesn't want me anymore. Someone even laughed at me for being a fool, but I didn't care. I won, and I felt great. It was all worth it." The dragon ancestor nodded. "The average man is blinded by fame and can't see the value of winning. You, however, now know the value in being first, and have earned your right to be decimating dragon ancestor's disciple." Tilda, the dragon ancestor's brow creased as a burning drop of blood flew out from between. It glittered like a ruby as it settled on Yilin's forehead. The dragon ancestor then clawed the back of his neck and came out with a sharp scale, the hardest reverse scale. Like a huge quilt, he settled it over Yilin. The dragon ancestor then breathed out golden flames onto the kid. After a full 49 days passed, the true dragon ancestor inheritor, the one we saw today, was born. He also inherited his master's path to win. Losing once meant losing everything. Opening his eyes, Yilin had no hesitation left in them. He knew his path, his beliefs. Bouncing around from one trick to another was not a sacred beast style. For a sacred beast disciple, all that mattered was to win. Even if he was facing a fierce pair, he just had to stake it all and win. Yilin's spirit was lifted and caused even Zhuo Fan to shudder. "Kaior, be careful. This punk has made up his mind. He won't fall for it again. This time we're fighting to the end," Zhuo Fan warned. He had seen his fair share of resolute people like Yilin, and all of them were a big thorn to deal with. He had to keep his guard up no matter what came. Yilin put his hands together as he went through a series of signs. When he finished, his entire body exploded with power. The powerful decimating golden flame surged higher and higher like an endless sea. Zhuo Fan was in shock. Just what is he trying to do? The exalted double dragons were stunned as well. They could see that Yilin held in his eyes the desire to win, one that drove him mad. Tilda Yilin made the final sign, and the torrent of golden flames rolled around him, and the image of a huge dragon appeared behind him, bearing its fangs and savagery. The flaming inferno gathered around the dragon head and was ready to strike at any second. This, Wu Kinkyu gasped. "Is this soul scorching? Junior brother is going to burn his soul just to win." What? Ultimate Clarity Sect's disciples were in disbelief. That's only used when one fights to the very end. If not careful, he could burn his entire soul away. The enemy only got him twice with his tricks, so why must he use such a definite strike? This is too extreme. You don't understand. This is the real junior brother. Wu Kinkyu shook his head and sighed. Did you all forget that outer sect competition? How did junior brother become the first to enter the inner sect? The others recalled those brutal fights and nodded. I've never seen a crazier lunatic in my life. Just to win, he staked his life. To the point he got everyone so scared they soiled their pants. He even managed to beat the first outer disciples, but he broke his body to do it. The inner sect elder saw him ruined and didn't want him. He then asked senior brother to take him to the secret realm. Then, after 49 days, he returned as a true genius. This made people talk about the secret realm as being not just a heaven to refine the soul, but the body as well. A shame that it never worked for anyone else. What you don't know is that, after I saw his desperate struggle since he yearned to go to the secret realm, I chose to honor his last wish. But when I left his body, I soon found it gone. I used to think someone took it, only to find out 49 days later that he entered the inner sect. I believe there's a real secret in there, but he didn't want to tell anyone. Sighing, Wu Kinkyu said, "Now I understand that was where he found his path. Now his mind is back to that time, and he sees Zhuo Fan as his bitter enemy." Everyone turned to Yilin and nodded. Ever since Yilin was reborn, no one could force him to show all he had, until Zhuo Fan came along. That was why the kid was back to that time when he staked his life. Biting winds and searing hot air washed over Zhuo Fan, who was creasing his brows hard at the problem he faced. Such power was clearly meant for him and Kaior together. He has stopped trying to deal with us one by one and wants to end us together. This is a madman no matter how one sees him. The best way to deal with a team was to pick them out individually. Taking them all out at the same time was too dangerous and pricey. Yi Lin, however, was a sacred beast inheritor. In his eyes, winning was everything and worth everything. "Kaior, no matter what happens, you must stay behind me. I can take it," Zhuo Fan warned carefully. Kaior nodded, despite the odd glimmer in her eyes. Chapter 709. Divine Eye of the Void's fifth stage. Who tilled a golden scorching flame surrounded Yi Lin. That concentrated and frightening power erupted now and then, singing more and more of the valley's flora. Demon Scheming Sect and Ultimate Clarity Sect's disciples had long since ducked for cover 4 miles out, yet never taking their eyes off this grand and brutal battle. Yet even at this distance, the burning heat made them all sweat, only to be vaporized the next instant. All of them were strong kids of their generations, except for Yuer, in the third-layer radiant stage, who had to take cover 40 miles away. Regardless, they all had difficulty resisting the fire, feeling as if it might pulverize them any second. Yi Lin's burning soul had made the decimating dragon ancestors' golden flames reach a new height of power, a power that could wipe anything out of existence. Even the audience watching the screen seemed to feel that dreadful power around them. The exalted stood up in shock and worry. Could Zhuo Fan even take such a strike? If their lives were put in danger, they would definitely intervene. Chu Qingcheng and the girls held their fists tight. Their brows scrounged up in deep worry for Zhuo Fan's fate. If others could feel close to dying so far away, it went without saying that Zhuo Fan was getting the worst of it. Thick black energy covered his body. Heaven-devouring demonic dragon king coiled its body to protect him. It used the demon transformation art to refine this scorching heat. Zhuo Fan's eyes shook and grew tense as he used his dragon soul to keep Kaior out of harm's way behind him. He said, "Kaior, this might be the last clash to settle this fight. Help me at the start, but then you are to leave as fast as possible. Leave this to me." "Yes, father." Kaior gave a hard nod, but her eyes shone with hesitation, something Zhuo Fan completely missed in his precarious state. He was only focused on Yi Lin. "This has to be the punk's last-ditched effort. I just got to live through this and—" Zhuo Fan's gaze became hard as his hands made signs. In the 11th hour of the fight, these two were ready to stake it all. Zhuo Fan was going to use every dirty trick and skill he had learned to block this attack Yi Lin would unleash after he burned his soul to unleash it. Yi Lin watched Zhuo Fan with a ragged breath. The strain on his soul was immense, but his eyes had never been more focused. His thirst for victory was like no other. "In a fight of sacred beast inheritors, the last winner shall be me," Yi Lin shouted. "Zhuo Fan and that pet of yours, take this decimating dragon roar." Roar, the huge dragon image around Yi Lin roared, shaking the world, the mountains, and the skies. With this roar, the golden flames shot for Zhuo Fan like a flamethrower, disintegrating anything in its path with its deadly heat. Zhuo Fan was overwhelmed. The exalted were in shock. They had never seen such focused power. Moreover, this power was focused on the decimating golden flame, which was already deadly to begin with. Just taking this attack would wipe one out of this world. Danking Shen, hiding somewhere to the side, jerked, and his fingers were moving, wanting to come to the rescue. Against such power, not even a peak ethereal stage expert could survive it, let alone Zhuo Fan in the radiant stage. Just as he took a step, he halted. If he went out there now, all his efforts would be lost. He found himself unable to make a decision. The exalted double dragons saw this scene with tense looks, ready to step in as well. However, they were hoping more than anything that Zhuo Fan would give them a shocking surprise. Zhuo Fan's brow shook. Not even he had foreseen the other would unleash such an almighty attack. His heart was quivering, but the die was cast. All he could do now was shout, "Kaior now?" "Yes, father." Kaior spread her wings, and flickering purple lightning gathered within them as they cracked the air. Heaven-destroying thunder phoenix. Rumble tilde the earth shook, and the air quivered as Kaior's flap of her wings sent a 300-meter large thunderbird straight for the incoming fire. At the same time, Zhuo Fan shouted as well. Wraith Style's third move, Necro Dragon's Screech. roar. The demonic dragon shifted into the golden flame's bane, the vaulting dragon king. The huge dragon roared as it charged, its azure flame surging over its body. It combined with the purple thunderbird to unleash an even greater power. The audience was at the edge of their seats, fervent and expectant. They were all excited seeing these three mighty strikes being unleashed. Even Yan Mo, a genius in his own right, was overwhelmed. Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan's fight had to be the strongest clash in thousands of years of double dragon gathering. None of the geniuses of Western lands could hold a candle to them. Now, they wanted to see who among these two would be the best disciple in Western lands, the future best in Western lands. Boom! The three powers finally came to a head. Only the audience watched in awe as Kaior and Zhuo Fan's powers were crushed almost instantly by Yi Lin's golden flames. They went right through the Thunderbird and Azure Flames in an overwhelming defeat. Everyone was tense and Zhuo Fan's face fell, his brow soaked with sweat. Yi Lin's attack was beyond anything he had dreamed of. He had some guesses, but not to this extent. In the face of such might, all the ways he thought of to deal with it left him shaking. They were not enough. Now that it had come to this, he could only do all he could and leave it to fate. Divine Eye of the Void's fifth stage, Void Wall. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed with 5 golden halos, and 100 meters around him formed a spatial barrier. This was the unexpected benefit of the 3-day soul training he went through before this fight, allowing him to set up spatial walls to defend. Alas, he never had a chance to get familiar with this move and didn't know if it would keep back the flames. Zhuo Fan tensed as the sweat mounted. Bam! The golden flamethrower slammed into the barrier and was stopped in its tracks. It worked. Zhuo Fan was happy, yet the audience was stumped as to what he did now. The exalted double dragons tensed, then admired. This kid has an endless bag of tricks. However, no one got the chance to breathe easier as cracks resounded, spreading all over the air around Zhuo Fan like a spiderweb. Zhuo Fan also felt his right eye was on fire from all the pain, but he gritted his teeth. The 5 golden halos were still shining, even as blood seeped out. Bam! Finally, the barrier cracked open and the burning flames went straight for Zhuo Fan, even if more subdued than before. It was clear that the void wall was truly strong. Despite failing in the end, it brought Zhuo Fan hope. It might be strong, but it can be blocked? Og! Zhuo Fan held his bleeding right eye as he wailed. Yet his mouth was perked in a smile. Since this barrier works, I'll just slow the attack down bit by bit. Zhuo Fan ignored the wound in his eye and took away his arms to reveal 4 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher. Tilde, the powerful vibrations consumed 100 meters around him, yet the fierce flames were still getting closer as if they were unaffected. The scorching flames were so strong that they actually burned the oscillations. Zhuo Fan's heart tensed as he watched incredulously. Space Crusher had no effect whatsoever. Now he had nothing left to wear down the flames. That meant he would have to bear the heat all by himself. Zhuo Fan's heart sank, his eyes reflecting the still almighty burning flames. His face had never been more grave. Chapter 710, Sacrifice. If I knew it was going to be like this, I'd have used that tiebreaker. Though I've just learned it and it's still dangerous. It was not only dangerous for himself, but for the enemy as well. Am I seeking stability too much? Seeing the flames right on top of him, Zhuo Fan was filled with regret. Why couldn't he have done like Yi Lin did and risk his life to unleash all he had? Alas, it was already too late to do anything. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan finally decided to face the golden flames head-on. He sent the vaulting dragon king to coil around him and wrap him in thick azure flames. This was his last chance. To use the azure flame's quality as a mediator between yin and yang to subdue the golden flame's brutality. But with how the azure flame and golden flame engender each other, it might combine with the golden flame. He had to first wear it down, or with how strong the golden flame was, it would simply scatter his aside. The crux was, after the azure flame was blown away, all that was left was his defenseless dragon soul. This was his last defense. Afterward, his soul might perish. Outside of using the Azure Dragon, he had no other way. That was why he was finally giving his all in this fight. Frowning, Zhuo Fan glared at the dazzling flames. As they drew closer, his sweat kept pouring out. He offered one last prayer of hope. Let this be enough. Yilin looked on coldly as he gasped. It's no use. I burned my own soul to unleash this decimating golden flame. A half-baked sacred beast inheritor like you stands no chance. Farewell, my fated adversary? Bam! The flames slammed into the Azure Dragon at last. The powerful force made the dragon shake and howl in pain. Zhuo Fan's mind was overcome with pain as well. It felt like his head was exploding from the thousands of blades sinking into it. But he held on still. He had the Azure Flame face the incoming attack, wanting to submerge the golden flames in an ocean of azure. He had no chance. The long stream of scorching flames was like a needle, piercing the Azure Flame sea. Even as they touched, the Azure Flame offered no resistance. He was lucky enough if his own power wasn't worn out instead. He had never imagined that Yilin's attack would be condensed to such a degree. It was so strong that his last-ditch effort was useless. The Azure Flame had no way of chipping away at the attack, not a damn use it had. Going at it with such a defense was practically suicide. If he had known, he would have done that. That was what he should have done from the start. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's body shook from endless despair and regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to come out of this one. Hutilda, as the golden flames came closer, a burning storm swept the entire body of the Azure Dragon and immediately removed its flames. Before the golden flames reached it, its heat was constantly burning the dragon's soul. Zhuo Fan's head was boiling as he spat out crimson blood. It's over. Once the flames entered the dragon's soul, he was a goner. He had been aware of Yilin's power, but it seemed that he still underestimated his opponent. Even if he wanted to use a real desperate move now, it was far too late. This fight was going to take his life away. Letting out a long breath, Zhuo Fan was overcome with regret. Chu Qingcheng was distraught, her eyes tearing over. Xuan Sheiyu snickered all the while at his misfortune. The exalted double dragons were just about to put an end to this fight. However, a cry pierced everyone's ears. They all saw as purple lightning flickered, and a familiar figure floated in front of the dragon's soul. Zhuo Fan squinted, and he saw the tens of meters of a big purple bird, Kaior. Did he not tell her to stay clear? Why? Kaior faced the golden flames coming at the Azure Dragon without remorse. Wait, Kaior? Finally dawning on him, Zhuo Fan shouted. But Kaior, streaked with purple lightning, had already met the golden flames. The purple lightning and the golden flames were brutal powers between heaven and earth, and as they clashed, it was almost like a resonance, issuing endless explosions. Maybe Kaior had used every ounce of purple lightning she had, as the golden flames were stopped. Even though the mighty flames were stopped, its power was still incredible. The golden flames swallowed Kaior in its searing heat, even as her eyes were stubbornly holding on, using every drop of energy she had, even willing to use her life just to stop the flames. In the clashes between the purple lightning and golden flames, the flames were subsiding, seen with the naked eye. The purple lightning was like a chisel, chipping away at its power. The golden flame was like a viper, tearing at Kaior at every chance it got, burning her plumes. She did not care, holding on with all she had to crush the golden flames. Zhuo Fan's heart was in pain. He knew now that Kaior was sacrificing herself for his sake. Finally, the golden flames made a last bang as they dissipated. Kaior was now burned all over, the purple flickering on her body long since exhausted. She just plopped on the ground powerlessly. Zhuo Fan shook all over as he took one hard step after another closer to her. Chu Qingcheng held her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you, Kaior. Such a protective spirit animal. Wen Tao sighed. Zai Tiancheng was the most familiar with Zhuo Fan and sighed as well. Zhuo Fan raised this spiritual beast as his daughter. I see. No wonder she's so loyal. Wen Tao gave Kaior a long look of admiration. Zai Tiancheng shook his head. Senior brother, you didn't understand me. I mean to say that now that Zhuo Fan's daughter Kaior lays dead, he will be truly enraged. The last time that happened, he ate his enemy alive. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. But can he even do it? Yi Lin's power, Wen Tao frowned. Zai Tiancheng smiled with a shake of his head. In the esoteric debate, he wasn't that guy's match either. Trust me when I say this, those that he wants dead have no chance of living. Wen Tao's heart shook in shock and looked at Zhuo Fan with a grave face. Foolish girl, didn't I tell you to run? Now that you're so big, you won't listen to your dad. Slowly walking to Kaior, Zhuo Fan bent down, caressing the sizzling body, burned by the golden flames. He felt one last trace of energy in her and rushed to take out a pill to give her, smiling calmly. Yet that calm hid a dreadful bloodlust. After they heard his words, they all shivered to their bones. Yi Lin panted from that heavy exertion and shouted, "Zhuo Fan, your spirit animal had saved you from death, but it's only a matter of time now. It shows that I will win by staking it all, while you, who don't have such power, will lose." Yi Lin was once again making signs, gathering the same power he used before to unleash it again. "Wait, junior brother, he doesn't have the spirit animal's help now. You don't have to go that far," Wu Qinkyu cried out. Yi Lin didn't even hear him as he kept going, even as his breath grew heavier and face paler. There wasn't much time, and Zhuo Fan was beyond cunning. He wanted to win, and that meant he had to use all he had to destroy his opponent and leave no room for error. This was his beast path. Victory above all else tightening his fists, Zhuo Fan stood up and gnashed his teeth with bloodshot eyes. "You want to stake it all? Ha ha ha, you asked for it." Chapter 711, The Deadliest Variant. These kids still want to fight. Exalted Hai Ran watched the battlefield intently as he sighed. It had now stopped being a simple match to declare a winner. It's a battle to the death. Just what grudge could they have to go so far? Exalted Bai Mei sighed. Let's ignore that for now. Let's assume Yi Lin's soul can take unleashing that attack again. Zhuo Fan would still have no chance of stopping it. It is a high chance that this fight will end in both of them dying. If we could, calling it a draw would be better than losing both. Judge, how much time is there? Looking below, Exalted Hai Ran asked. The judge checked the sun's position and bowed. Exalted, there are still 15 minutes left. Enough for one more hard clash. I hope those two will be fine. Exalted Bai Mei shook his head. Both of them looked at the two kids with pity. A mountain can only have one tiger. Hutilda the golden flames flared hotter and hotter as the image of a huge dragon head formed behind Yi Lin, glaring at Zhuo Fan. The audience gasped, but mostly cheered at the development. It was a real eye-opener to see such a destructive attack being unleashed. Now that it was happening again, they couldn't be happier. Chu Qingcheng was wrought with worry once more. The girls saw how Zhuo Fan had nothing that could deal with such an attack, not even to defend himself. Young sect leader, Steward Zhuo, just be reasonable and give up. You've done more than enough. There's no need for you to give your life for the sect. Fiend Yang prayed, fearing the worst. Yanmo frowned as he clenched his fists. Yu Mei next to him asked, Senior brother, are you sympathizing with your once enemy or cheering Yi Lin to finish him? The strong need not sympathy. All I know is this. After this, one of them will be the best disciple in Western lands, the future best in Western lands. Yan Mo's brow shook, yet even as he spoke, his eyes never left Zhuo Fan. Yu Mei scowled at this and shook her head. He already picked a side, yet he just doesn't want to admit it. He hoped Zhuo Fan would win this. And while Zhuo Fan wouldn't admit it, to him, the two had become friends through the fight they had. As demonic cultivators, Zhuo Fan had earned his truest respect. That was why he hoped Zhuo Fan would win, despite knowing full well the hopes were slim at best. Everyone around the screen was eager to see the conclusion of this grand fight. Especially the sect teams, all hoping Zhuo Fan would come out alive, even if losing. Only Zhao Deju, Xuan Sheiyu and a few others were reveling in his misery. This punk will finally leave this world for good. Pa Yi Lin's signs came to an end, and the power around him exploded in size while his body grew weaker. However, he didn't care, grinning as he laughed. Zhuo Fan, I win. Are you ready for the decimating dragon roar? With a roar, A spray of molten golden flames spewed straight for Zhuo Fan just like before. The crowd was stretched taut, afraid of missing anything. Zhuo Fan perked up his mouth and wiped the blood off. He looked at the unconscious and badly wounded Kaior and gave a shake of his head. Kaior, did you know your dad never owes anyone anything, especially favors? But today this debt I have to repay is heavy. You risked your life for me when I couldn't put mine on the line for myself. Ha ha ha, I'm such a fool. This time, even if it's now even more dangerous, I will do it. I will stake my life for you and obliterate that obnoxious punk. Zhuo Fan's hands began his own signs. The Azure Dragon's flames vanished, yet it didn't turn into another variation, returning back to its prismatic and original form as it guarded him. Startled, the crowd was taken by surprise. Right at the most crucial moment, he renounces his variants and goes for the basic dragon soul. Zhuo Fan closed his eyes as he finished the last sign with a vague smile. An azure flame flickered on the dragon's forehead. Purple lightning streaked its body like thousands of snakes. They reached the dragon head, where they vanished with a rumble. Dark mist, black as night, shifted all over the dragon, converging at the head once more and disappearing. Yilin was puzzled. Then an explosion happened, and the dragon head released the aura of 3 different powers. The azure flame burned on the forehead, with a purple streak flashing inside it. Then the black mist enveloped them all as a 4th power. Killin's red glow covered them like a furnace to get them to combine. As they did, a terrible aura was unleashed. That's. The others could barely feel it, but Yilin, being the closest, felt its raw power rise. Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, "You guessed it. This is my way of combining the 4 dragon souls. I didn't do it before because even I'm scared of this power, scared I can't control it and kill myself with it. But now I thought that since I'm fighting with my life, I have to show something for it. If I die by failing to do it, then that's my luck. But if I succeed in combining them, then you're dead." Startled, Yilin looked overwhelmed as he stared intently at the dragon's forehead. Yet somehow, even as the powers mingled, they did not combine. It was also then that Yilin's spray of molten flames reached Zhuo Fan. "Ha ha ha, your time's up? Maybe it can never combine at all. These powers all come from a sacred beast's raw trait. They are inherently repulsed by anything else." Maybe for Zhuo Fan or for himself, Yilin cackled as he saw his attack about to reach Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan simply stated, "Yilin, you just don't get my cultivation method. I walk the common path of all the others." Moreover, the 5 great sacred beasts all come from the primal chaos, each wielding one aspect of it. Hasn't it ever occurred to you that they were once a whole? Ha ha ha, it might be just a wild guess or the actual truth. Regardless, today one of us will die. If I die from my own combined power instead of yours, ain't a bad way to go either. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and he raised an eyebrow. By the way, since I figured the 5 powers could fuse, I find the 3 of them just lacking. So let's add another one. With a boom, on the dragon's forehead appeared a golden flame, the decimating golden flame. "Wah, Chao," Yilin cried out. Dismissing him with a wave, Zhuo Fan fibbed. "Easy now, it's just a smidgen my demonic dragon stole from you. Nothing to it. Then again, it is a great boost in my realization of combining these powers. After all, you need both gentle and brutal flames to get them to combine. Ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan turned to the dragon head, eager for the result. Just like he thought, since the golden flame was introduced, it began to quickly combine with the azure flame. Then the purple lightning constantly zapped them as it joined the fusion. It was all going quite smoothly. With the Killin power as the furnace, demon transformation, art the base, and the purple lightning as the medium, the 2 flames stabilized as they united. The searing heat of the golden flame was right on top of Zhuo Fan. The power was so much that it caused Zhuo Fan's white hair to wither. The audience gasped in worry. Some girls even cried out and looked away. A ripple spread from the dragon's forehead just then and revealed a black flame with streaks of purple flashing now and then. Its almighty power swept everything, disintegrating all in its path. Yilin's spray of flames had met its match as it stopped. It was more accurate to say that it did not stop at all. Even as it kept going, it was just being pulverized once past a certain point so that it never reached Zhuo Fan. PFF Zhuo Fan spewed blood and shook. He looked back at his dragon soul and saw it twitch all over as the black flame was going crazy. Just like I thought, the deadliest variant. I have no way of controlling it as I am. Its power is even above the 5 great sacred beasts. Zhuo Fan rejoiced inside, even as the blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Chapter 712. Dreadful Thunder Flame. Hutilda the dreaded power blew over, making even Yilin, covered in flames, shiver and take a step back. His always invincible golden flame was pushed back and subdued. The dragon image around him was also on the verge of falling apart. The moment the palm-sized thunder flame showed up, it brought with it unspeakable change. The spray of golden flames never even touched Zhuo Fan, pulverized ahead of schedule due to the thunder flame. Yilin was dumbstruck. How can this be? What the hell is that thing anyway? How can it make the decimating golden flame unable to fight back at all? How much terrifying power does that guy have? Yilin squinted, his eyes vacant as he stared at the thunder flame on the dragon's forehead. To him, the 5 great sacred beasts' powers were supreme. When was there a time they would shirk away instead? Never, not even the 5 great sacred beasts would believe the world would have such kind of power either. Yet reality proved otherwise. A terrible power that surpassed all was about to be born. All of it came from Zhuo Fan's powers he got from those emperors and sacred beasts, then fused them. This aura is the same I felt when Steward Zhuo came from his room. No, even worse. Kui Lang shuddered at the sight of that power capable of destroying anything and everything. He gulped in fear. The rest bobbed their heads in reflex, staring at it with soaked backs. They had no clue what ultimate move Zhuo Fan pulled to unleash such power, but they were afraid of it. The Ultimate Clarity Sect team had it worse. Wu Qingqiu's face fell the instant the thunder flame showed up. He had no clue about what Zhuo Fan did, but he could feel that this power was beyond Yilin's golden flame. He had an inkling this power was not something a human should have. It felt like it was an omen to the destruction of this world. Face twitching, Wu Qingqiu gnashed his teeth and forced a smile. Gods, just how far did those two's fight go? I have no doubt the two would be leveling Double Dragon Manor if they fight like this again. Senior brother, why you're exaggerating? They're only at the ethereal stage. The Double Dragon Manor has the exalted, so they can't let it happen. One disciple said. Wu Qingqiu shook his head with a solemn look. You're still green and can't see it. This isn't about strength, but being worlds apart among each other. You all know just how deadly Junior Brother's golden flame can be, but that black thunder flame gives me an even worse feeling. I firmly believe the exalted couldn't block this thunder flame that isn't any less than the golden flame. Wu Qingqiu's brow was soaked as he watched on. This frickin' fight is beyond outrageous, one more dreadful than the other. They're just not human. SSS tilde the audience watched the image on the screen fading to static, and the gatekeepers made constant signs to change the angle to restore the signal. The thing was, it was always further and further away from the fight. When the image finally stabilized, they were watching from 3 miles away. All the audience saw were the 2 dots standing still, while the dazzling flame spray and the black flame on Dragon's forehead were at odds. What happened? Why is the image so far away? Exalted High Ran asked the 2 elders. One of them bowed. Exalted, the monitoring arrays around the 2 have some interference and stops us from looking closer. The closest one working is this monitoring array 3 miles away. What? Exalted Baimei cried out. All the monitoring arrays in that valley were set up with sacred stones. You can't even destroy them easily. And now, when the 2 are even fighting each other, we can't even... Exalted Baimei thought about something and gave a shocked look to Exalted High Ran. Exalted High Ran was a bit lost. Don't tell me that just the shockwaves of their fight was enough to damage the monitoring arrays. Not even we can do that. Exalted High Ran turned to look at the screen and stared at the black flash and Yilin's alarmed face. Even with Zhuo Fan's pale face, the flame did not get any closer. It was the Exalted that sprung into action. Exalted by Mei reacted as well and was shocked. You mean to tell me that black things ripple can destroy sacred stones? This never happened no matter how many times the azure flame or golden flame clashed. Yet it happened with the black flame. That meant this black flame was a cut above those other two, a terrifying existence. But can Zhuo Fan control such power? Looking at Zhuo Fan shaking and spitting blood, Exalted by Mei tensed and got his answer. He can't for now. But since it was now out, he had to withstand its pressure to the end, unless he wanted the flame to lash out and destroy him. No wonder he never used it in his fight with Yilin till his spirit animal got heavily wounded. This was a move that put one's life on the line, only worth taking out when you wanted the other one deader than dead. It was going even further than Yilin burning his soul. If Zhuo Fan's move fizzled out, his soul would go down with it. If he succeeded, then Yilin in his soul and body combined form would be toast. One was bound to die here. Hai Ran saw this and sprung into action. Whoosh tilde with a flick of the hand, a black glow flashed and then a white tunnel appeared. Exalted Hai Ran went through it and entered the valley. The audience was speechless. Where's Exalted Hai Ran going now? They never saw the Exalted being nervous before. In the valley, Zhuo Fan kept puking blood, his body popping and spreading blood as well. Even so, he bore it. The dreadful thunder flame was so insidious it ate his body as well. His dragon soul was shaking, on the verge of crumbling under the thunder flame's power. Zhuo Fan grinned, despite it all, seeing the flames unable to touch him. There's always a way out in every crisis. The thunder was dangerous, but quite handy at the very least. Only with this dreadful power can I waste you? Punk! Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and began to move his hands. His dragon soul jerked and slowly opened its maw. The thunder flame slowly moved from the forehead to its throat, yet they both looked ready to fall to the ground at the slightest breeze. To Yilin, though, it was pure horror. He was actually scared for once and backed away. Maybe it was the first time he felt something like this. This minute thunder flame was giving him the worst feeling he ever felt. Gulping, Yilin stared at Zhuo Fan, nervous and shaking. Zhuo Fan's signs finally drew to a close, and he sported a nasty grin. It seems my risk paid off, and you, brat, are going to suffer for it. Wraith Style's third move, Necro Dragon's Screech. Roar, the shockwave shook the world around as the dragon roared. The thunder flame turned into a snake in its throat and darted forth. It was a snake no bigger than a meter. In all of Zhuo Fan's Necro Dragon's Screech he used, this was the worst looking by far. Yet, this tiny snake gave Yilin the feeling of impending doom. Chapter 713. Finale. Boom. The small black thunder flame struck like lightning. It entered Yilin's flames, then exploded into nothing. Yet it just kept on going, right for Yilin? What? A mere thunder flame is so strong, squinting, Yilin now witnessed its power while also feeding his fears. That thing was incredibly deadly, no matter how tiny it looked. Yilin backed away, now soaked in sweat. He rushed to make signs and ignite his soul to bolster the golden flame around him. He formed around himself a dazzling barrier of flames which made him very pale. He knew better than anyone just how powerful his flames were. Even so, he knew the tiny thunder flame had to be even worse. Yilin gnashed his teeth, but his body kept on shaking. Wu Qinkyu was filled with worry. It was the first time he saw his prideful junior brother so afraid. Exalted by Mei was stupefied as the flames were gone in a blink. The thunder flame was even stronger than he thought. The black flame shouldn't have been able to do that, since the golden flames were unleashed through Yilin's burning of his soul. Its power was just short of blowing one's soul up. Yet even so, it still did it. Thank God that old timer is going, or Yilin might be a goner. Seeing the black thunder flame shot forward, Exalted by Mei gasped. The audience was simply slack-jawed. None saw Zhuo Fan's comeback to be so utterly overwhelming. He didn't just turn the tables, he even forced the enemy to face death. It was only made more apparent after Zhuo Fan and Kaior barely managed to stop the attack last time. Wen Tao was dumbfounded and sighed. Tiansheng, I think I get what you mean. Brother Zhuo isn't one to be messed with. I never thought that angering him would result in taking out that deadly thing. I bet Yilin must be feeling the worst right now. He's facing something that shirked off his attack that he burned his soul to unleash. Ugh, I didn't know he was hiding this either. Zai Tiansheng shook his head. Zhuo Fan's bag of tricks is bottomless. No one ever knows what his final ace is. All the mystery revolving around him is what makes everyone fear him. Only when fighting him for real will people feel true terror. Wen Tao gave him a look and then nodded. Yilin's devotion to his path was strong, but even deadlier was Zhuo Fan, who had endless tricks up his sleeves. Then the outcome. Whoosh! A crisp sound entered the people's ears, and the thunder flame was right at Yilin, cracking space on its way. Zhuo Fan stared with a smile. The people were tense and excited. Exalted Bai Mei was frowning in worry. What's taking that old coot so long? But no one was more frantic than Yilin, having to face the thunder flame. His face hardened, and his brow knitted as his hands made a sign, shaking as he stared at the deadly thunder flame. The golden flame around him was everything he had put out. All his power was now on display, focused on defense. He had given all he had, and now he was pale. Yet even this was of no comfort to him, feeling not even this was enough in this matter of life and death. But that was all he could muster. The two thus unleashed their very last drop of power, the outcome about to be decided in this final clash. The two looked grave, waiting for this to end. Whoosh tilde the black thunder flame finally struck Yilin's flaming defense. Yilin's heart tightened and the golden flames erupted. The audience looked on, tense. Zhuo Fan's face fell as he glanced at the unconscious Kaior, waiting for the finale. Bam! The loud explosion destroyed Yilin's wall. He shook from the blow and spat out blood, but kept his fearful eyes forward. The black thunder flame snake was coming for him. I'm done for. Yilin felt crushed in the face of such terrible power. Junior brother? Wu Qinkyu cried out without any use. He wouldn't be able to help even if he got there. The others looked on tense. Exalted Bai Mei frowned harder. Only Zhuo Fan had on an evil smirk, his eyes glinting with joy. That's what you get for harming my daughter, you prick, seizing Dragon Claw. An aged voice gave signal to the appearance of a faint Dragon Claw, grabbing the thunder flame snake and stopping it from skewering Yilin. The thunder flame halted on the spot, and Yilin could breathe easy at long last. I'm saved. Zhuo Fan frowned and saw an old man approaching. The people looked on in shock. What's Exalted Hai Ran doing there? Then it was made obvious as he saved Yilin. Yilin must be somebody to get an Exalted to save him. Exalted Bai Mei eased a breath at Exalted Hai Ran's success. Thank God he made it, or Zhuo Fan would have finished Yilin off. What's the meaning of this, Exalted Hai Ran? Is the time up yet? Zhuo Fan glared at the old man in a foul mood. Exalted Hai Ran shook his head. Kid, the outcome is obvious. What does it matter now? Double Dragon Gathering has rules. Unless one side admits defeat or is crushed, can the other win. Exalted should be more clear on this than me. Zhuo Fan huffed. Exalted, the Western lands are watching. You can't go about doing what you will. You'll damage Double Dragon Manor's name. Exalted Hai Ran's face twitched. The brat is so stubborn. I get you want Yilin's head on a platter, but must you mock me with the competition? Exalted Hai Ran knew Zhuo Fan's anger came from his hurt spirit animal. He would need to be diplomatic in this if he wanted to appease him. So he gave Yilin a look. Call it quits already, boy. Face the facts. Besides, you already won by getting saved, getting his hint. Yilin turned to Zhuo Fan, yet he couldn't for the life of him open his mouth. As a sacred beast inheritor, there were no quitters, only dead ones who lost. The golden flames around Yilin were still shielding him, his eyes still thirsting for battle. Exalted Hai Ran sighed. Pig-headed? A bang sounded just then, and Exalted Hai Ran's claw made the thunder flame snake explode. The thunder flame snake was soon reduced to nothing, yet a sliver of black slipped through, shooting for Yilin. It entered his body in that instant. Explosions came one after another, followed by flashes of lightning. After a long torrent of blood was spewed out, Yilin looked on with wide and incredulous eyes as he feebly said, "That thing is brutal. I can't fight it even if I stake my life." "Master, I lost." Plop. Yilin fell in his own blood, shocking everyone. Exalted High Ran's hand shook, his face a mask of shock. Even though it was under his control, a bit escaped and entered Yilin. "What is that thing?" Exalted High Ran glanced at Zhuo Fan in Fear Chapter 714. Open. The exalted double dragons were the strongest in Western lands, and no one could take a life around them unless they allowed it. Not even Danking Shen could do it. Evidently, this incident left everyone gasping, even the exalted. Zhuo Fan, not even in the ethereal stage, mind you, released some black snake that no matter how strong, exalted High Ran still caught it. It was plain for all to see. Yet even so, when exalted High Ran felt in control, the unexpected happened. His claw was overcome in the explosion, and the one he was supposed to save got hit hard. It left the entire crowd picking their jaws off the floor. Zhuo Fan is a frickin' savage. He actually got to hurt someone under the Exalted's protection in front of everyone. This has never happened. Yan Mo chuckled. The entire Western lands are going to know him now. One day, he'll even be the best in Western lands as well. The crowd started talking to each other in hushed tones. Mystical heaven sect's girls were gesticulating and clamoring. Only Xuan Sheiyu went dark there, his heart consumed by rage. This accursed bastard still got on top. The entire scene was noisy, all shocked by what they witnessed. Exalted Bai Mei stood there for a moment, lost. Even he found it hard to believe, even with that old-timer's intervention, it would still end up like this. I should have gone there as well. But then he shook his head. Ha ha ha, hindsight truly is 20/20. With how fast it all happened, it wouldn't make a difference if I went too. The one to blame is that weird thunder flame, able to destroy the claw. The question now, though, is Yilin alive? Bai Mei looked on with worry, since this was his future disciple. Junior brother? Wu Qinkyu rushed as he saw Yilin collapsing and held him up. Exalted High Ran was still too out of it to react. Now, when he came to, he glanced at Zhuo Fan with utter disbelief. If he has the power to ruin my move now, what will his future hold? A true battle of freaks. With limitless potential, PFF. Zhuo Fan saw Yilin was going down and sported a most pleased smile. Then he puked blood and went down next to Kaior, feeble and pale. The black thunder flame was damn strong, but to withstand its power, Zhuo Fan's body had to pay the toll. He was only standing by sheer willpower, and now that it was over, he fell down. Exalted High Ran understood why as well, choosing to hurt himself if it meant taking down the enemy. Zhuo Fan may be just as wounded at Yilin because of it. Oh, Yilin, is he dead? Finally getting his wits about him, Exalted High Ran rushed over. Wu Qinkyu, how's your junior brother? Thank you for your concern, Exalted. Junior brother is in a very critical state, but he still has a breath left. He should recover. Wu Qinkyu bowed. Exalted High Ran nodded and then heard Zhuo Fan sighing. Humph, he still breathes after all. It's all that damn old coot's fault, ruining most of the thunder flame's power and leaving just a sliver. Hey, that old coot is right here. Don't think I can't hear just cause you're mumbling. Are you trying to make me look even worse? Exalted High Ran glared at him, then shook his head. You and Yilin are rare talents in Western lands. We don't want to see any of you die. I might have come to Yilin's rescue, but I would have done the same if it were you instead. Zhuo Fan simply lay there in silence. He knew the instant the old guy showed up that getting revenge for Kaior and killing Yilin was almost impossible. But even he didn't think the thunder flame was so nifty it escaped Exalted High Ran's control and struck that punk half dead. Now his anger was mostly abated. That left Kaior's worst state as the problem. The beam of light showed up once more in the valley. Exalted High Ran was the first to walk to it. Time's up. The fight's verdict is up to the judge. Then he was gone. Wu Qinkyu glanced at Zhuo Fan with a complex look. He just sighed and signaled for his team to retreat. Demon scheming sect's disciples rushed over for Zhuo Fan's orders. After they got the thunder ring and put Kaior inside, someone helped him go through the light. All soon left the valley, leaving only Danking Shen hiding in a corner. "Kid, you're the first in history to wound someone in front of exalted Hai Ran, ha ha ha." Danking Shen vanished from his spot as well. Clapped tilde when the teams were back. They were showered in applause. Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan's fight had been an amazing display of power, the best of the best. The people had also come to terms with who was the future best in Western lands as well. Cough, cough, cough. The judge cleared his throat, looking from the unconscious Yi Lin on Wu Qingqiu's back to the weary Zhuo Fan held by Kui Lang. "I have been a judge at Double Dragon Gathering for 5 times. I had seen my fair share of disciples, but only you filled me with hope for the Western lands." "You've done well, ha ha ha." The judge then turned serious. "It's time to pass the verdict. In this Ultimate Clarity Sect versus Demon Scheming Sect challenge fight, Ultimate Clarity Sect came back with 1 wounded and Demon Scheming Sect came back with 1 wounded. The result is a draw." "Wait." Wu Qingqiu cried out. They all watched as he looked at Zhuo Fan. The team battle's outcome is dependent on Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan's fight. Junior brother will most likely not like it, but a loss is a loss. Yi Lin lost to Zhuo Fan, and that means Ultimate Clarity Sect lost to Demon Scheming Sect. The judge froze, then nodded. "Wu Qingqiu, the loss of a team battle affects the entire sect. Will your elders approve of this? As far as I know, you're one of the few sects that did not come with a venerable. It shows how confident the sect is in you. Ultimate Clarity Sect has always been carefree, not after fame and wealth. A loss is a loss. There's nothing more to it. Twisting our path just for a bit of something goes against our sect's teachings." Wu Qingqiu held his head high as he declared, earning everyone's admiration. The judge nodded. "In that case, the first of the 9 sects will be." The judge paused for effect, looking at Demon Scheming Sect. The fiends were overexcited now, never believing their eyes. They were at the top. Then a cold voice came. "Wait." Now the eyes darted on Zhuo Fan. "Ugh, now what?" The judge frowned. Zhuo Fan said, "Nothing really, just that we can't take the top position." "Brother Zhuo, it's what you get for winning." Zhuo Fan waved his hand at Wu Qingqiu. "Brother Wu, since it's a team battle, it is 10 against 10. Yi Lin and my fight was just a single fight. If I still had some fight left afterwards, then I would have taken it, of course, ha ha ha. However, you can all see my state, and the rest of our disciples are no match. This team battle is our loss. I may not be a nice guy, but I am open in my actions. I don't take more than I deserve. I can't take it or I'll see it as charity and will be nothing more than an insult." Wu Qingqiu shook and cupped his hands. "Brother Zhuo, you may be a demonic cultivator, but you truly are a gentleman?" "No, I just have a mean guy's pride, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan chuckled. Chapter 715. Ranks. The judge looked from one to the other and nodded. "Good. Since you both don't care about it, Zhuo Fan's words make a lot more sense as to how this team battle ended. Thus, I shall declare Ultimate Clarity Sect as the slightly better victor." The crowd exploded in applause, not just for the nominal winner, Ultimate Clarity Sect, but for Zhuo Fan as well, this soft meanie. Zhuo Fan's open manner of only taking what he deserved let the people see that nasty demonic cultivators had their own elegance. Demon Soul Sect nodded, looking at Zhuo Fan as the model example of a demonic cultivator. Yanmo sighed as he watched him. Even demons have their path. Maybe I've been indulging too much as of late, ha ha ha. Sister King Cheng, he just gave up the glory of being at the top. Those venerables of theirs have to be fuming mad. Danner batted her purty eyes in shock. This chance may come only once. Maybe the next time they come to Double Dragon Gathering, they won't get any higher. Chu King Cheng smiled, her gaze soft as she was reminded of 100 Pill meeting. That's who he is. He's the same as before. The girls noticed what she meant and nodded. As they looked at Zhuo Fan, their gazes were taking different meanings. Only Xuan Sheiyu was raging inside. Zhuo Fan's win had earned everyone's approval. He even refused fame. Funny how this was exactly Mystical Heaven Sect's aim when they plotted against Demon Scheming Sect. There were already people whispering and mocking Mystical Heaven Sect. Some even reached his ears. It only worked to make his heart rage harder. Zhuo Fan had been up to his tricks many times in his fight, yet Mystical Heaven Sect only did it once. Now Zhuo Fan was hailed as a hero and them as hypocrites? How is that fair? He had no clue, though, that Zhuo Fan was no goody-goody, but was cunning and vile. Even so, he had principles that he would not cross. This was what got everyone's attention. Xu and Shaoyu's side, on the other hand, was a righteous sect that had deviated from their path. That was why they were given dirtier looks than the demonic cultivators. That showed that an open meanie was better than a shameless hypocrite to make friends with. It was all because the former had a code they knew he followed, while the latter could stab you in the back anytime, anywhere they saw fit. Though these reasons weren't noticed by many, their basic instinct made them feel who was the better choice. So the voice of the people hailed Zhuo Fan, a demonic cultivator, while it denounced Xuan Shaoyu, a righteous cultivator, the hypocrite. That old coot, he's been 5 times a judge at Double Dragon gatherings, yet this is the first time I see him so biased. Ultimate Clarity Sect is the winner, and that's that. What's with that slightly better, ha ha ha? Exalted High Ran chuckled. Exalted By Mei smiled. He meant to say that this was Zhuo Fan's win, but since it's a team battle, Ultimate Clarity Sect has 9 more members that are slightly better than Zhuo Fan's current state. That's why they won. He's clearly giving your demonic disciple some fame. Old-timer, I wasn't going to say he was siding with you, but you started it, haha, being petty even after looking good. How is it looking good? When Zhuo Fan enters Double Dragon Manor, it will be the 2 of us who teach him. You're in it as well? Please. Exalted By Mei rolled his eyes and teased. He's a demonic cultivator, right up your alley. My teachings to him can only be assistance. The one to truly learn from me can only be Yilin. He might have lost, but under my wing he will soar. You better remember our deal then, old-timer. Of course, the 2 will fight again to see who's better. Exalted High Ran smiled. Exalted By Mei nodded. Good, we still don't know who among us is better after so many years, so we will let the disciples decide, ha ha ha. The 2 burst out laughing. The judge saw the noise around him and raised his hand for silence. Western Land's Double Dragon gathering has now come to a close. Next comes tallying up the score for singles and team fights to assess the sect's ranks as well as see the 10 best disciples in Western Lands. The judge shouted with a cold gaze, making everyone's mood turn heavy. The Double Dragon gathering was over, and that meant settling the sect's future income and development. It affected the future of the disciples who came here as well. The judge looked at the 2 sect's disciples in stage and welcomed them. The assessment will take time, so you can step down to get some rest. The disciples cupped their hands before the judge before going to their group. Back to Demon Scheming Sect's side, Kui Lang put the wounded Zhuo Fan on a recliner to rest. Fiend Yang waltzed over with a grumbling look. Hey, Steward Zhuo, what the hell were you thinking? You won yet still passed on the reward. Do you have any idea just how much the top of the 9 sects earns? The other venerables sighed, feeling this rare chance slipping them by. Brother, you just let Ultimate Clarity Sect get their win without a care. But do you know how much it pains me, how much the sect lost? With this win, we might have gone from lower 3 sect to middle 3 sect, then to superior 3 sect, and then to heaven. Are you willing? Zhuo Fan mocked as he finished Fiend Yang's speech. Fiend Yang started. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. The tallest tree gets the wind. Demon Scheming Sect was but a tiny lower 3 sect, yet it suddenly became the top dog. Don't you think that's highly dangerous? Fiend Yang's fat shook as they saw the implications. People must have self-awareness, as do sects. Without power to support such status, they'll crumble. Zhuo Fan squinted and looked at the judge discussing with the gatekeepers about the score. In terms of Double Dragon Gathering's interests, I don't want it to get too high too fast in the Double Dragon Gathering. Wealth can be a burden. Demon Scheming Sect is too weak and can't take the pressure, becoming an easy target. Fiend Yang nodded. Right. I finally get that you thought about it a lot. We can't be the top sect or it will be too dangerous. Just how can great venerables like us be so blind? For shame, Zhuo Fan, thank God you were the one in charge in this Double Dragon Gathering. Fiend Yang wiped his brow and sighed. The other venerables bobbed their heads. They could already see what would have happened after becoming the top of the totem pole, assaulted from all directions. They also held Zhuo Fan in high esteem. No wonder sect leader gave him his badge. He made the right choice. The venerable's big picture couldn't hold a candle to a kid's. The three felt more ashamed now. The reason they followed Zhuo Fan so far was because of the badge. They never would have agreed to feeding the zombie pill to the disciple otherwise. But now they were in full agreement with Zhuo Fan's actions. The more critical the situation became, the cooler Zhuo Fan was. His gaze looked farther than these old bags of bones who only had seniority on their side. Chapter 716. Future Allies and Enemies. At the center of the stage, the three elders were holding a silk sheet and were constantly writing and calculating the sect's scores. All were watching with tense faces. However, that did not apply to the demon scheming sect. They did not care much about those three oldies and swept the crowd. Zhuo Fan pointed out as he explained, no one must become fat in one hall, or the consequences would not be worth the gain. In the Double Dragon gathering, we have earned a good result, enough to support the sect's future and development for a long time. So in the end, our ranking doesn't matter. What we need to focus on is doing that without outside interference. That depends on checks and balances between the major sects present here. That's where we need to focus. Getting to be an underdog in the Double Dragon gathering for a huge reward is only a small part of our gain in this competition. The real win is getting friendly with the sects. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and pointed at each one. Among the middle three sects, Demon Soul sect owes us a favor and should be friendly. The Sword God sect became friends through battle and should be a good ally. As for the superior three sects, although I heavily wounded Yilin, Wu Qingqiu is a man of honor and should be easy to get close to. Hellion Flame, by definition, we have a little scuffle with them, but I don't see any hatred in Yan Mo at us, so we can consider them neutral. Zhuo Fan then frowned as he decided with a sigh. Hellion Flame can be approached. What? His team cried out. Zhuo Fan, you almost killed Yan Mo last time. How can we get close when he loathes us? Zhuo Fan nodded and said, that's called judging a book by its cover. Yes, Hellion Flame can be approached. While last time we fought, meeting Hellion Flame again, Yan Mo and the others did not hate us, fighting us just like everyone else. Although I don't know why that happened, I am sure there's no bad blood between us anymore. They say love and hate are both sides of the same coin. If such deep hatred is resolved, we'll become even closer. Clapping, Zhuo Fan came to the last names. There are 4 sects we need to befriend: Ultimate Clarity Sect, Hellion Flame, Sword God Sect, and Demon Soul Sect. They may very well help us avoid many troubles later on. But we only made friends with 4 disciples. It's not their venerables. How can they ask their sects to help us? Kui Gang asked hesitatingly. The others looked at Zhuo Fan for an answer. Zhuo Fan grinned, his eyes sparkling. Ever heard of growing into one's role? That means becoming friends before they become big to help you later. Every participant here is but a disciple, but all are pillars of their sect, especially the ones returning alive. They will become eminent figures. All those old-timers back home are just going to offend these future big shots. As long as the sect's foundation ain't threatened, they will listen. Especially with Wu Qingqiu and Yilin, they can even decide the sect's future. That's why it's totally worth getting closer to them. But what trouble could we possibly have? Yue frowned. Zhuo Fan shook his head and patted her head. Lass, you really have holes for eyes. In these days of Double Dragon gathering, haven't you realized how many toes we crushed? We need to keep our guard up around the Universal Righteous Sect, Heaven Trailing Sect, Mystical Heaven Sect, and Beast Taming Sect. As to why they hate us, I'm sure you can tell. Sigh, if I knew this, I wouldn't have gone against them. Fiend Yang shook his head. It's unclear if those new friends can be of help, but those 4 we really pissed them off. Nothing good will come of it. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and mocked. You must be delusional. Joining the Double Dragon gathering, you can offend anyone in the death matches. It's the only way to go forward. The question is who to offend and who to get close to. The good thing is the sects we chose are all stronger than our enemies and far more trustworthy. The universal righteous sect, for instance, throws away its own people. Even if we hadn't messed with them, I still wouldn't want to get anywhere near them. The rest nodded in unison. Moreover, there's no absolute neutrality in this world. There are allies and enemies. Absolute neutrality will only make you a target. That's why through these battles I was choosing allies and your future enemies. Us. Everyone looked at Zhuo Fan in shock. Zhuo Fan grinned. You're going to know this sooner or later, so I might as well tell you now. I've had a talk with the sect leader before coming here. After Double Dragon Gathering, I will be leaving the sect. What I say now is my last piece of advice for the labor office. Although I don't much care for the labor office, but I raised it and don't want to see it in danger of destruction. You will be the sect's future big shots and need to remember your allies and enemies. Otherwise, the demon-scheming sect will crumble after it sticks out of the crowd. Wait, why are you leaving? You got all the credit for the Double Dragon Gathering, and sect leader Ren will name you as the next. Fiend Yang cried. The others were anxious and nodded as well. Zhuo Fan might be a bit harsh, but without him, there wouldn't be of them. This made all of them appreciate him more. Zhuo Fan smiled and waved. You don't have to say it. I only came with the demon-scheming sect because of a deal. Now that I have finished my part, it's time to head home. Home? They all looked at Zhuo Fan in shock as their hearts were overcome with sadness. Steward Zhuo has his own home. He never saw the demon-scheming sect as one. Fiend Yang sighed and nodded. Then we won't force the issue. But remember, from now on, you don't have just one home. All the disciples, elders, and venerables at the labor office won't ever forget you. No matter when you'll return, you'll always be Steward Zhuo. The labor office never had a steward to begin with, but ever since Steward Zhuo came, everyone always called you that. It sounds just like a clan's. Brothers should be closer, to stand united and repel outsiders. Yu Ling looked at him with a soft gaze. The others also cherished Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan's eyelids shook. He didn't care much for that place. He only saw it as a base to seize power. But he had to admit that he left something there after all. From helping Yuer and Kui Gang recover their cultivation, to establishing elite labor office, laughing at the inner sect, all of it did make the disciples gain self-respect and power. The labor office was a tight group now, no different from a home. But it was not what he yearned for. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and smiled. His journey in the demon-scheming sect had come to an end. And it wasn't such a bad trip either. The Double Dragon Gathering scores have been set. Please check them, Exalted. The elders on the stage had finished, and they bowed as the judge declared. Exalted Hai Ran took the silken sheet and nodded alongside Exalted Bai Mei. The judge turned around at the 9 sects and shouted, The 9 sects ranks at the Double Dragon Gathering have been set. Disciples, step on the stage to hear Exalted's words. Yes. They all cupped their hands and assembled on the stage with hard looks. Even the heavily wounded Zhuo Fan was helped up. Who fell, who rose? All was written clearly on that thin silk sheet. Chapter 717, 9 sects positions. Everyone looked up at the highest seats, and at what Exalted Hai Ran held with deep frowns, gulping and sweating in anxiety as their nails dug into their hands. Only the demon-scheming sect was chill. They just didn't care about the ranks. Just like Zhuo Fan said, a weak sect like theirs shouldn't aim too high. Without high expectations, there was nothing to be tense about. They were more sad about their leader, Zhuo Fan, leaving them. I shall now declare the 9 sects positions in the Double Dragon Gathering. Exalted Hai Ran cleared his throat. We begin with the beast-taming sect, the last in the lower 3 sects. Exalted Hai Ran's declaration earned a mocking look from the crowd. At the start of the lower 3 sects stage, Zhuo Fan wiped them out in one punch. Even their elder was culled soon after. If they wasn't dead last, who would be? They were indeed shit out of luck to meet a freak like Zhuo Fan right off the bat. Zhuo Fan's power was soon made public in a fantastic display. Their demise, obvious, haha, the last among the middle 3 sects. Exalted Hai Ran continued, and the people tuned in. Heaven Trailing Sect's young master was even more attentive. That was their spot since coming here, though unclear if they kept it after all the changes. They were sweating now, eyes bloodshot, as they awaited Exalted High Ran to say those little words. It was never meant to be, though, as Exalted High Ran said. Demon Soul Sect. The Han brothers shook their heads. They planned on moving up at least a spot, but ended up moving a spot backward. They had no idea how they were going to break this to their harsh old man. While they were hesitating, Ren Kong was frozen in place. If Demon Soul Sect got last place in the middle 3 sects, then Heaven Trailing Sect was in the lower 3 sects. The young master felt like crying. Getting home would get his dad to thrash him. How could we fall so low, the last among the superior 3 sects? Ignoring those 2 sects' sadness, Exalted High Ran kept on declaring. Sword God Sect, when Tao's team was stunned, then went wild with joy. They actually upgraded their class from Middle 3 Sect to Superior 3 Sect. They thought that by losing to Zhuo Fan and being wounded in the challenge stage, they lost their chance. Now it seemed that they did it. Even if it was the last spot, it was still worth an achievement. Zhuo Fan's side stuck to their ally-making policy and congratulated them. When Tao kept cupping his hands in reply with a beaming smile, though one sect's fortune was another's sadness. Universal Righteous Sect's Zhao Deju was dumbstruck. For Sword God Sect to go up, one had to go down. As to who that was, it went without saying that it was the weakest. Zhao Deju's lips shivered, feeling endless sadness. This was the worst performance in all double dragon gatherings. How was he going to explain it back home? Looking aside, Exalted High Ran showed a mocking smile as he continued. Lower 3 sects mid-position, Mystical Heaven Sect. Xuan Shaiyu and the Elder eased a breath. This was the usual result at least, though they failed to be the first lower 3 sect. The girls didn't care much about it. Those glistening pairs of eyes only watched Zhuo Fan, as if the demon scheming sect's spot was far more important. Middle 3 sect's second spot, Universal Righteous Sect. Exalted High Ran looked right at Zhao Deju when he shouted. The crowd was in an uproar. A great Superior 3 sect had not only fallen from grace but went down to ranks. The Universal Righteous Sect's elders were bound to go mad from the news. While the people did not know if they would, they did hear Zhao Deju go insane first as he argued. Hold on, Exalted. What is this? Universal Righteous Sect is a Superior 3 sect. How did it fall so much? Humph, you should be asking your scheming mind. Exalted High Ran disdained. When you fought Hellion Flame and Ultimate Clarity Sect, you always held back so much so you earned little points. In the Superior 3 sect's challenge stage, you routed Demon Scheming Sect, but in the end, your score dropped to rock bottom, earning your current rank as second Middle 3 sect. Zhao Deju shook like a leaf, his butt hitting the ground hard from shock. How can this be? The points for fighting in the Superior 3 sect singles are far more than in the other categories. How? You're right, but that's because the Superior 3 sect's disciples are much stronger, but that only means by forfeiting the deduction is even greater. Exalted Bai Mei's eyes were sharp as he said flatly, Your great scheming has brought you this low. I hope that, as a second Middle 3 sect, you and your sect will calm down and focus on your path and not scheme for fame and wealth. As you know, scheming comes with risks. If it fails, you're the one to suffer for it. Zhao Deju sat there on the ground, lost, not even hearing his advice. The Exalted shook their heads and Exalted High Ran continued. Superior 3 sects mid-position, Hellion Flame? Yan Mo nodded and eased a breath. At least they kept their spot. They were really scared the Demon Scheming Sect would have taken it. And now, it's time to announce the top positions. Exalted High Ran finally came to the final 3 names. The crowd went quiet and waited with bated breaths. Lower 3 sect's top position, Heaven Trailing Sect. Exalted High Ran's shout pierced Ren Kong's ears. He had seen it coming, but it still came as a blow. He was shaking so hard the breeze might topple him. It was too much for him to take. In the end, he chose to glare at Zhuo Fan. It's all that punk's fault. I won't ever let you go. Just wait, you'll get yours. Ren Kong's eyes flashed as he started making his plans. Middle 3 sect's top position, Demon Scheming Sect. Exalted High Ran finally uttered the greatest underdog's name, but the gang were all smiles. That threw the crowd off. Even the exalted were curious. They got such restraint. They were clearly something more to keep their cool after hearing they went from lower 3 sects to top middle 3 sects. Or was it the least of their expectations, since they aimed for superior 3 sects? How would they know the Demon Scheming Sect team's mood was more affected by Zhuo Fan's leaving? Zhuo Fan had got them all the way here without a scratch. Now that he left, they couldn't be happy even if they wanted to. Shrugging, the exalted scratched their heads. Exalted High Ran declared the last spot. Superior 3 sect's top position, Ultimate Clarity Sect? The king in the Western lands, Ultimate Clarity Sect, had never fallen off his throne. But everyone, even Ultimate Clarity Sect, were clear how dangerous it was to maintain it. Giving Zhuo Fan a long look, Wu Qinkyu sighed. I hope the next Double Dragon gathering we won't meet that freak again. Wu Qinkyu wiped his brow recalling the fight. The 9 sects now had their new status. What followed next was what they were waiting for. The share of sacred stones the Double Dragon Manor bestowed at Double Dragon Gathering. Exalted High Ran sat down and Exalted by May began. According to Double Dragon Gathering's results, the sacred stones shall be split as follows. The top Superior 3 sect, Ultimate Clarity Sect, will receive 100,000, the Hellion Flame 50,000, and Sword God Sect 30,000. Everyone was shocked. So much. Only the elders that had been to past Double Dragon gatherings shook their heads. Much? That goes to the winner. Double Dragon Manor ain't so generous to losers. Chapter 718, Crownless King. Top of the middle 3 sects, the Demon Scheming Sect, receives 10,000, the Universal Righteous Sect receives 5,000, and the Demon Soul Sect 3,000. Exalted by May's shout echoed in everyone's ears, shocking them to the core. The middle 3 sects had received so little compared to the superior 3 sects, only a little over 10,000 in total. The people that thought Double Dragon Manor was generous changed their thinking. They're so restrained with the sacred stones. The rewards for the middle 3 sects took a sharp decline. Then what about the lower 3 sects? Some were happy, some were despairing. The Demon Scheming Sect had only ever got a bunch of scraps of sacred stones whenever it came to Double Dragon Gathering. They hardly had anything to develop when they used most of them in the sect's defenses. Only this time, they got a whole 10,000 of them. The fiends were ecstatic. It was something they would never get even in dozens of Double Dragon gatherings combined. They really won big this time. The Demon Scheming Sect felt they were loaded all of a sudden. These stones would help develop the sect for the decades to come and finally shed their former lower 3 sect self. All became possible under Zhuo Fan's leadership. They looked at him with respect and admiration, yet it only made his leaving that much harder to bear. However, Zhuo Fan did not care about it at all. Ignoring the fact he cleaned Double Dragon Manor's sacred mine that had around 1 million of those glittering baubles, the stuff he got from Kunpeng should last him for lifetimes. As the Demon Scheming Sect was cheering at their wealth, the Universal Righteous Sect found itself dirt poor. 5,000 sacred stones were substantial to anyone, but the Universal Righteous Sect had been a superior 3 sect and earned 30,000 in their last spot there. As a large sect, they were used to having a large treasury to fund their disciples and elders. But just these scraps now hardly made the cut. Until the next Double Dragon gathering hundreds of years from now, they'd have to tighten that belt. A lot. Maybe they would weaken so much they would never reach superior 3 sects again. The dark-faced Zhao Deju felt like crying. We lost too much this time. How was he to know the greatest underdog, Demon Scheming Sect, along with Sword God Sect, would reach such a level? If he had known, he'd just fought with all he had and gotten those points instead of falling so much. Vile demonic cultivators, it's all because we saved our strength to deal with you that I fell so much. Just you wait. Zhao Deju glared at Zhuo Fan, totally forgetting Exalted by May's words. Exalted by May shook his head and sighed. He's a lost cause. The demon soul sect had fallen as well, but just by one spot. They only lost 2,000 sacred stones, something they could take. Unlike the one that had it worse, they were quite calm about it. The Han brothers looked at Ren Kong to see his dark look as he listened to Exalted Bai Mei's words. The top of lower 3 sects. Heaven Trailing Sect receives 1,000 sacred stones. Mystical Heaven Sect receives 500 and Beast Taming Sect 300. This concludes the Double Dragon Gathering Sacred Stone distribution. Thank you, Exalted. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed, even as some were angry, some were happy, and some were dejected. Mystical Heaven Sect's Elder Yun glanced at Ren Kong and saw his anger. Young Master Ren, that vile demon scheming sect has just got a lot of sacred stones, but they don't have the power of a middle 3 sect. They'll need at least 100 years to grow into their new status. Plenty of time for our chance? Does Mystical Heaven Sect think so as well? Ren Kong glanced over with a vague smile as he spoke. Elder Yun picked up on something and probed. Young Master Ren already has a plan. Humph, not mine. Someone already has his eye on that punk, waiting for the right moment. When the time comes, I hope Mystical Heaven Sect will join us and not run away. Elder Yun shook and frowned. He only wanted to comfort the young master of the top 3 guardian sects and get them to push down the speedy growth of the demon scheming sect. However, he never thought the Heaven Trailing Sect already had a plan to deal with him and wanted the Mystical Heaven Sect to join them. Just what are they planning? If it gets out of hand, Double Dragon Manor will step in and Heaven Trailing Sect will be finished. Mystical Heaven Sect didn't want to go down as well. Elder Yun frowned as he pondered. Ren Kong saw his hesitation and said, No worries, I know what you're afraid of. Double Dragon Manor doesn't want Western Land's power to drop and is on the lookout for any conflict between sects. But you should know not everyone's house affairs are so easily settled. You mean? Elder Yun was stunned. Ren Kong cast a nasty look at Zhuo Fan as he smiled eerily. Even in Demon Scheming Sect, not everyone took a liking to this punk. When the time comes, the Demon Scheming Sect would fail its duties so much, the Exalted can't do anything. Unless they don't want to lead the Western Lands. Elder Yun pondered and nodded. Next are the individual scores in the Double Dragon Gathering for the best 10 disciples in Western Lands and their rewards. Exalted Bai Mei and Exalted Hai Ran spoke up. The people turned solemn and eager. Yan Mo, Zai Tianchang and the other competitive ones were looking forward to it as well. Exalted Hai Ran stood up and spoke. In this Double Dragon Gathering, the 10th disciple in Western Lands is 3rd young Master Han from Demon Soul Sect. 100 sacred stones. 3rd young Master Han was stunned. He never thought he'd be among the ranking. Exalted Hai Ran continued. The 9th place goes to 2nd young Master Han, 200 sacred stones. The brothers shouted in joy. They both made it and now had a chance of getting into Double Dragon Manor. The 8th place goes to Ren Kong, 300 sacred stones. 7th place, Zai Tianchang, 400. 6th place, Han Yunfeng, 500. 5th place, Wen Tao, 600. 4th place, Zhao Deju, 700. 3rd place, Yan Mo, 800. 2nd place, Wu Qingqiu, 900. 1st place, Exalted Hai Ran paused for effect, getting everyone excited. The 2 strongest in this Double Dragon Gathering were Zhuo Fan and Yilin, but none of their names was among those 9 places. Did Yilin die? Is that why Exalted Hai Ran didn't announce him? The people started looking dejected at this, though, and sighed. So young and so strong. What a shame. Then again, it's all his bad luck's fault for meeting one worse than himself. There's always someone stronger out there. Exalted Hai Ran continued at long last. 1st place, Yilin, 1,000 sacred stones. What? At this news, the crowd was aboil, then confused eyes focused on Zhuo Fan. Why didn't the final winner get a spot as well, but the loser did? Does the Double Dragon Manor have some shady agenda for the Double Dragon Gathering? But this is too shady. You think we're so blind we can't see the outcome. They recalled how Exalted Hai Ran rescued Yilin, and they started making wild guesses that Yilin had something to do with the Exalted to be shielded, thus forcing the best in Western Lands, Zhuo Fan, to be a crownless king. From the moment Yilin fell, everyone saw Zhuo Fan as the number one. Even if he wasn't officially recognized, everyone saw him as such. All looked at the exalted double dragons with doubt and suspicion. What strings are you pulling here? Chapter 719. Challenge. The exalted shared a look, knowing what they were thinking. The double dragon manor, which was renowned for being fair for thousands of years, was now facing everyone's doubts because of one brat. They had to work hard to build up their image, only for it to collapse in an instant before they could even explain why. This only showed just how much Zhuo Fan grew in their eyes. Such charisma had the exalted appreciating him more. Exalted, why isn't Zhuo Fan among the top 10 disciples? Wu Qingqiu bowed and asked. The crowd grew noisier as their doubts mounted. Exalted Hai Ran didn't say it. It is double dragon manor's rule? Exalted Hai Ran made it so no one could challenge his decision again. None wanted to offend the strongest in Western lands. Is it? However, Wu Qingqiu smiled, bowing again. Since it's double dragon manor's rule, I won't pry, but I ask Exalted to take down Yilin's and my name as well. What? The crowd was speechless from shock. Wu Qingqiu continued, Exalted, I just don't want my name to be on a meaningless ranking. I wouldn't want to disgrace double dragon manor's rankings. With junior brother's temper, I think he will want the same. So you mean our ranking was unfair and dishonors you? Exalted Hai Ran growled. The anger the crowd felt caused them to shiver. Wu Qingqiu shook his head, but the meaning was obvious. Ha ha ha, Exalted, how can a disciple from the Ultimate Clarity sect say something like that? I just felt junior brother, and I will only dishonor double dragon manor's ranking by being on it. If it's possible, I hope that we are taken off. The crowd gasped as to the meaning. This kid is being sarcastic, saying that Zhuo Fan isn't on the list, and so he doesn't want to be on it either. By saying he dishonors the ranking, he is criticizing it for being unfair and doesn't want to stay on it. The people showed endless admiration for Wu Qingqiu's courage to speak up against the exalted. Zhuo Fan felt the same. Just like I thought, Wu Qingqiu is worth befriending. Ha ha ha, since none want to, then I'll be the first in Western lands. Then came sudden laughter that caught everyone's attention. It was Yan Mo. Giving Wu Qingqiu and Zhuo Fan a vile smile, Yan Mo shrugged. However, being called a king among these people is so boring. It's better I step out as well. Without a worthy opponent, I'd only slack off and get further and further behind. Ha ha ha, Brother Yan Mo is mocking everyone else. You can look down on anyone, but not the younger generation. We, the Sword God sect, are the last among the superior 3 sects, and next time we will take your place. Don't you run away. Why don't we run together? When Tao joined the bustle, Zai Tiansheng, Han Yunfeng and others renounced their spots for Zhuo Fan. The people saw for the first time how so many were against Double Dragon Manor's decision. Even the exalted didn't see it coming. This showed how much charisma Zhuo Fan had. They only met for a few days, yet these 4 great sects' disciples were on his side. The exalted smiled in appreciation. In those days, Sheng only gained recognition through power, but now this kid was truly the best in Western lands. Exalted Hai Ran raised his hand for silence. He spoke calmly, only far more relaxed than before. There's a reason why Zhuo Fan isn't on the 10 best disciples in Western lands. One is Double Dragon Gathering's rule, based on single matches that evaluate your skills. In these matches, Zhuo Fan only fought in the lower 3 sects, so no matter how amazing he is, his points are lacking. Of course, his outstanding display in the last challenge team battle showed otherwise. It's even reasonable to break this rule and have him on the rankings. But, what? Everyone asked. Exalted Hai Ran shook his head. The 10 disciples in Western lands is something we decided on, with Zhuo Fan having exceeded our evaluation. In other words, we can't appraise his strength. Just that last strike of his injured his opponent even as I interfered. One can say that even I lost to him. Though it is a matter of being careful, Exalted exaggerates. Zhuo Fan immediately cupped his hands. Exalted Hai Ran smiled. It's fine. We both know our own strengths, yet to wound someone with me around is already incredible. That is why we have lost the means to judge you. Ah, youths, you have your pride and beliefs, but so do we. Zhuo Fan didn't make it on the list, not because he's unworthy, but because he's gone beyond it. That is why we decided, for the first time in millennia, to add one more rank to this list. Rank 0, the crownless king, Zhuo Fan. It means no one can grant him a title or reward it to him. As for sacred stones, 2,000. The crowd went slack-jawed. Incredulous, the exalted double dragons admitted they couldn't judge a disciple. They even went as far as making a new rank just for him. The kid will definitely grow strong under the care of the two exalted. The crowd looked at Zhuo Fan, the future best in Western lands that had been recognized by the exalted, in shock. Wu Qingqiu and the others looked happy, as if Zhuo Fan's glory was only natural, but Zhuo Fan did not care, only making small talk with some just to get closer. As for Xuan Xiaoyu, Ren Kong, and others, their faces fell seeing Zhuo Fan look so proud. They all turned to Lu Zai with sharp eyes, best in Western lands. Humph, I'll make sure you never live to reach it. Everyone calm down now. Exalted Bai Mei stood up with a smile. Clearing his voice, Exalted Bai Mei began. The double dragon gathering is over, with all the sects' ranks being decided. The disciples may return home. As for the disciples that enter the double dragon manor, we will need some time to debate. I will then send a jade slip to notify each sect leader. You are now free to leave. Boom. Exalted Bai Mei got cut off by a huge explosion, making everything shake. The exalted cried out, "The sacred mine!" Start the monitoring array and see what's happening. Exalted Hai Ran cried out at the gatekeepers. The two elders made the signs, and a screen formed to reveal a long mountain range, with an old man with a red nose hovering at the end of it with a dark look. The gulf half a mile around him was there for the audience to see as well. Just what kind of power can cause this destruction? Danking Shen, the exalted, knew on the spot that this guy was challenging them. Chapter 720, Genesis stage. Senior sister, isn't that the drunkard we met in that small town? Danner pointed at the old man in the air as she asked Shui Ruohua. Shui Ruohua was startled. That's definitely him. Zhuo Fan said he was an unfathomable expert, and we later realized it as well, but I didn't think he'd be this strong. His power must be tyrannical to cause such a huge gulf. Chu Qingcheng nodded as well. Zhuo Fan looked on with a frown. Why go about sneaking in when he's now showing himself? Maybe he got pissed he didn't find the sacred weapon and figured the exalted screwed him over. So now he drew them out. Since the cover is blown, it is over, but were the exalted easy targets, you might be the best in Western lands. But that is when it comes to personal strength. Just how much do you have it in you to fight your two former masters? There's strength in numbers. Zhuo Fan frowned. He figured this might happen. The two sides would meet, and after a brief talk, they'd figure out he stole the sacred weapon. Then Danking Shen and the exalted would come to deal with him. Then again, in this deadly situation, there was still a chance they had some bad blood between them. This would lead to a misunderstanding. They all knew the sacred weapon was strong and not just anyone could wield it. But who knew the divine eye of the void could control it? This way, the sacred weapon had disappeared into thin air. They would have no choice but to ask each other for clues, because only the three of them could get it while forgetting about him. Next would be fighting it out only to settle nothing in the end. It was his most favorite item of the day. Zhuo Fan hoped his sneaky plan would go as he wished, to have both sides think the sacred weapon was on each other, and not to resolve their issues while fighting. Or they would soon suspect him. That's when I'm done for. However, the chances of that happening were highly unlikely, or Danking Shen wouldn't just sneak in. What is he doing there? We clearly sealed the entrance, only leaving this side. Did he enter right under our noses? Exalted Hai Ran took a deep breath and roared in fury. Exalted Bai Mei just frowned in thought. Danking Shen stood before the sacred mine as he shouted at a monitoring array. "Masters, I've come to visit. Won't you see me?" "Master?" "He's from the Double Dragon Manor." The audience was stunned at this development. The exalted felt helpless. Exalted High Ran shouted, and a white gate appeared in the air. He stepped through it, with Exalted Bai Mei right behind him. The audience was even more perplexed. The guy called for his master, so why isn't he showing up? Does he want the Exalted to go there? Wait, does that mean the Exalted had disciples? But we know they only ever had one, the best in Western lands, Danking Shen, everyone exclaimed. That old man standing in that storm is that strong. Yan Mo had already guessed his identity, but hearing him admitting it still came as a shock. He was Danking Shen, and only he dared to say that none of Western lands' 10 sects could stop him. Now he came to see his old masters, the exalted double dragons, the strongest in Western lands. He did not come for a social visit, though. A battle was about to break out. Seeing the 3 strongest in Western lands fight makes this trip all the more worthwhile. Ha ha ha! Yan Mo was shaking in excitement. Shui Ruohua was dumbstruck. The girls knew the old man was beyond them, but they never thought he was that formidable. Yet these ignorant lasses actually tied up this monster. If not for Zhuo Fan stopping these fools, they might have done something they'd regret. Shui Ruohua realized that their being alive was all thanks to Zhuo Fan. All the girls looked gratefully at Zhuo Fan, only to see him calmly watching the screen. Whoosh! The Exalted appeared before Danking Shen and looked at the deep gulf beneath him with a dark look. Sheng, is this how you welcome us? Exalted High Ran squinted. Danking Shen looked over at him, then bowed before the 2. Greetings, masters. If you still see me as a disciple. Humph, you caused such a mess back then and have been cast out of Double Dragon Manor. You've since stopped being our disciple. Exalted High Ran flicked his sleeve as he huffed. Danking Shen's face twitched and said, If that's the case, why then did you accept my greeting? A day a master, a father for life. Did we not teach you? Even if we don't see you as a disciple, you don't see us as masters. You won't greet us upon meeting us. Humph, you've become worse, I see. Exalted High Ran replied. Ugh, Danking Shen groaned and sighed. Master High Ran, you're the same as always, still so shameless. You dare talk to your master like that? As if you're any better? Yes, I'm nothing to look at, but isn't that what my master taught me? With your shameless style, I got half of your so-called integrity. That's called rubbing off on me, ha ha ha, Danking Shen mocked. Exalted High Ran rolled his eyes and ignored him. He actually felt better hearing this, being brought back to those days as he taught this kid. Exalted Bai Mei knew his thoughts and smiled, then turned serious. Sheng, what are you doing here? What do you want? I broke in to take back my sword. Sword? Exalted Bai Mei exclaimed. The Atlas sword. It's no longer yours. Why should we return it? Of course it's mine, you agreed. On the day I can beat the both of you, I have the right to inherit it. That is a promise we made to our disciple, which you no longer are. Exalted High Ran snorted. Danking Shen smiled and shrugged. No matter, I'll be taking that sword today. No matter how much it costs. I didn't want to fight with masters, planning on taking it and leaving, but since you found out, we can only go by the old agreement. No matter if it's 1 or 2, I'll beat you both and take that sword. You sure can talk. Don't think you can defeat us just because you got to stab me with a sword when you were banished. Exalted Double Dragon shouted. In a single battle, you are the best in Western lands, but don't forget we 2 never separate. You still have a long way to go to be the best. Danking Shen was angry as he gnashed his teeth. It doesn't matter, we'll know once we fight. His entire aura exploded. The sky dimmed as sword waves covered the heavens and cut everything they touched. The world was breaking apart before he even attacked. Everyone cried out. They would all be wiped out in an instant if that happened here. The best in Western lands, Zhuo Fan shouted. The peak of mortal domain, Genesis stage? Above the soul harmony stage was returning to one's ancestry, the Genesis stage. When the soul made a link with the world's power, one could truly destroy this land. It was without a doubt the strongest in the mortal domain. And this stage was where one broke the shackles of mortality to enter Spirit King stage. Only that kind of cultivator had the right to roam the sacred domain. Chapter 721. Master and Disciple Fight. Danking Shen's surge of power covered the entire realm as it shook under it. The biting winds brushed past the exalted double dragons, forcing them to become grave as they faced this power. Hundreds of years had passed, and Danking Shen, of course, had grown in power, so much so that they were having doubts of fighting him together. The people looked tense and a bit excited even at the screen, showing a scene that could only be described as a prelude to total destruction. 3 Genesis stage experts were about to fight. This was a once-in-a-blue-moon fight. "Sheng, before we fight, I want to ask you something." Exalted by Mei began. Danking Shen grumbled something before finally saying, "Say it." "After all these years, why did you come for the sword now? Did you meet someone strong, or do you just want to rule someplace? Give me a reason." Exalted Hai Ran looked straight at him, waiting for an answer as well. Danking Shen squinted and said, "Must I say it? It's fine either way, since you're no longer our disciple. You have no reason to explain yourself to us." Exalted Bai Mei spoke coldly. Exalted Hai Ran stared hard at Danking Shen. "We must have taught you that regardless of what you do, you should always have a reason for doing it, even if it's wrong. That way, you at least won't feel lost." As the Exalted spoke, Danking Shen felt he was in a particular mood. They were clearly asking Danking Shen if he still saw them as masters at his very core. They were testing his intentions for taking the sword and whether he was worthy of inheriting it. Danking Shen took a deep breath as he pondered. "To be honest, 3 years later, I will have a life and death fight with the old freak from the central area. I'm sure that if I have the help of Western Land's treasure, the Atlas sword, I will win. Central area's sword, Star Empire's invincible sword." Exalted Bai Mei gasped in disbelief. "How did you end up messing with him? You're even having a life and death battle. Are you crazy?" Exalted Hai Ran shook all over, his fists clenched tight as he cursed. "Rotten brat, you must be so damn cocky to think that being called the best in Western lands means you're the king of the world. You think that that freak is someone you can toy with. Why do you think 4 areas joined hands to resist the central area, yet were still at a disadvantage?" Danking Shen only took a long breath and made up his mind. Exalted Bai Mei saw his determination and asked, "Sheng, you're not impulsive and should know when to step back." "Why? A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do." Danking Shen held his head high as he sighed. "What was it that I told Exalted before I left the Western lands? That I had finally found my path." The two nodded. "Peace on this world." "Yes, that is my path, that is her path." Danking Shen's eyes flashed. "It was both of our hopes to create a better world. Ever since she died, I have gone crazy and I have fallen into despair. But then I thought to myself, rather than go mad from the pain and hatred, it'd be better to achieve this dream she wanted to see. That's why, for the past centuries, I have created such a place, a paradise between areas. Alas, nothing good lasts forever. My strength keeps all those petty thieves away, but I have been in constant conflict with the central area's sword Star Empire's expansion, always wanting to wage war. I used to think that no matter how strong it was, my slice of heaven was insignificant, that they would at least talk with me on account of being a Genesis stage expert. Yet I did not expect that old freak to come straight for me and make a bet. If I lose, my land will be razed to the ground. Hundreds of years gone. The Exalted picked up on his problem and said, "And the old monster is coming for you still?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. Masters are the wisest." Danking Shen sighed. "My place is only the size of a small empire. It has no riches and no grudge with anyone. How could happy normal people incite the wrath of others? How could they get the great sword Star Empire to come after them? Unless that old bag of bones." Danking Shen's voice trailed off, switching to sending words instead. The Exalted sported an astonished look. Danking Shen sighed. "The old guy has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and now that he came out and is far stronger, he wants to go big. The 4 lands are in danger, and I hope masters will be ready. With fortune, I saw that this time's Double Dragon gathering has some good seeds that might give the Western lands some hope." The Exalted nodded and sighed. But then Exalted Hai Ran raised an eyebrow. "I just don't know if I should give you the sword or not anymore." "Ha ha ha, yeah, it's quite the conundrum. Without the sword, I'll lose for sure. But if you do give it to me, maybe it will become the weapon by which the Western lands would run with blood. I'd be just as conflicted by this if I were masters. Danking Shen chuckled, then his power exploded once more. Since that's the case, just like the old agreement, strength will determine the victor. The Exalted nodded and said, "Strength it is." The two Exalted were showing off their strength as well, their dragon power tracing the lands and skies as it clashed with Danking Shen's fierce sword waves. With loud noises, the space began to shake from the impact, about to crack under their power. The audience watched agape. Are these the strongest experts in the world? This is outstanding. If they fight, the world might be ruined. This was what everyone thought. Even if exaggerated, they knew a saying. The top of mortal domain are like gods. Only Zhuo Fan eased a breath. Fight, don't talk. And don't solve the riddle of the sacred weapon, though it was too soon to celebrate. It all came down to how they fought, and if they would settle this problem instead. So Zhuo Fan's eyes were fixed on the fight. Double dragon art, double dragon emergence. The exalted double dragons met their palms and shouted. Black and white powers came out as they spun on each other, just like a yin-yang symbol. The world was filled with a majestic power as it gathered around them in the form of a black and white roaring dragon. They then pushed out their palms and unleashed the dragon upon Danking Shen. The mighty force kept pushing him back. Danking Shen pointed his finger at the skies and a draconic roar sounded. A dragon revolved high above around his finger, as if it was climbing the heavens. The immense sword energy had reached its peak and gathered on his finger, forming an illusory atlas sword. The huge dragon roamed on this sword as it kept roaring. Under all of this immense power, the skies, the earth, everything was constantly shaking. Dragon-cleaving art. Danking Shen shouted and brought his sword down upon the black and white dragon. The explosion from the impact was monumental. The skies dimmed, while the land around the sacred mine was leveled and barren. It went on for hundreds of miles, leaving in its wake an apocalypse. The crowd was overwhelmed. Just one blow from a Genesis stage expert unleashed such deadly power. Zhuo Fan and Yi Lin's fight was astonishing in its own right, but not as frightening as this. They still had a way to go before they could burn the world to cinders. Everyone paled after seeing such might for the first time. No wonder Danking Shen could come and go in the western lands 10 secs as he wished. One snap of his fingers can erase a sect. Chapter 722. Misunderstanding. The two great powers clashed and released constant explosions as they were in deadlock. Even so, the powers slowly weakened as time passed. With a crack, Danking Shen's sword soon vanished, while the exalted double dragon's black and white dragon crumbled away. Yet just as the attacks collapsed, a trace of power zipped between sides. PFF, a powerful dragon force hit Danking Shen in the chest, making him groan and forcing him back as he spat blood. Whoosh, while two sharp sword waves whistled into the exalted. Unable to react, the waves passed through the exalted's shoulders and left 2 red lines. As masters and disciple fought, it ended up with both sides suffering and neither getting the upper hand. The crowd was astounded. Danking Shen was the best in Western lands for a reason. Now 2 against 1, and against his old masters, he still fought to a draw. This, however, left the 3 feeling complicated. Exalted High Ran glanced at his shoulder and sighed. Shen, just leave. Old timer. Exalted Bai Mei looked at them, then at the sacred mine having lost its familiar feel and sighed. Danking Shen's eyes shook. He wiped his mouth and looked at the imprint in his chest. He could feel his innards close to boiling as he sighed. He and the exalted would only end up hurting each other. He could not defeat them, thus he could not take the sword. The exalted are still thinking of Western lands' peace. Ha ha ha. Danking Shen shook his head, giving a deep bow to the exalted double dragons before vanishing. Seeing him leave, exalted double dragon frowned. Old timer, will you just let him take the sword? With no trace of it coming from the cave, that means he must have it. He made a big ruckus and called us out just to prove that he could take the sword openly. However, even if he loses, I don't think he'll leave the sword behind. Exalted High Ran shook his head and looked at his wound. 2 against 1, yet were evenly matched. If he had taken out the sword, we'd have lost. Why didn't he? Exalted by May was worried. Old timer, you're right. We had planned on giving him the sword, but just like he said, that old freak from the central area is on the move. If we don't have the land's treasure, what comes, Will? So what if we had it? Won't the old freak have one as well? Exalted High Ran shook his head. When the old freak takes the central area's divine sword over to us, we'll still be of no match. It's better if we give it to Sheng, letting him fight for his beliefs. We'll have no regrets regardless of the outcome, since he's already stronger than us. Exalted by May sighed as he agreed. Yeah, last time we didn't protect his beliefs and forced him to leave. At least now, we can make amends by letting him take the sword. We sealed the entrance at the heaven-reaching pavilion, yet never believed he would come out in the open and take the sword like this. Ha ha ha, what does it have to do with that old freak from the central area anyway? He just took it and left. Exalted by May seemed to have accepted this truth, but then frowned. But how on earth did he sneak in? Did he really slip in under our noses? Ha ha ha, he took the sword, so what difference does it make? Exalted High Ran vanished. We need to get in touch with the other 3 lands experts. Get ready for that old freak. Exalted by May raised an eyebrow and nodded, vanishing as well. Unfortunately, neither Danking Shen nor Exalted Double Dragons figured out that it was just one giant misunderstanding. The Exalted Double Dragons thought they lost, so they left Danking Shen thinking he already had the sword. But Danking Shen always thought the Exalted knew he came here, so they took the sword on purpose, keeping it with them. Adding to that the draw, Exalted High Ran let him leave, making him think this was their way of driving him away. Since he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't get the sword. That was why he left sadly. Thus, the prized Atlas sword of the Western lands became an enigma. Danking Shen thought it was with the Exalted, while the Exalted thought he had it. They were both wrong, though, as it was on Zhuo Fan all along. When the Exalted returned, they had the crowd disperse. Looking back at the screen, Zhuo Fan sighed. The misunderstanding took hold between them, and I am left getting away with it. Danking Shen was still oblivious he'd been made the scapegoat. Nothing but the lack of communication, Zhuo Fan sighed inside. Even though the 2 sides were master and disciple since they broke it off, meeting again was a tense experience. The trio had to stick their pride out as well, so of course they ignored the trifles, leaving simple communication out of the equation. It was the perfect setup for a big misunderstanding, what Zhuo Fan had hoped all along. If Danking Shen had heard Exalted High Ran's words after he left, he would have asked more about the sword, and Zhuo Fan's plan would have unraveled. While it wouldn't happen on the spot, the doubt in Danking Shen would grow and would find him out sooner or later. A shame this expert is too prideful, too nice. Not winning meant he had no right to get the sword. Danking Shen thought so and admitted defeat, leaving without a word. Ha ha ha, this way I can move about without a care. Zhuo Fan snickered inside as he stuck his chin out. The fiends found it odd. What's got you so perky all of a sudden? Being the top middle 3 sect isn't a cause for celebration. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan quirked an eyebrow. Ugh. Fiend Yang looked lost, but Exalted already announced our spot. How come you're happy only now? I just came to. Zhuo Fan's eyes darted all over as he smiled. Fiend Yang's eye twitched and rolled his eyes. This guy is being weird again. It's been said for an hour now and you're just reacting? There's no way he's happy over that. But if he doesn't want to say it, whatever. The guys shrugged, then shook their heads. Sometimes Steward Zhuo was just plain weird and sometimes mysterious. They helped Zhuo Fan to get back to his room, planning on leaving once he recovered. They had completed the Double Dragon Gathering mission and would be rewarded once they got back to the sect. The fiends couldn't wait to break the news back home. Zhuo Fan, get better while I settle the details with others about our bragging speech once we get home, ha ha ha. Fiend Yang closed the door and laughed. Zhuo Fan merely smiled. The instant he was alone, he heard someone. Kid, you'd best leave as well in a few days. I find it hard to leave you even though we met for a few days. Zhuo Fan jerked in fright. He wiped his head around to see Danking Shen disappointed and drowning his sorrow with wine. Senior, what are you doing back here? Zhuo Fan's heart skipped a beat and gulped as he forced a smile. He didn't find out anything, right? Zhuo Fan was worried the old guy might have spotted something that gave him away. Danking Shen watched him through drunken eyes and sighed. I failed in the end. The Exalted were on guard and took the sword. I could not take it. That can't be. I saw Senior wounding the Exalted. Who else in Western lands but Senior is fit to have that sword? He gave him a thumbs up and good flattery while being on guard as to why Danking Shen was back here again. Chapter 723, Treasure Your People. Danking Shen smiled through hazy eyes as he cursed. Rotten brat, enough of your flattery. A loss or a draw is still a loss, thus not worthy of the sacred sword. This will make matters so much worse in the next fight. Senior has another battle? Zhuo Fan probed. Danking Shen nodded. The strongest in the central area, invincible sword. Lasting 10 moves would be a feat in itself. Senior is so strong but can't handle 10 of his moves. Just how strong is he? Zhuo Fan was astounded. Are the best in Western lands and the best in the central area so far apart? Danking Shen sighed and took a large gulp of wine. Kid, you're too green, young, and cocky. But remember this, there's always someone stronger out there. What can the best in Western lands amount to when in the central area? He wouldn't even be in the top 10 experts. What? Zhuo Fan was shocked, not because of Danking Shen's disparity compared to the central area, but of the gap between areas. Zhuo Fan had been a demonic emperor from the sacred domain. There was hardly any expert he hadn't seen. Yet the sharp difference in power on the same continent left him stunned. It was like a 3-year-old holding huge wealth only to have a towering thug for a neighbor. Who'd ever feel safe? He would have been robbed blind ages ago. But why is the central area so strong? Danking Shen saw through him and mocked. Of the entire continent, only the central area differs from the other 4. Do you know why? Zhuo Fan showed he didn't. It's their structure. Danking Shen turned serious. The 4 lands are governed by sects with hundreds of empires serving them. This makes them a loose force. Since when it comes to waging war, it's still the empires that are stronger. When did you ever hear sects going to war? Zhuo Fan nodded as he contemplated. Danking Shen continued. Here's where the central area is different. There's an old monster there and a huge empire, Sword Star Empire. Invincible Sword, its ancestor, had founded the empire 10,000 years ago. He is not only strong, but even swallowed all the nations and sects around him until he achieved this form, an area ruled entirely by one empire. An entire area with just one empire? Zhuo Fan was shocked. Now he knew why the central area was so strong. With just a sole empire, its development was much sharper than many conflicting empires. The fact that it was a single empire was an amazing feat by itself. The other 4 lands weren't like this at all. While all wanted to achieve it, they had no one to take the lead. Take Western lands, for example. Exalted double dragons were tough, but they were just cultivators and lacked vision and a calculating mind. Danking Shen gave him a long look and patted his shoulder. Kid, I can tell you are a man of ambition and even a trace of that old freak's nature. Lead your heroes, take your turf, but you best hurry it up and get stronger too. Central area is on the move. It will still take some time, but you're way too young. You're just out of time. You mean that the central area's action has nothing to do with me? Zhuo Fan started. Danking Shen smirked. That old freak took thousands of years to get his tiny empire to rule the entire central area. Now he set his eyes on the world. Everyone is involved in this, you included. Even if you hide, can those girls hide as well? Can their empire Tianyu hide? Ha ha ha, the future of Western lands is yours. As a Western lands man, maybe the future will be your opponent's. But now I hope you'll get ready and not regret what comes. Danking Shen stood up and bent his waist, about to leave. I best be going now. I've wasted enough time on a kid. I just hope the Western lands' youths will grow. It will be up to fate if you'll get over this calamity. Zhuo Fan's heart sank. He just wanted to focus on cultivating and get back to sacred domain. But Danking Shen just said that chaos would soon envelop the 5 lands. He didn't care much, since he was a lone wolf. No one would find him if he wanted to hide. It was another matter for the Luo clan. It would be hard to not get dragged into this mess. Maybe I should get some things ready, just in case. Then I'll leave in peace. Zhuo Fan was deep in thought as Danking Shen was fading away, yet he did say one last thing. By the way, kid, you better take care of that girl. Treasure your people. Oh, please, I'm a demon. Why would I care about some girl? Knowing who Danking Shen was speaking of, Zhuo Fan blushed. Ha ha ha, what does being demonic or righteous have to do with it? You're just one man. Better not live to regret it later. Danking Shen vanished at long last. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, yet he now had more to worry about. It'll be hard to meet again after the double dragon gathering. Just that my path, Zhuo Fan closed his eyes. 3 days later, Zhuo Fan was in his room cultivating, his wounds halfway to being healed. It was around this time the sect teams were leaving. Demon Soul Sect and Sword God Sect had come to say goodbye to Zhuo Fan, wishing him a quick recovery. Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile. It looks to me we're practically relatives with these sects. It'll be up to Kui Lang and the others now on how they cherish their allies. He could now return to the Luo clan at ease. Zhuo Fan, Shuenger and I are returning to Tianyu. When will you leave? Zhuo Fan opened his door to find that it was Yongning. Zhuo Fan frowned. I've yet to recover, and I still need around 10 days before I leave at ease. At ease? Who is after you? Yongning started. Zhuo Fan smiled. I don't know, since I've got many enemies. Better to be safe than sorry. The two girls nodded. Zhuo Fan did gain plenty of enemies this time and should be ready just in case. It wouldn't do to let the enemy make use of his wounded state. Then we will go on ahead. The girls waved with a smile, their eyes shining brightly. Zhuo Fan found it odd and pondered. Aren't you two girls afraid of going back to Tianyu alone? Why don't you wait a few days and we'll go together? Really? Yongning perked up. Shuenger pulled her clothes, then she came to and smiled. It's fine. Going back with Sister King Cheng, we'll be talking about plenty of girl stuff. Like how to figure out your mind, win your favor, MMHMM. A blushing Shuenger rushed to cover her mouth. Is Mystical Heaven Sect leaving as well? Zhuo Fan frowned after hearing her. Danking Shen's words came to him, and so he stood up to leave. The two hurried after him. They soon arrived at Mystical Heaven Sect's place. The disciples were gathered around, ready to leave. Shui Ruo Hua noticed him, and all the girls turned to Chu King Cheng. Sister King Cheng, he's here. Danner got Chu King Cheng's attention. Shaking a little, Chu King Cheng turned around to meet Zhuo Fan's cold eyes. She smiled and walked closer. How are you feeling? Much better. Why only ask now? Isn't it a little late? Ha ha ha, doesn't Steward Zhuo dislike chatter, always being alone? How come you're blaming me for not seeing you? Chu King Cheng teased. Zhuo Fan looked deep into Chu King Cheng's eyes. Give me half a year and I'll give you an answer for back then. Zhuo Fan then left, but Chu King Cheng was stunned. She then smiled, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Turning around, she floated back to her team like a butterfly. The others were stumped at their icy teammate being lively and having a bright smile. What did that guy say? Sister King Cheng, what's wrong? Danner hesitated. Chu King Cheng beamed with joy. He said he'll give me an answer. He finally faltered. The others were lost. What does that mean? That was something only Chu King Cheng knew. It was a question she asked Zhuo Fan a long time ago. Shu and Sheiyu looked on with cold eyes and clenched fists. Half a year, is it? Perfect. Chapter 724, Yun Clan Ancestral Home. 10 days later, Zhuo Fan opened his door to take a deep breath of fresh air. He was in a better mood now that his wounds were healed. What awaited him outside was his team, the 9 disciples and 3 fiends of demon scheming sect. They had always been waiting for Zhuo Fan to get better and get home. These days, the other sects had already gone, leaving them behind. They came last, and now they were leaving last, though the mood was completely different. They were no longer tense, but jubilant. Zhuo Fan, you're the only one left. Can we go now? Fiend Yang grinned at Zhuo Fan. I've sent the sect a sending jade already, saying that we'll get back in 2 months, but, I have yet to give them the good news. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and noticed Fiend Yang's rotten smile. You'll be making them sick with worry? Ha ha ha, that'll make things more interesting. While we risked our lives here, they'd just been casually waiting for the news. That's too easy for them. Fiend Yang winked at Zhuo Fan. You're going to leave anyway. You should use this chance to get back at those old fools now while you still can. Besides, once we sent them the great news, their towering fury would just fizzle out, right? The others laughed along. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Fine, I'm leaving anyway, so I'll just take this burden, take it as my prank. Ha ha ha, wonderful. That's our great steward. Fiend Yang patted his shoulder and the others nodded with soft eyes. They knew their days with Zhuo Fan were running out. Zhuo Fan, are you leaving the demon-scheming sect? A girl cried out. Zhuo Fan turned to see Yangning, who suddenly looked at him in shock. Where are you going? You better give us a clear location or we won't be able to find you. Zhuo Fan's eyes softened. You don't have to look for me. Once I finish reporting to the demon-scheming sect, I'll be going home to Tianyu. Really? The girls cheered. Zhuo Fan nodded. Of course, why else did you think I asked you to wait? Forget mystical heaven sect and come with us. Once I finish over at the sect, we'll be going home together so you won't meet any trouble on the way. The girls bobbed their heads in elation. With Zhuo Fan back in the Luo clan, the girls would no longer have to suffer the bitter loneliness of being so far apart. But the fact that Chu Qingcheng couldn't come along made them sad. No one else knew Zhuo Fan better than her. Even though they were love rivals, for her not to be around Zhuo Fan, they thought it was a great loss. Actually, Chu Qingcheng's graceful stance had moved the girls. If they could all go together, it would be so much better. Now, let's set off, Zhuo Fan shouted, breaking their thoughts. Seeing them all go, the girls caught up. But then Xuenger stalled and her eyes turned black as they reflected the starry sky. Her heart throbbed in her chest and she was gasping for breath. What's wrong, Xuenger? Yangning started in worry. Zhuo Fan frowned, coming over. What happened? I don't know. My heart suddenly became frantic. I'm better now. Xuenger looked lost as she shook her head. She felt a sudden danger, as if someone was coming for her. But then the feeling went away as quick as it came. Zhuo Fan looked around the area with a careful gaze before setting his mind at ease. It must be that Xuenger is unwell. Once we return, she'll be getting better. And so they left the Double Dragon Manor, unaware that Xuenger's frantic heart was an omen of the future. Bam! In a forest, a rock covered in moss was pulverized. The sun's bright rays shone down deep in the dark and humid cave, long hidden from the world. Two panting figures stood before it in joy. Second Prince, we finally found the Yun clan ancestral home. Ha ha ha. A mere profound heaven expert, wearing all black, looked at the other in glee. Grinning, the youth nodded, clenching the yellow silk tight in his hand. So many years and now we finally found this accursed place. Big brother, imperial father, once I crack the Yun clan ancestral home's secret, I will find the best in western lands and will return the lands to the Yuan clan. I will avenge you. And you, old third, dishonorable pig, your days are at an end. Ha ha ha. The youth cackled like mad, his eyes consumed by hatred. The guy in black sighed, nodding to himself. The lies Crown Prince weaved had the second prince seek revenge rather than instruct us. He was truly wise. Only hatred can make one seek revenge. These men were Crown Prince's men. They had no feud with the imperial family or Yuan Kong. After the Crown Prince's death, all of his loyal men were wanted across the nation. Scurrying like rats for so many years had worn the fight out of them. That went double for those who went with the second prince after the Yun clan ancestral home. After the bitter life they had been through the past years, it proved to be too much for most as they left one by one, leaving him all alone. Even so, even he had to beat a hasty retreat against some of the dangers they faced. Now, thanks to the Crown Prince beguiling Yuan Yang into exacting revenge with his help, they finally arrived. This was just another proof of how hatred could drive a person to no end. If it was their mission, they would have long abandoned it. Only the second prince persevered to restore the empire without fail. The guy in black even found himself admiring the second prince, though the clueless royalty was being played like a puppet on a string. Looking ahead, the guy in black took the lead. Your Highness, I'll be scouting ahead. Stay behind me and be careful. Thank you, Hai Ying. Second prince nodded. Star reader, the name is lit. Black Hawk. After years of toil, the second prince finally shed his overconfidence as an imperial prince. Finally showing respect to the wise, the guy in black was touched. "Your Highness, you're too kind, it's my duty. You're too humble. Hai Ying, without you, I would have never reached here." Being close all their journey, the second prince sighed. "To find the Yun clan ancestral home, we've been through so much danger and lost our way more times than I can count. We have even been trapped again and again. In the end, how many died, how many are left? Now I am alone, with you as my sole companion to share life and death with. From now on, you are my brother." The guy in black shook, touched to the core. He never imagined that the second prince they were ordered to use as a pawn would treat him so. He felt ashamed. He wanted to spill the beans about everything and not let his highness suffer for another's revenge. Everyone had a heart, even the crown prince's die-hard followers. Having spent so many years with the second prince, he had a change of heart. He couldn't bear to see his new master being hurt for following this stupid hatred. But that would mean the crown prince's final wish. "Your Highness, actually?" Hai Ying was conflicted, frowning as he wanted to say something. In his moment of carelessness, he stepped onto something and fell. Plop. In the darkness, Hai Ying suddenly vanished and the second prince cried out, "Hai Ying!" What followed was him falling as well, and beneath him was nothing but utter blackness, a dark hole swallowing him whole. Chapter 725, Emperor Yun's Fragment. Tilde? Two sharp yells broke the silent darkness, yet only their own ears could hear them. Second Prince and Hai Ying then looked around, but beyond the eternal darkness there was only more black. "Hai Ying, can you fly out?" Second Prince asked. He shook his head, filled with dread. "No, this cave is just weird, preventing me, a profound heaven expert, from flying." "Yet we're still falling. Just when will we reach the end? We're finished. With such a deep cave, once we hit the ground, we'll be plastered. My life will return to the heavens." Second Prince wailed, filled with resentment. He hadn't gotten revenge yet. How could he die just like that? Hai Ying sighed, biting back the words that threatened to come out. Though he would die having never fulfilled his revenge, it was a notch better to die for one's ideal. While telling him the truth would mean saying he was a pawn in the hand of a dead crown prince for years. Now that would be even more devastating. Letting him go in peace is better. He's been bitter enough these past years already. Hai Ying sighed. "Your Highness, you've spared no effort these years. Your Highness and Crown Prince know your devotion and will rest in the underworld." How can he rest? "The nation isn't a nation. Yuan clan's lands are in the hands of another, and I couldn't do anything. Imperial father, big brother, they'll never know rest." Second Prince started shedding tears. "It's because I'm too weak to get back the ancestors' lands. It's I who failed in earning Imperial father and big brother's deep love." Second Prince sobbed, making Hai Ying shake his head as he waited to meet his doom. This was the only way to repay his two masters' care. Tilde, however. There was an odd sound, and the two suddenly slowed down before finding themselves afloat in pitch blackness. The two were stunned and looked around. "I am one of the 10 ancient emperors, Emperor Yun's remnant, sent by her to guard my clan. Are you the sons of my clan coming to pay your respects?" A deafening voice rocked their ears, threatening to blow their eardrums. A white image hundreds of meters wide appeared. He looked like an aged immortal, with power and wisdom. He had silvery flowing hair, a white beard, and a deep and profound aura. The entire void was filled with glittering stars the next second, flowing in a mystical pattern. The two stared agape at the display. Who's he? He's like a god walking on this world, holding everything in his palm. He can't just be a damn human, skipping over Zhuo Fan. Have they ever seen someone so awesome anywhere on this continent? Even Danking Shen couldn't hold a candle to this guy. Yun clan's ancestral home hid such an astonishing expert. "I can't frickin' believe it," Emperor Yun frowned. "If you are my descendants, you may take refuge with me from any difficulty. If not, trespassers shall be forever buried in my clan's forbidden land to atone for your crimes." "What?" The two cried out. Only Yun clansmen could come here if they wanted to live. The two were frantic, with the second prince having no shame as he said, "Ancestor, I'm from the Yun clan. I'm Yun Yang." Hai Ying's face twitched and he sighed. This guy changes tunes too fast. He even renounced his name. Then again, being chased for so many years, he lost his arrogance as a prince. All he ever cares about is survival, even using a sharp tongue. Ancestor, I'm also from the Yun clan. I'm Yun Ying. Hai Ying cupped his hands. Emperor Yun mocked. It doesn't matter if you say you are. I will be the judge of that. Emperor Yun's eyes shot prismatic lights as it scanned the two. Humph, my Yun clan have mystic eyes that can read the heavens. Yours are normal, and you think you can pretend to be of my clan. After the scan was over, Emperor Yun snorted. Common fools, die for trespassing in the Yun clan's forbidden grounds. The pitch-black world began to burn as stars started falling on the two. Thousands of city-wide bright lights were coming down on them at full force. With so many coming to plaster them, there was no way two puny profound heaven experts could take it. Not when even ethereal stage experts would have a hard time. The two panicked in fear. Fortunately, the thick and impenetrable skin Second Prince grew over these torturous years in search for revenge was finally put to good use. Wait, we are just Yun clan's average clansmen. Only the clan head has awakened those eyes. Humph, wrong. Not just the Yun clan head is able to awaken them. Only a Yun clansman who does is a true Yun clansman. Emperor Yun spat. My blood allows the awakening of a single person in every generation of my clan. That is my successor. Everyone else, even if from the Yun clan, is a stranger. Don't you know that only the clan head can come here? Even as Yun clansmen, you only came to your deaths. Emperor Yun finished just as the incoming starfall was about to pulverize the two home invaders. Second Prince gnashed his teeth and his eyes flashed. He took out Yun Chuanji's eye and said, "We've come out of clan head's final wish." This is our proof. Whoosh, the stars halted and soon vanished. Hai Ying closed his eyes and shivered. Second Prince's hands shook as well, waiting to be erased from this world. However, death did not come. He watched as a pair of eyes stared down at the orb in his hand. It's the mystic eye of my Yun clan, but since it's just proof, I can only agree to one request. One startled, the two were jubilant. They turned it all around. Emperor Yun switched from being their greatest enemy to their strongest backer. That was just too sudden. Didn't he doubt where this eye came from, though it worked in their favor? Why look for some danking Shen when we have this guy to raise the world? So the Second Prince bowed and whined. Ancestor, my empire has been taken by an evil spawn. I hope Ancestor will set things right. Help you restore the nation. Emperor Yun quirked an eyebrow. Second Prince bobbed his head and the Emperor shook his, denied. Why, didn't you say you'll agree to one request? With your power, this will be as easy as breathing. Second Prince complained. Emperor Yun said, I told you, I am Emperor Yun's remnant left by her to protect our clan and show it the path forward. I cannot leave, thus I cannot help you. What can you do, then? Second Prince was annoyed and shouted. Hai Ying jerked and hurriedly pulled his hand. Master, don't get carried away. He can't leave, but we're here stuck with him. He's the boss, and you better not anger him. It'll be so easy to kill us like squashing bugs. Second Prince finally came to his senses and cupped his hands. Forgive me, Ancestor, I got carried away. I just want to know how you could help us. Read the heavens and show you the way. Ask your questions, and I shall answer all I can. Emperor Yun's heavy words fell. Chapter 726. Back to the sect. Hai Ying's eyes lit up and held his hand out, pointing with a trembling finger at the Second Prince's ring. Catching his drift, the Second Prince showed a painting, the lands of our nation. Second Prince shouted, Ancestor, please tell me where the best in Western lands, Danking Shen, is. Can I find him? Tilda Emperor Yun's eyes shifted and became like the starry sky. The stars around him were on the move as well, releasing their aura and making the two home invaders step back in fright. Danking Shen is in the central area. You will find him in the imperial capital of the Sword Star Empire. He will fulfill your wish. The stars halted and silence once again reigned after Emperor Yun spoke gravely. But there was now doubt in his eyes, something the two below were blind to. Second Prince cheered. Ancestor, is it true? Don't call me Ancestor. I have read the heavens and know you're not Yun clansmen. I also know everything that your clan did, but I am but Emperor Yun's remnant and have to follow the rules. Since you brought the Yun clan's mystic eye, I have shown you the way." Emperor Yun's flat tone came. Second Prince's heart sank, and he was getting nervous. He only breathed easier seeing him still calm. Since he was a remnant, he had no feelings. If all Emperor Yun was here, he'd be watching their entrails dripping down the walls after swatting them for trying to con him. Not that his little mind could figure that one out, thinking this big shot was nagging. So he bowed and braced himself. "Senior, when will I be able to meet Danking Shen?" "That's your second question that I won't answer. You better leave." Eyeing them with a flat look, Emperor Yun flicked his wrist. A gale formed, and the two were blown away and were now kissing the ground in the most unpleasant way. When they finally woke up, they were shocked. Before them was a lofty mountain with a peak hiding behind the clouds and snow high on its sides. Hai Ying cried, "Your Highness, how did we get here?" "How are we at the foot of the mountain?" "We've been climbing." "For 3 whole years," Second Prince sighed. 3 years of toil as we worked our way through dangers and lost trails. 1,000 died, 1,000 left, leaving only us to carry on. I can't believe that Emperor Yun would take us back down with a flick of his wrist. He's beyond monstrous. Hai Ying nodded, never imagining one of the 4 pillars had such a freakish backer. If this freak could move, the world would be his oyster. Sparing one last long look at the snowy peak, Hai Ying sighed. So many years, so many deaths. All but for a few words from an old man. This result, ha ha ha. That's more than enough. We now have a way to get revenge. Second Prince shouted as he strutted towards the central area. As the Yun clan's ancestor, his prediction must be right. We finally found Danking Shen and a way to regain our nation. Zhuo Fan, Luo clan, and the Old Third, you will all pay for stealing our land, ha ha ha. Second Prince could practically see the glory of victory and taste it. Hai Ying stared at him and followed in silence. Never mind. If revenge is all that's driving him, let him have it. Maybe when he sits on the throne, it won't be too late to tell him. Maybe he'll thank the Crown Prince then for this revenge. That was how these 2 loners walked forward to restore their nation, unaware as they left that Emperor Yun was still hovering in that black space, the doubt in his eyes only increasing. That's odd. His goal is to get revenge on the Luo clan, Zhuo Fan and his 3rd brother. But the Luo clan and his brother's destiny are clear. Only Zhuo Fan's fate is unreadable. Can it be that he lives outside fate? That will make him a huge variable. Emperor Yun sighed and vanished, letting the darkness consume everything in this domain. 2 months later, Zhuo Fan's team was back before their sect at long last. Zai Weiyu and the elders were waiting for ages. "Ha ha ha, Weiyu, what a grand welcome I see." Fiend Yang laughed as if basking in their adoration. Yet Zai Weiyu glared back instead. He flashed in his face and stomped. Bam! The resounding boom sent Fiend Yang flying like a cannonball. The ball of flesh sped through the air and smacked into a cliff, leaving a man-shaped hole in it. The disciples, ready to celebrate with their elders, stood stock still. Did we do something wrong? Why is the sect leader so pissed? Giving them a glare, he was filled with bloodthirst watching the cliff tumble down. Fiend Yang came out of the rubble, barking, "For God's sake! Are you a sect leader or a lunatic? We've risked our lives in the Double Dragon Manor for the sect's glory, and this how you repay me? What did I ever do to you? You got the nerve to ask." Zai Weiyu snorted. 2 months ago, you sent me a sending jade, telling me that you'll be back in 2 months, not giving me any details as to what happened. You got some nerve, making me unable to sit still all this time. You damn fatso deserve more than just a light kick, the others chuckled. Ah, so that's why. It's because of the sending jade that sect leader is pissed. He should know what happened at the Double Dragon gathering, yet was kept in suspense all this time. Fiend Yang grinned. "Oh, did I forget to mention it?" "Bullshit. How can you forget something so big?" "Even if you forget to write your will, you can never forget this." Zai Weiyu snorted. "Talk. Did we lose so much that we got last place in the lower 3 sects? Is that why you didn't say anything?" PFF, Yu Ling, and the others giggled. They couldn't believe their sect leader had so little faith in them. He's sure to get the shock of his life. The disciples snickered. Fiend Yang was also grinning, though he was still mincing words. What do you think, Yu? Think your ass. Zai Yu glared, then turned to Zhuo Fan. But the guy walked into the sect with some 2 girls. Shouting for 2 laborers, Zhuo Fan pointed at the girls and said, "Settle them in." "Yes, Steward Zhuo." The 2 bowed. Zhuo Fan was yet to rule over the demon scheming sect, but his word was law in the labor office, above even the elders. The laborers got down to following his orders, despite there being a throng of elders and venerables around, even the sect leader on top. Zai Yu was outraged. "Zhuo Fan, who said you can bring some foreign girls into the sect? That's against the rules. Just coming and going." "Didn't you agree to let him go after all the fighting?" Fiend Yang held his shoulder and smiled. "Besides, the kid got most of the credit at Double Dragon Gathering. Letting him do whatever before leaving ain't much." Zai Yu was now interested and turned to face him. "How did it go?" "What do you think?" Fiend Yang quirked an eyebrow, starting the posturing all over again. Zai Yu's face twitched and he clenched his fists as a scorching fire burned in his heart. A volcano ready to pop. Chapter 727, Sect Celebration. Zai Yu squinted and the anger in his eyes burned hotter. "Fatty Yang, better give me that explanation right now, or so help me, I'll make you suffer if you keep showing off, regardless of our friendship." "Easy, easy, I'll tell you for sure, ha ha ha." Fiend Yang smiled and whispered in Zai Yu's ear. "Actually, What?" Zai Yu was bug-eyed. "Say that again." "Ha ha ha, I knew you'd make that face. No one would believe our ever-cold demon-scheming sect leader Zai lost his cool." Laughing it up, Fiend Yang turned to the oldies, shouting, "I'm saying that at the Double Dragon Gathering, we became the top middle 3 sect and brought home 10,000 sacred stones." "Are you for real?" The oldies were frozen in place, sporting a dumb and incredulous look as they looked at the disciples. The demon scheming sect was but a lower 3 sect. How the hell did it get to being the top middle 3 sect? This is insane. Venerable Shi, the leader of the inner sect's oldies, was just as stumped. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought this time's team would come back with any success. Yet they didn't feel like celebrating, feeling downcast instead. The Double Dragon Gathering team was made of elite labor office's disciples. It had nothing to do with the inner sect. That meant the labor office would become more valuable and more important now. He bet Zai Yu would soon use this credit to announce the labor office would receive all resources while his inner sect would crumble. "Venerable Shi," one elder spoke with worry. Venerable Shi said nothing as his eyes flashed with a calculative glimmer. "No matter, there's fortune in disaster. We still have to play along. However, I must say that Zhuo Fan is incredible. If he weren't the sect leader's man, I would actually admire him, ha ha ha." Glancing at the calm Zhuo Fan, Venerable Shi had a crafty smile. The others looked lost. Why is Venerable Shi praising the enemy when the sect leader is about to throw the inner sect to the curbs? Zai Yu was out of it for a couple of minutes after Fiend Yang's news. When he came to at long last, he glared and smiled as he grabbed his fat arm. "Fatty Yang, is that true? You're not fooling around, are you?" "Who would joke about something so huge?" Fiend Yang grinned as he cursed. "Besides, your bug-eyed look at our strong disciples isn't becoming of a top middle 3 sect." Fiend Yang came to the disciples and put on a smug look. As if they got so strong all because of his dedicated training. Fiend Yin and Fiend Gui shook their heads. Kui Lang's sides stuck out their chests, of course, releasing their aura and pride. The others' faces twitched. They could not believe it as they watched the returned disciples with eyes as wide as saucers. They didn't look at it at first, but now they saw it. Just how long has it been? These little guys' strength is unrecognizable. Except for 3 in the 6th layer radiant stage, the other 9 were in the ethereal stage. Just what the hell brought on this miracle? Venerable Kai and Bai were ecstatic. 4 of those 6 were related to them. Bai Lion and Kai Changlong were their grandchildren, while Yu Ling and Kui Lang were their disciples. In one move, they had 4 extra ethereal stage experts under them. That was sure to make them look good as hell. They were also qualified to work for his faction, consolidating their position. The labor office's oldies looked at these bright disciples with beaming smiles. Only the inner sect faction stood there glum from envy and embarrassment. This kind of credit never happened before, yet it didn't have a damn thing to do with them. What none noticed was a pair of eyes from Venerable She's faction that never looked away from Gooey Who. It was Grand Elder. I was right in making you enter the labor office. You're now far sharper than before. Grand Elder smiled in pride. Hold on, let's all calm down first. As the crowd became noisier, Fiend Yang started shouting. Everyone settled down and spoke seriously. People, our success at the Double Dragon Gathering, the great improvement of our disciples, are all due to one man. Labor Office's steward Zhuo Fan? Roar. The oldies went wild again, looking at Zhuo Fan in veneration. Even the angry Zai Waiyu was now filled with joy. He made the best move of his life when he got this kid to the sect. For thousands of years and tens of sect leaders, finally, in his lifetime, the demon-scheming sect had become the head middle three sect. This merit was monumental. Even the ever-cold Zai Waiyu started smiling. Although, in the middle of their excitement, Fiend Yang's tune changed. You should also know that desperate times call for desperate measures. These kids got to improve so much so fast through many deadly perils. Those that hadn't succeeded, well, you can tell what happened to them. Ugh, the rest now realized Fiend Yang's words. To get these guys to grow up fast, Zhuo Fan used life and death to train them. Brave the danger and one would become a worldly expert. Fail and you'd be nothing but bones on the road. But weren't those casualties the babies of some oldies? This hatred was falling right on Zhuo Fan. Fiend Yang said this to show Zhuo Fan's feats. Without him training the other disciples, they wouldn't have gotten their flashy new rank. So he was also telling the oldies not to look for revenge. Your disciples died for the sect. However, while they got his meaning, some were still hit hard by the loss of their precious disciples. Zai Waiyu turned heavy and said, "Before setting off, I had appointed Zhuo Fan as my representative, bearing my power. His word was my word. If you're looking for revenge, blame me. I have said it already, Double Dragon Gathering is of grave importance to the sect, not a place where you can butt in to gain some perks. They deserved their fate, but since the success has been so amazing, I'll be generous even to them for all their efforts. Sect leader is brilliant." Fiend Yang shouted and clapped. The oldies' grief had now become a sacrifice to the sect, though all here knew even alive, those disciples couldn't do a thing at the gathering. Zai Waiyu said this to be fair. As for being generous, how could one be to a dead guy? That benefit would be given to their masters, no? That is, a token to soothe their hard feelings. The oldies were silent. Wasn't it obvious for one to give his life to the sect? So they bowed in respect. Sect leader is brilliant. Zhuo Fan's pesky troubles were now washed away by Fiend Yang's timely intervention. It was the least he could do for Zhuo Fan. He knew the grudges of demonic cultivators. Once he left the sect, he had no one to protect him from those oldies' revenge. So simmering down those flames of hatred before he left was perfect. Zhuo Fan got his meaning but didn't care. He only chuckled at Fiend Yang as thanks for his efforts. Less trouble is always better. We'll be holding a sect celebration for having become a middle three sect, even the top one. We'll hold a feast for 3 days straight? Zai Waiyu saw that all was settled and got excited as he laughed. The rest cheered. Chapter 728, Testing Dangers. I told you when we fought the head of the 9 sects, Ultimate Clarity sect, there were many dangers. Besides the best talent in Western lands, Wu Qingqiu, there was also that freaky Lin. TCH, that power was really scary. Even Zhuo Fan was tense. At that time I was the most in danger as I told them how to face such a monster. In the main hall, all the elders and venerables attended. Wine flowed freely in these 3 days, and everyone had red faces and hazy looks. Except for the disciples who went on this trip, who were standing at the same table as them. The other disciples were feasting outside the main hall. Fiend Yang finally got to make use of his winding and drawn-out silver tongue as he retold the events of Double Dragon Gathering. The others were amazed. "Hold on, Fiend Yang, you've said it 5 times already." But didn't you always say that Steward Zhuo earned the greatest credit? Why does it sound like he didn't do anything while all the glory was thanks to your brilliant leadership? Is that how you got to the top middle three sect? And did Steward Zhuo really beat Yilin according to your plan? Yep. Steward Zhuo has the greatest credit, but that is one of a fighter, while I paved their way to success outside the ring with my plans and cunning, ha ha ha. Fiend Yong's eyes darted all over, still talking big. The disciples snickered but remained silent. Fiend Yong sure likes to brag. I must admit, he even got them all looking amazed by his speech. Among the avid listeners, some were highly skeptical. How come we never noticed Fiend Yong likes to blow his horn? So they looked to another. Steward Zhuo, is what the fatso said true? Ugh. Zhuo Fan turned to see Fiend Yang giving him signals galore while pleading and shaking his head. Zhuo Fan ignored his nonsense. Sure is. Under Fiend Yang's bright leadership, we finally earned our spot as top middle three sect. We wouldn't have made it half as far without him. The rest gave the fatty an incredulous look. This guy's actually that good. He actually got to conduct all the fights. Fiend Yang stuck out his chin in pride. I'm the real hero here? Only the disciples shook their heads and sighed. While the two girls sitting across from Zhuo Fan were giggling to themselves. They've seen Shameless, but not to this level, showing off before the whole crowd. But since Zhuo Fan didn't care, the girls, outsiders, didn't poke holes in the fatty's theatrics. Did Elder Yuan return yet? Zhuo Fan asked Kui Lang. Ever since he came back 3 days ago, he couldn't wait to find Elder Yuan to talk to him about the heart. He really needed an answer to his questions, because Chu Qingcheng was waiting for his response in the mystical heaven sect. Yet there was no sign of Elder Yuan around. Some laborers said he's out on sect business. He'd be back in months or maybe years. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Years? He could only wait for a couple of months. If he didn't get an answer, he couldn't give her a reply. He didn't know if Elder Yuan would even answer him, but he was the only one he knew that could. Cupping his hands, Kui Lang spoke. Steward Zhuo, I just heard that Elder Yuan still isn't back. It's fine. While I wait for Elder Yuan, I'll have a talk with Zai Yu. Zhuo Fan sighed and walked out. Seeing him leave, they knew he was going to the sect leader for his freedom. They all sighed. Only the girls were cheerful, eager to have Zhuo Fan back. Yangning was crafty in this. Now she would take the credit before Luo Yunchang that she got Zhuo Fan home. We'll see if Miss Luo will be able to compete with me, he. Zhuo Fan went to sect leader's home and saw Zai Yu smiling. He looked at the green storage ring with a lost gaze, sometimes chuckling. He woke up when he heard the knocking. Zai Yu was startled to see Zhuo Fan outside his door and frowned. Zhuo Fan, you've done great in the Double Dragon gathering. What are you doing here instead of celebrating? Visiting a miser. He took a seat before him like he owned the place, and Zhuo Fan pointed at the ring. 10,000 sacred stones has you looking so dumb. Zai Yu was ticked off. Just 10,000. Ha ha ha, you're talking as if you got more, just 2,000? You heard that. Fiend Yang likes to talk too much, so I had Fiend Yin report instead. Zai Yu sighed and nodded. You're really something, kid. To get even the exalted to look at you, even making a special rank just for you and getting 2,000 sacred stones. Even if I don't officially make you the next sect leader successor, the entire sect would not sit still until they know it's you who will be sitting in my chair. Zai Yu stared hard at Zhuo Fan, but he had no reaction. Zai Yu, we talked about this. After the Double Dragon gathering, our deal is done. Going home. Zai Yu's brow shook, his heart unsettled as he showed a sneaky smile. To what, the Luo clan? You mean to tell me demon scheming sect can't compare to a measly mortal clan? Ha ha ha, having come back with so much merit, you will be the next sect leader after me. With the sacred stones in a century, we'll become a true middle three sect. A tiny mortal clan would mean even less then. You will be king here. Now you're telling me being stuck as a butler for the Luo clan is way better? Zhuo Fan gave him a long look. Where I like to go is my business. No one can change that. You better not break your word, sect leader Zai. Zai Yu said nothing, but his sharp eyes stabbed into him like daggers. But then he shrugged. Actually, letting you stay was thinking of your future. After being on Double Dragon Manor's list, you'd be going even higher. You might even be at the top of the Western lands, but since you're set on leaving, I won't stop you. Zai Yu waved him off, looking disappointed as he sighed. People always work to better themselves, yet I never saw someone so complacent like you. Zhuo Fan, you'll be sure to regret it. That's none of your concern. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and walked out. Just as he left, Zai Yu muttered to himself, "Ha ha ha, he left at last. The sect isn't big enough for the both of us. Zhuo Fan, if you had shown the slightest interest in my position, Zai Yu's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Back at the feast, Zhuo Fan looked at the girls. Get ready, we'll leave right after the feast. So soon? Kui Lang and the others were stunned. Zhuo Fan nodded. Zai Yu was good at covering up his intent, but he was more than familiar with that kind of baiting. He was paying attention to every last word Zai Yu said, and every meaning they had told him to leave, to not aim for the sect leader's position. He believed that if he showed the slightest interest in the chair, Zai Yu would have went for the kill. He didn't know Zai Yu's cultivation, and since this was the demon-scheming sect, Zai Yu ruled. Once a fight broke out, Zhuo Fan was at a disadvantage, so he honored his own word and left. As for Elder Yuan, Zhuo Fan frowned. Kui Lang, though I'm leaving and no longer of the demon-scheming sect, I hope you can do something for me. Just say the word, Steward Zhuo. Kui Lang cupped his hands. When Elder Yuan returns, stall him, then send me a jade slip. I'll be here before you know it. No problem, Steward Zhuo. Kui Lang nodded. Zhuo Fan stood up and left with the girls. But just then a laborer rushed into the main hall. Halt, this is the Elder's feast. Disciples can't enter. One attendant barred his way. The guy shouted, I've come to give a message to Steward Zhuo. Elder Yuan is back. Zhuo Fan shook and frowned, then he brightened up. Just in time. Chapter 729, Advice. Elder Yuan. Shouts were heard in the rundown area of the labor office as Zhuo Fan rushed to a shabby door. The door opened with a creak as a familiar figure greeted him. Elder Yuan sighed and patted his chest. Oh, so it's Steward Zhuo. What's got you so anxious? You're scaring this old man. I thought I missed giving out Wang Irma's pill. It's not that I didn't want to give him, but he did a poor job on his errands and the executive punished him. Elder Yuan. Zhuo Fan cut him off and rolled his eyes. Elder Yuan scratched his head. Oh, right, Steward Zhuo is a man of ambition and has no time for trifles. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard that Steward Zhuo earned great credit in the Double Dragon gathering. You should be out there celebrating and not run here. Elder Yuan, I'm leaving. Zhuo Fan interrupted him off again. Startled, Elder Yuan said, Leaving? Where? Home. Zhuo Fan sighed. I already talked with Zai Yu. I have done my part, and the demon-scheming sect is now a middle three sect. He also let me go. Is that so? Elder Yuan closed his eyes and sighed in disappointment. Elder Yuan, I hope to say my goodbye to you before I leave. You are the only one I respect in this sect, and the only one that understands me. Zhuo Fan looked at Elder Yuan's dark face and sighed. Also, I wanted to ask you an important question. I fear that only you can give me a good answer. Elder Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. He was no longer sad and was back to his kind self. Tell me then. If I can help Steward Zhuo, then it's my honor. Elder Yuan is too nice. Zhuo Fan bowed slightly and was a bit tense as he began. Elder Yuan, can demonic cultivators know love? Elder Yuan was stumped for a second. By love, you mean familial friendship or the last one? Zhuo Fan blushed. Elder Yuan shook his head. A love between a man and a woman is of course not possible. It's very dangerous. Why else do you think the demon-scheming sect forbids it? I see. Zhuo Fan felt disappointed and sighed, but then hope rekindled in his eyes. But someone said that how can you be emotionless if you never knew emotion? You must feel it before you can squash it. Who told you that? Danking Shen. Ha ha ha, so it was him. Elder Yuan shook his head. He is the best in Western lands, but he is a righteous cultivator, unable to comprehend our demonic heart. Zhuo Fan's heart sank because Elder Yuan had clearly shot down this theory. It would seem that his final answer to Chu Qingcheng would be a negative one. But the old man laughed before he got too disappointed. The expert was right, though. No wonder he is the best in Western lands. He's gone far. Zhuo Fan's face twitched. After being thrown in despair, he was brought back up. Elder Yuan, can you not toy with me? I'm serious here. Ha ha ha, but I'm not. It's you who toys with yourself. Since you already have your answer within you, why ask me? Elder Yuan teased. Steward Zhuo, do you want me to say that there's no harm to your demonic path by feeling love? Zhuo Fan tensed and bowed. Elder Yuan is wise. My heart is treacherous, and I ask Elder Yuan to be the judge. An outside perspective sees much more. If this love will harm my path, then I will squash it. Elder Yuan's mocked. Zhuo Fan hesitated but nodded. Elder Yuan sighed. If some youngster came at me with this question, I'd have answered on the spot that love is taboo for demonic cultivators. Touching it will mean endless pain and torture from which one can't escape. The demonic path is cruel and emotionless, and any feelings are its bane. But to you, Steward Zhuo, I offer you one piece of advice. Let yourself go and accept it. Why? Zhuo Fan was stunned. Elder Yuan shook his head. Because you're already caught in its grip. Instead of breaking it, take it all if you don't want to have a heart demon. Zhuo Fan's brow shook in shock. Do you know why we demonic cultivators warn never to feel love? Elder Yuan asked Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan shook his head, lost. Ha ha ha, I don't know either. But after years of pondering, I think I have an inkling. It's not that demonic cultivators can't feel love, but it's better reserved for those advanced players to tackle. Zhuo Fan was stumped. Elder Yuan continued. At the birth of the world, the righteous and demonic paths came to be. As the human heart has desire, it leads to two different ways to cultivate. The righteous path abolishes desire, to be one with the world, unshackled by any greed. While the demonic path is the opposite, experiencing endless desire through which to break the mortal coil and reach the Tao. In other words, righteous means to be above everything, while demonic implies sinking into it. This shows that the paths are neither good nor evil, but once you enter them, it's easy for desires to be born and end up at their mercy. This is a demon. By overcoming it, you reach Tao. So the demonic path means passing through the demon state to reach Tao. What we want to do in the end is to attain Tao. Because it's easy to be constantly tempted along our cultivation journey, we end up being demonic and earn such a bad name. But all those that achieved success in the demonic path are not demons, and certainly won't be like those 4 scheming demons, pillaging and killing at a whim. Because they had gone beyond in their path and have come closer to Tao. Zhuo Fan nodded as he understood it. He used to think the demonic path implied selfishness, but now he saw it was just prejudice. By becoming a demon and rising above greed, could one reach the Tao. Zhuo Fan finally saw the path wide open before him. As for love, it's nothing by itself, but it's the most tempting desire from which escape is nigh impossible. Many demonic cultivators have been unable to distinguish love from desire and sink further and further, moving away from the Tao. That is why demonic cultivators are so ruthless when it comes to love, not getting anywhere near it. This is because it's hard for anyone to come back from it. To righteous cultivators, this is easier. They walk the path of abandoning all desire, neutralizing the desire and keeping them safe. Elder Yuan continued, but you must understand, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The world is cruel but also fair. The demonic path is filled with more pain than the righteous path, so when all these trials are overcome, the demonic cultivator would attain a higher level than a righteous cultivator. Zhuo Fan nodded. In other words, love isn't scary as long as I don't let it take me. Ha ha ha, that's besides the point right now since you're already in it. Elder Yuan pointed at his heart. Do you know what a demonic cultivator's greatest heart demon is? Regret. Since you're already taken by love, if you don't settle it, it will turn into regret and will be much worse. As to how you are to escape the maelstrom of love, that will be up to you alone. That's why I said that it is for advanced players only. A child has no place toying with it, but I believe you're the exception. I hope that even if you are taken over by love, you will be able to see your path and not be like Danking Shen, almost collapsing because of it, consumed by revenge. Though he's also amazing, getting back on his path in the end, ha ha ha. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan nodded and bowed. Thank you for everything, Elder Yuan. I know what to do now. I can finally give her an answer. I feel so much better. Ha ha ha, I'm only speaking what your heart tells you. It might not be the truth. While there's a demonic and righteous path, the world has thousands of other trails. Who is to say that yours is the right one? That's why it's all up to you to do what you feel is right. Elder Yuan spoke heavily. Steward Zhuo, your heart already had an answer but was conflicted under the traditional beliefs. That's why you came to me. But the closer you are to Tao, the fewer people there are understanding it. There will come a time when no one can explain it to you. You will only have yourself to believe in. My past experiences might not be the right path. You will know it when you walk your own road. Startled, Zhuo Fan bowed again and said, I will take it to heart. Zhuo Fan left afterward. His next goal was mystical heaven sect. Seeing his light steps, Elder Yuan nodded and sighed. The child has his own road, but why do you keep losing yours, Yu? Chapter 730. Help. Master, is it really impossible? Damn miscreant, have you already forgotten that pain? Didn't that girl hurt you enough? No matter how much merit you've done for the sect, rules are rules. Sect leader won't budge in this matter, so just give it a rest. And don't even think about going to him with this, or you'll only make it worse. That time, even I can't save you. Zhuo Fan's heart was free, unshackled and light. He felt so carefree as he walked, eager to get to the mystical heaven sect. But then his ear picked up two familiar voices that caught his attention, Venerable Kai and Kui Lang. Even puzzled, Zhuo Fan would hardly ever butt in someone's problems. But today he was in such a good mood, he walked right over. What's wrong? Why are master and disciple arguing? Oh, Steward Zhuo? Kui Lang immediately bowed and Venerable Kai nodded in respect. This brat only knows how to cause trouble. He got a bit of merit and it got to his head. He even forgot the last transgression that got him kicked into the labor office. Kui Lang looked ashamed and lowered his head. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Just what happened? Can I hear it? Kui Lang hesitated before giving Zhuo Fan a glance. Steward Zhuo, you know already. It's my girl. Oh, because of you she's been detained in the mystical heaven sect. That's why Xue and Sheyu threatened you in the double dragon gathering, Zhuo Fan exclaimed. Venerable Kai's eyelid twitched and he glared at Kui Lang. You actually gave up for an enemy in the double dragon gathering. This is absurd. If the sect leader finds out, you'd be lucky to keep your life. Sighed damn vixens. Venerable Kai stomped in anger. Zhuo Fan waved his hand with a smile. Venerable Kai, there's no need for anger. Only the three of us know this. Besides, I'm also about to leave anyway. Thank you so much, Steward Zhuo. Venerable Kai gave a deep bow, then glared at Kui Lang, making him feel even more guilty. However, he still clung to one last thread of hope. Didn't we earn a great merit? Sect leader is cheerful as well. I think using this chance to ask him to use the demon scheming sect's glorious name to ask the mystical heaven sect to get my girl back. Bullshit, Venerable Kai snapped. The demon scheming sect is against fraternizing. And you even expect he'd lower himself to the mystical heaven sect for a mere disciple like you? We'd be lucky if the mystical heaven sect wouldn't take advantage of our weakness and just let her go. But even so, our sect would have lost its name because of it. Venerable Kai's torrent of words smashed into Kui Lang's ears, causing him to lose hope. And yet, he still looked at Zhuo Fan with a fixed gaze. His master couldn't help him, so now it was up to Zhuo Fan if he was willing to pass it on to the sect leader. Even if a mere disciple, Zhuo Fan was the sect leader's confidante. Having gotten such a glorious win at the Double Dragon Gathering, putting the sect in the top middle three sects, the sect leader might hear him out when not even elders or venerables could get his ear. Zhuo Fan frowned, rubbing his chin. Your master's right. Let it go or you'll only make it worse. Yu doesn't care about anyone. He won't help you at all, in fact. He would fly into a rage and punish you. You're better off not mentioning it. Venerable Kai nodded like it was obvious, glaring at his disciple. See that? Even Steward Zhuo said it. Kui Lang's face fell in despair. Although, Zhuo Fan switched topics with a crafty smile, Getting someone out isn't necessarily done using the sect's name. I'm just about to go to Mystical Heaven Sect and fetch someone. You can just come along. Ugh, the two gave him dumb looks. Then Venerable Kai gasped, Steward Zhuo? Ha ha ha, if I won't do it, who else will? Zhuo Fan smiled as he looked above. I've been absorbed with the demonic path for years and have discovered many truths. That should make me a somewhat advanced player. No matter how deep you sink into the sea of desire, I shall not fear, ha ha ha. The two looked lost at him. Zhuo Fan turned to Kui Lang and said, What are you staring at? Come on, Mystical Heaven Sect had been a lower 3 sect for all these years and shouldn't have many sacred stones. I'll use the 2,000 on me to smash their face in and get those girls. One for you and one for me. Zhuo Fan started walking towards the gate. Kui Lang came out of it at some point and rushed after him. Steward Zhuo, why you're really going to give your sacred stones for my girl? Of course. Sacred stones are just invaluable things compared to people. Steward Zhuo, you're truly kind. I'll never forget this for as long as I live. No matter what happens, I will do anything you ask. Lighten up. We're just two guys bearing the same trouble, though there may be a use of you yet. Who knows, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan and Kui Lang chuckled in the distance, leaving Venerable Kai dumbstruck. 2,000 sacred stones over 2 girls. This is such a waste. Their sect had at most 1,000 of those glittering baubles that had to last the sect for centuries. Yet now, this Steward Zhuo was going to squander twice that on some broads. Venerable Kai looked ahead as his face twitched and heart bled. No matter how loaded you are, you can't just throw it all away, Sai. How can a nouveau rich understand the pain of poverty? Venerable Kai shook his head, unable to make sense of Zhuo Fan's actions, but also envious and admired him. Zhuo Fan was spending so much for his girl and was going to do the same for Kui Lang. Such a nice boss was a rarity in this world. It's Kui Lang's fortune to land such a boss. While theirs, Zai Weiyu was stingy to the core, fighting for every scrap. He had no idea, though, that those 2,000 rocks were a drop in a bucket for Zhuo Fan while a life fortune to Zai Weiyu. Putting them side by side, one could see how one spent. Zhuo Fan, can we go now? At the demon scheming sect's entrance, Xuenger and Yongning were waiting for him. Yongning asked, Brother Kui Lang, you're coming along? Kui Lang had a bright smile, but it was Zhuo Fan who said, No, he will only accompany us to Mystical Heaven Sect. Mystical Heaven Sect. We're going to get King Cheng and then go home together. Zhuo Fan had a wide smile on his face. The girl's heart skipped a beat, but then smiled. Xuenger found Zhuo Fan's look even more enchanting. No wonder I found your attitude off. You're no longer as depressed as before, so you have your answer for Sister King Cheng? I've dragged out this question for far too long. Zhuo Fan sighed. The girls nodded, finally able to rest their intentions and be happy for him. The 4 were now on the road to Mystical Heaven Sect. Since Zhuo Fan said he'd answer Chu King Cheng half a year later, they were in no rush. In fact, Zhuo Fan was actually dragging his feet as if nervous. This question had been on hold for almost a decade. How would he answer? How would she react? How would I react? These were all pressing questions to Zhuo Fan. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan felt as if he was like a tense bride before her wedding. The girls giggled. The high and mighty Steward Zhuo balks when it comes to talking about relationships. The team had gone like this for a month, yet they were only a third of the way to Mystical Heaven Sect. Even Xuenger was starting to dislike this and pouted. We're not here to sightsee. If we go any slower, you'll miss your due date with Sister King Cheng. Really? Zhuo Fan let out a dry laugh. But how am I to answer her? All these years I've been so cold. Whoosh! A red figure came smashing down 100 meters from them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The group was stunned to see Mystical Heaven Sect's Danner, Chu King Cheng's junior sister. As he was going to Chu King Cheng, Zhuo Fan had to mind her junior sister no. So he rushed over to help her up. Danner, what's wrong? What happened? Zhuo Fan, Danner looked in joy then said. Why you have to save Sister King Cheng? Chapter 731, King Cheng's Danger. What happened to King Cheng? Zhuo Fan hurriedly shook Danner's frail body. Panting, Danner teared up. And Sister Ruo Hua Kinger they. Zhuo Fan hardened. I don't care about them. Tell me now what happened to King Cheng. Zhuo Fan was sweating as he stared down Danner until she was scared. Steward Zhuo let her speak. You're scaring the poor child. Kui Lang spoke and said to Danner, Little girl, tell us what happened. We'll definitely help. Danner looked at them and finally said, sect leader wanted us 5 sisters to cure the young master's illness. What? Zhuo Fan's face fell and gnashed his teeth. I knew the punk was born a cripple with lacking elements, but now I see even his brain is screwed on wrong. He dares to touch my girl. Sensing the seething hatred seeping from Zhuo Fan, Danner was in shock from fear. Yet for some reason, his towering bloodthirst gave her a sense of safety. Kui Lang patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder to cool him down. Just what happened exactly? Please tell us everything so we can save them. Well, Double Dragon Gathering nodded and began. After the Double Dragon Gathering, we got back to the sect. The day barely ended, and some elders came to us in the dead of night to seal some of my sister's cultivation, then put them in a room with the sect leader and the young master. That was when we knew that the 4-element cycle array was all to heal the young master's illness for lacking elements. The only reason we went to Double Dragon Gathering was to test the limits of the 4-element cycle array, whether it fit the bill. Only in a life and death battle would the power of this array be brought out. The elder found it eligible, so they took our sisters to cure the young master. Shuenger hurriedly asked, Cure how? The 4-element cycle array relies on maidens with elemental constitutions to draw out their power and purify the young master's body to rebuild his elemental balance. Finally, Danner blushed as she spoke in a lower tone. Using a maiden's blood to draw out the 5 elements and completely cure the young master. Bam! Zhuo Fan's hand pulverized a rock nearby. In other words, the perverted young master wants King Cheng's body. Not just that. Wiping her tears, Danner sobbed. It would be fine if it were just curing young master, since we were dedicated to this, and we've also seen young master grow up. Bearing some sacrifices to save him was acceptable to us, but I never thought. What? They all asked. Danner's sobbing grew louder. Young master actually sucked out all of Sister Kinger's spirit and soul. He was so scary. Kinger became a dried husk, and even sect leader looked shocked. This is a demonic art of stealing yin to further yang. The punk has turned demonic. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his teeth clenched. I fear that ever since that little town he's been like this. Ever since Yan Mo drew him to the demonic path. But Yan Mo is a demonic cultivator, and he's used in this matter, unlike Xuan Xiaoyu, who has no restraint, being so new to it all. So that's why. It's all Yan Mo's fault. Shut it. Seeing Danner sobbing, Zhuo Fan glared at her. The righteous path means to be above everything, to be an ascetic. One shouldn't fall prey to the demonic nature so easily. Yet desire has taken hold of his heart, and it was just a matter of time before he fell. Yan Mo was only a trigger. It was his twisted heart who was tested in the end, and it was found lacking. Now whose fault was it? Danner's heart shook and closed her eyes in silence. Zhuo Fan frowned and sighed. How are the girls? And how did you get out? Sister King Cheng seemed to have seen this coming and was prepared. She held a poison pill in her mouth. The moment they force her, she would take it. She said she had an agreement with you 6 months later. If you weren't there after this time, she would do what the sect leader asked. If you arrived and gave her an answer, she would be able to rest in peace. And she's also protecting the others. Danner sobbed. Then we had our cultivation sealed, but we could still move. Sister King Cheng seemed prepared, since one day she took us to the permafrost cave. There was senior sister Han Kaining in a wall there, and she broke through it to unseal our cultivation. We killed our way out afterward, but the elders blocked us. Only I managed to escape while the others got caught. What, Kaining? Kui Lang cried out. Danner looked at him and nodded. Sect leader Kaining was the previous wielder of permafrost. She should have been one of the girls in the 4-element cycle array, but after hearing of her sect rule violation 2 decades ago, for colluding with demonic cultivators, she was cast out. Why else would the sect throw away such a rare water constitution like hers? In the end, the sect leader had looked high and low for a replacement, thus coming with Sister King Cheng. Kaining. Kui Lang's eyebrow shook. How is she? Danner shook her head. I don't know. After I got away, they were caught. But I believe Sister Kaining knew what was going on, so that must be why Sister Qingcheng was prepared. After all, Sister Qingcheng had been in contact with Sister Kaining ever since she came to the sect and inherited permafrost. Closing his eyes, Kui Lang shook all over, gnashing his teeth and showing his deep worry. Pa Zhuo Fan slammed his heavy hand on his shoulder. Kui Lang started and looked at Zhuo Fan's dark and scary face. Is Han Kaining your girl? Zhuo Fan squinted. Don't worry, Qingcheng is smart. Since she can save one person, she can save many. In any case, without your girl, I would now probably be late to the rescue. I alone have no chance of getting 2 girls out. But now, since there's still time before the appointment, it's enough to send a team in and take down Mystical Heaven Sect. Kui Lang shuddered and looked at Zhuo Fan in amazement. Danner was also shaken up. Mystical Heaven Sect was one of the 9 sects in Western lands. While conflicts between them existed, an all-out war was out of the question, not when it would draw Double Dragon Manor's attention. No one was about to take such a blame. Yet Zhuo Fan, in a fit of anger, didn't care about these things. Even if the consequences would be dire, that would be then. If he did not do this, he would regret it for as long as he lived. Zhuo Fan was seeping with bloodthirst, shocking everyone around him. Danner was even more dazzled by his aura. This guy's insane, but also a mover and a shaker. Whoosh! 2 elderly in white flashed before the group in the 4th layer of ethereal stage. It's Elder Lai and Elder Chang, Danner cried out in fear. The elders showed mocking smiles. Seeing Kui Lang was the strongest at 2nd layer of ethereal stage, they thought they were easy pickings. Danner, you dumb girl, did you really think you could escape Mystical Heaven Sect? Bam! One elder looked at her with contempt, yet he did not finish as the sky was filled with blood. Gone was his presence, as was his irritating voice. In his place was a huge scarlet dragon, Zhuo Fan's almighty Scarlet Dragon King. Its sharp claw clenched the tenderized flesh, spreading the bloody smell as it squirted what blood it had left. On that dragon was Zhuo Fan and his cold, dead eyes. In a singular strike, he wiped a 4th layer ethereal stage expert off the face of this world, destroyed in body and soul. The other elder was close to having a mental breakdown. Danner was standing there in shock at Zhuo Fan's action. She knew Zhuo Fan was strong, but she didn't think he would let anger take him to the point he would not let the others even speak. It only showed how much Chu Qingcheng's plight grated on his nerves. Heaven Dragon Soul, Almighty Scarlet Dragon King. The elder looked on in shock, shaking all over. Why, you're the one young master talked about, the freak at the Double Dragon Gathering, demon scheming sect's Zhuo Fan? Smirking, Zhuo Fan mocked. Right in one guess, though I have no prize for you. Bam. With another loud noise, the almighty Scarlet Dragon King's other claw slammed down, crushing him before he even got a chance to wail. His guts and everything sprayed all over the place. Chapter 732. Charisma. Whoosh tilde with the 2 pursuing Mystical Heaven Sect elders dealt with, Zhuo Fan took back his soul and used a sacred stone to set up an instant concealing array around the group. Hum tilde in a blink, all of them vanished from sight. You guys wait here and don't move. I'm going back to the sect for help. Zhuo Fan gave them a quick look, then left. Kui Lang suddenly said, Steward Zhuo, sect leader, will never agree to go to war with Mystical Heaven Sect. It's of no consequence. I will bring our people. Squinting, his eyes flashed. Zhuo Fan's heart had a plan in motion as he flew for the demon-scheming sect. Kui Lang, I'll leave the girls in your care. Don't worry, Steward Zhuo, I will do my duty. Kui Lang cupped his hands, sighing inside. Steward Zhuo, please find a way to get Miss Chu and my girl. It's all up to you now. Whoosh tilde half a month later, Zhuo Fan was back in demon-scheming sect. With a sign, the space warped to show an entrance. Halt! Who goes there? One disciple popped before Zhuo Fan, but upon recognition he jerked back and apologized. Ah, Steward Zhuo is back. Forgive my rudeness. It's fine. Zhuo Fan waved him off. The disciple scratched his head. Thank you, Steward Zhuo. That brat kept saying Steward Zhuo has left the sect and won't be coming back. It made me so sad these past 2 weeks. Aren't you back now? Ha ha ha. You really missed me. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. The disciple instantly nodded. Of course, it's all thanks to Steward Zhuo that we, laborers, no longer live as cattle. You brought us hope for tomorrow. Although now it's different and I don't have the strength to enter Steward Zhuo's elite labor office, at the very least I have a future now. I will definitely join next year, ha ha ha. Good for you. Zhuo Fan patted his shoulder with a smile. How many others share your thoughts? Startled, the disciple was still honest. Steward Zhuo, all of the labor office is immensely grateful for all that you've done for us. All those inner and outer disciples that entered elite labor have gained a lot from it. I believe that most disciples and elders hold Steward Zhuo in favor for doing so much for the sect. There's still some left. They're likely inner sect elders' trustees. They must be hating your guts, ha ha ha. The two burst out laughing. Zhuo Fan nodded and turned serious. Then how many of you are willing to help me with something? Steward Zhuo, you need but say it and we'll brave any dangers. The guy cupped his hands. Good. Is sect leader around? Zhuo Fan nodded and plotted as he walked for the inner sect. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo, this is because of your feats. The guy sighed. Sect leader has been very busy lately and has no time to stay at the sect. Ever since you shone at the Double Dragon gathering, many empires want to throw their lot with us. They even want us to move in with them, something only the superior 3 sects can do. Sect leader has been so happy these days, always moving from one empire to another for talks. Zhuo Fan shook and turned his head back with a devious smile. So sect leader isn't home? That is the case. The disciple gave a numb nod. Grinning wider, Zhuo Fan laughed. Perfect. This makes it easier. Zhuo Fan strutted forward for the inner gate, leaving the disciple scratching his head. Steward Zhuo is acting strange. Dang tilde, a bell toll was heard throughout the sect. All elders and venerables jerked at the sound, rushing for the main hall. For God's sake, who the hell is the fool to mess with the bell and call for a meeting? The Double Dragon gathering is over and it's only been 2 days since last time. What's so important this time? One elder grumbled as he dragged himself over to the hall. A venerable came to him and mocked. Are you stupid? The sect leader isn't around. Only the high venerable has the right to toll, but he has always been a simple man and never used the bell, though there is one with the nerve to do it. Venerable she? The elder's mouth twitched. Their inner faction had been losing all the time. We, from the elite labor, are twice as many as them. Yet he still has the never to make a fuss. Is he after a power play now that sect leader isn't here? The venerable shrugged. Who knows? Ha ha ha, one thing's for sure, he doesn't have the strength. All oldies were going towards the main hall filled with doubt. Venerable, she frowned in his home. Next to him was his prized disciple, Lu Zai. Lu Zai, did you make contact with him? Venerable, she muttered. Lu Zai spoke in earnest. Master, they have all agreed and await something to happen here. What can happen when they all run off? Venerable, she mocked. It looks like there are still people out there unconcerned by fame and fortune, shirking off their merits. Zhuo Fan, that's mighty noble of you, leaving after your big win. Do you not care about your career? Or is it that you sensed the danger around you and made the logical choice? Venerable, she's eyes shone as he sighed. He had been waiting for the moment to act for so long it made him depressed. Lu Zai was also helpless. Zhuo Fan has always been unexpected and unpredictable. Dang tilde, the clear sound of a bell echoed out in the courtyard. Venerable, she raised an eyebrow and looked at the inner sect with a frown. That twerp Zai Yu isn't home, so who dare toll the main hall's bell instead of me? Venerable, she's eyes shone. Maybe this is the chance we've all been waiting for. The two rushed over. In the main hall there was now a sea of people. All elders and venerables had gathered, all looking stumped at the man in center. He tolled the bell. Elders and venerables of demon scheming sect, have all of you come? Zhuo Fan looked at them with a cold eye. Ugh, they all started, with venerable by looking at Zhuo Fan curiously. Steward Zhuo, what is this? Only the sect leader and high venerable can toll the inner sect bell. Though they had been some using it without permission in the past, you're still a disciple. If you need us to do something, you could have just asked and not made a scene. He, venerable Bai, who are you talking about here? One elder of venerable she's faction barked. High Venerable hardly interferes in sect matters and goes where he wants. For Venerable she to come forward is only natural. What's wrong in him tolling the bell? Isn't it above his status still? What's hard to understand, he schemes for power. Venerable Bai mocked. The other elder was enraged. Zhuo Fan held out a bright badge with Zai written on it. Is this authority enough? Sect leader's badge. The oldies shook and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Zhuo Fan was akin to Zai Yu holding that badge. Since Zai Yu wasn't home, it left Zhuo Fan room to weasel in. Elders and venerables of the demon scheming sect must obey sect leader's orders. They all bowed and none dared refute him. Zhuo Fan shouted, Demon scheming sect's elders and venerables will now listen to my commands or they will be punished by sect rules. Yes, sir. The crowd bowed again. The entire sect is to come with me to Mystical Heaven sect. What? They all looked at him in shock. He wanted everyone to go to Mystical Heaven sect. What for? That would leave their sect empty and would cause God knew what by going into another sect's turf. Everyone was hesitating. Is this sect leader's true intention? Even Venerable Kai and Bai, people on Zhuo Fan's side, were looking lost. Only one person looked joyfully at Zhuo Fan on the highest chair, Venerable Shi. He, Zhuo Fan, you're back at last. The bigger the noise you make, the better. Allow this old man to lend you a hand as well. Venerable Shi grinned like a winner. Chapter 733, All the King's Men. What's going on here? Who told the bell? Acting like he just showed up, Venerable Shi looked tense as he walked in front. Seeing his elders were also here, one came before him and pointed at Zhuo Fan. Venerable Shi, Zhuo Fan holds the sect leader badge and rang the bell, convening this meeting. Now he wants everyone in the sect to march for Mystical Heaven sect. What? Venerable Shi looked deeply at Zhuo Fan, then at the badge. Zhuo Fan gave him a cold look. He knew that Venerable Shi was the boss of the inner sect. Even though Zai Yu was the sect leader, he was still being contradicted in cases, which made it even harder just by having his badge. In this case, if he was blocked, he would just have to set Venerable Shi as an example for the rest of them. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, while the oldies looked at his defiant gaze with mockery. You're just a mere disciple with a bit of merit to your name. Even if you're sect leader's right hand, not even sect leader himself would be able to do what he wanted if Venerable Shi was against it, wanting to use some piece of wood to cower us. You don't know the power of the inner sect by the looks of it. Venerable Kai and the others from the labor office watched while calculating gains and losses. If Zhuo Fan was going against Venerable Shi, they would side with him. Although Zhuo Fan's order was casual, it had deep implications and should be treated with care. But he had sect leader's badge and was also labor office's representative, be it in a vie for power in an empire or the clashes between sects. It always came down to following the one that adhered to their goals. Zhuo Fan was the rock of the labor office. So no matter how ridiculous his request was, they would back him up. This was a fight for interests. The hall was split in two groups on the spot, glaring at each other as they were on the brink of war, plunging the sect into a bitter fight. However, Venerable Shi's action left everyone shocked. Both factions stared at him in stupefaction. Bowing before Zhuo the badge, Venerable Shi spoke with utmost respect. Greetings, sect leader, I obey your order. Venerable Shi? His faction looked at him lost, the same for labor office's side. What's with Venerable Shi all of a sudden? Why did he cave so soon when he always fought tooth and nail with sect leader? Is Zhuo Fan's aura so grand that it shook him? Everyone's mind was thrown for a loop at the sudden development. Glaring at them, Venerable Shi spoke earnestly. Impudent. Zhuo Fan carries sect leader's badge, which makes him the highest power beneath sect leader. His words are sect leader's. How dare you defy his orders? We won't. They all hung their head. Zhuo Fan and Venerable Kai's side were filled with doubt. Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning? Ignoring their puzzled gazes, Venerable Shi smiled. Ha ha ha, since this is sect leader's will, we can only follow it. Only we can't leave the sect empty. May I leave a few inner sect elders and disciple to defend it, Steward Zhuo. Eyeing him, Zhuo Fan nodded. He didn't want to take them in the first place, only labor office's elders, or if they came as well, it might spell trouble at the worst moment. Though Venerable Shi's attitude was very peculiar, queer in fact. Why is he helping me for a change? Frowning, Zhuo Fan looked dead in the weasel's eyes, pondering and finally letting it go. Time was no longer a luxury right now. All right, we'll do as Venerable Shi said. The inner sect elders and venerables shall stay behind while labor offices will follow me. Zhuo Fan nodded and boomed. Everyone nodded and bowed in response. Venerable Kai's team had their doubts, but now, to support Zhuo Fan, they kept silent. Since even Venerable Shi, who was always against us, didn't make a fuss, why should we? So, Zhuo Fan led the oldies group as they walked out of the main hall with great fanfare. Soon, the entire sect was in a clamor as the disciples gathered to set off. Watching the lively scene, Venerable Shi had a nasty smile. An elder next to him frowned. Venerable Shi, why would you allow such a serious action? It's because it's so serious that we must let the kid do it. I can't let him run off again without stirring things, ha ha ha. Venerable Shi stroked his beard, his eyes glinting. Getting rid of him alone isn't enough. We must remove the elite labor office down to the root as well, or they would just rise again and we'll regret it. Now that he's asking for it, we should further his manic plans and let him destroy himself. The others frowned, with only Grand Elder able to see the wisdom in it and shaking his head. The kid has done it, this time. Demon Scheming Sect's disciples had their orders and soon gathered. Kui Gang and Yuer were obviously there, since they were the closest to Zhuo Fan. Soon there were tens of thousands of disciples at the ready. Zhuo Fan looked around before setting off with all of them. The entire Demon Scheming Sect was now empty and eerily silent, with only 100 elders holding down the fort. 2 weeks later, Kui Gang and the girls were tense, waiting for news from Zhuo Fan. Seeing how another month passed, the four were tense about Chu Qingcheng and the others' fate, as well as if Zhuo Fan would be able to bring any help. Rumble tilde, the sky darkened and thunder rolled. The black clouds loomed overhead, reflecting the downcast mood they felt inside. It was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Looking above, those were not clouds but a sea of people that came right for them. The one leading them was none other than Zhuo Fan. Kui Lang cried out, "Heavens above, Steward Zhuo got the entire sect to come. Why are there so many people here to get our girls? How high could Zhuo Fan even be in the Demon Scheming Sect? Your sect leader is willing to fight Mystical Heaven Sect all because he asked." Demon Scheming Sect looked stunned. The other two girls were excited. Across all Western lands, only one man had such a charisma to get so many people to move, Zhuo Fan. Not that others lacked the power, but none were crazy enough to go to such lengths as attacking a sect for a girl. None but Zhuo Fan. Whoosh! Zhuo Fan led the descent. Kui Lang's group rushed over with gratitude. "Steward Zhuo, your name is so widespread and heavy that sect leader gave you such force. I am in awe of being able to follow someone like you." Zhuo Fan, however, made a gesture for him to keep silent. "Keep it down. This isn't Zai Yu's doing. Luckily he was away and I could bring so many." Kui Lang's scalp was numb. "Also, these guys don't know why I've brought them yet, so don't say anything and leave the explaining to me." Zhuo Fan grinned at the four, yet they were all shell-shocked. Kui Lang was even shaking all over. "Steward Zhuo, you didn't tell them anything and still brought them. When they find out we're going to save our girls, won't they turn on us?" Kui Lang felt like crying. "I can even see my master over there." His master was against being with Han Kaining, and he was wondering just how pissed off he'd be once he found out he was here just to save her. Zhuo Fan patted his shoulder. "Do you want to save her?" "I do. How much?" "With every fiber of my being." Kui Lang spoke heavily. Zhuo Fan nodded and smiled. "Then leave it all to me." With a wise look in his eyes, Zhuo Fan turned to the elders and released his mighty aura. Seeing him so high and mighty, Kui Lang finally realized that he was unlike any of them. They were still hesitating even if they wanted to do this, while Zhuo Fan was a man of action and determination. That was why he, as a mere disciple, led most of the Demon Scheming Sect's elders and venerables. Chapter 734, Join Forces. Cough tilde. Clearing his throat, Zhuo Fan looked at the elders and venerables, his face hard and dead serious. People, we'll stop here for now. I have to make you understand why we're going to Mystical Heaven Sect. Everyone get ready and prepare for action. They all frowned at how he spoke. They already found the fact he got all the experts from the sect strange, but Zhuo Fan's hard look seemed to show this matter had far more implications than he let on. They all looked at him, tension clear in their expressions. We're going to Mystical Heaven Sect too. Zhuo Fan squinted and shouted, "Attack to teach them a lesson?" What? They cried out instantly at such a preposterous idea, Venerable Bai even refuted, "Steward Zhuo, that's going over the line." The 9 sect scuffles are minor, but to attack a sect like this without justification is criminal. The Double Dragon Manor will definitely intervene at some point and will punish us. None of us can take such blame. Not even sect leader? Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. Justification. Did grabbing girls sounded better? Who the hell would risk their lives then? Steward Zhuo, is this really sect leader's intent? Venerable Kai looked at Kui Lang and figured something out. If sect leader has no real reason, it's best we go back. It's not too late. If we go now, none of us can take on such a heavy responsibility for what may come. Venerable Kai looked long at Zhuo Fan as he advised. He was reminding Steward Zhuo, a mere girl ain't worth going crazy over. We can still turn back. Let's pretend that nothing happened before we lose more than we can afford. Venerable Kai didn't expose Zhuo Fan's intent as a huge gesture of respect, but would Zhuo Fan balk so easily? Zhuo Fan huffed and glared at them all. Do you know why I never stated the reason back in the sect? It's because I feared Venerable Shi's lies would block the attack on Mystical Heaven Sect. Why? Because if they lost this battle, they would lose everything. We, however, aren't afraid because we came from nothing and everything will be earned after. It's never in the now. They all shook and looked on with serious faces. The laborers were even echoing him. Many things had happened in the Double Dragon gathering, but I did not let the 3 venerables speak of them, out of fear that you would be impulsive. With a drawn-out sigh, Zhuo Fan continued with a crestfallen tone. Actually, our achievements could have been higher. But because of Mystical Heaven Sect schemes, we suffered in singles, losing our chance to be a superior 3 sect. That really happened. The oldies whispered among each other in anger. Zhuo Fan eyed Fiend Yang, shouting, "Venerable Fiend Yang, isn't that so?" "Why, yes." Startled, Fiend Yang bobbed his head. Though Zhuo Fan had deliberated with the team on this matter before to report only the good news for a greater achievement. Yet Zhuo Fan had now used it as an excuse to get Chu Qingcheng. He was going to do anything to instill hatred into these people and save his girl. Fiend Yang had no clue about this, so he just agreed. With a dark look, Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth. Sect leader was enraged when he heard the dire consequences. Mystical Heaven Sect is a lower 3 sect like we used to be. Now that we're about to be a real middle 3 sect, are we about to stand their humiliation? That's why sect leader sent me a month earlier to return the favor, to show off our sect's power. Having seen Steward Zhuo's light, they now knew he didn't leave for the secular world, as it was said, but because of sect leader's order. But just as I got to Mystical Heaven Sect, something grave happened. Zhuo Fan's tone shifted. They want to combine with Heaven Trailing Sect. This will raise them above the middle 3 sects' power just so they would suppress us from the shadows. Hearing this news, I rushed to report to sect leader. In this time, there were even 2 elders who came to silence me, but of course I killed them instead. What? The oldies exploded in rage. Mystical Heaven Sect was too damn presumptuous. Leaving Double Dragon gathering schemes behind. Sending elders to kill our greatest contributor must be punished. They think demon scheming sect can be messed with. Seeing their anger, Zhuo Fan grinned on the inside. Sect leader was also furious hearing of this and wanted to deal with them personally. But you all know sect leader is holding talks with all kinds of empires. If we get pushed back because of 2 sects, it will affect our name. That's why sect leader had me make the first move. Since we can't win Heaven Trailing Sect, that doesn't mean we can't touch its little bro. So sect leader gave me his badge, leaving me in charge. Even if Double Dragon Manor would punish us, we have to fight for our name. We are a middle 3 sect now, not something a lower 3 sect can mess with. This fight will establish us among the middle 3 sects. As long as mystical Heaven sect isn't destroyed, what's so grave about some punishment? I would even return the 2,000 sacred stones if I had to, just to preserve our name in the western lands. Steward Zhuo is truly honorable. If you do it, how can't we? Let's mess him up. The crowd cheered with a roar, ready to go kill their way into mystical Heaven sect. Kui Lang had a dumb look on his face. Steward Zhuo's wild boasting had the sect's elders thirsting for battle. Now even if sect leader shows up, they won't stop either. Just how did these shrewd old guys end up taken in by Zhuo Fan's words so easily? That was because Zhuo Fan had preyed on their minds. To get someone to give their life for you, benefits were a must, pillaging mystical Heaven sect. On the other hand, there was also a need for a reason. Sect leader's order was the perfect excuse, while also making him the scapegoat. Zhuo Fan even said he would return his sacred stones if he had to. It showed he'd take the blame as well. And finally, focusing their anger on a common enemy, getting everyone roaring to go, everything went as Zhuo Fan wanted it to. He got every oldie on board, even if they had some doubts. Because Zhuo Fan had smoothened over their worries already. Now all they had to do was follow Zhuo Fan into battle and get those girls back. Hutilda Zhuo Fan eased a breath and sported a strange grin. Danner was stumped. This big talker actually got this motley crew to save someone. Even I would have believed him if I didn't know something about this. Ha ha ha. Venerable Kai shook his head. Fiend Yong's brow shook. Wasn't that badge used to be the leader in the Double Dragon gathering? How did it become Yu's proof to attack mystical Heaven sect? Fiend Yong was perplexed. The disciples who went to Double Dragon gathering were also aware of the gaps in that glorious speech, but they were on Zhuo Fan's side. The previously puzzled demon scheming sect's crowd was now united under a single thought, to kill. All that was left was to get to mystical Heaven sect. Seeing as he could not stop Zhuo Fan, Venerable Kai proposed a valid point. Steward Zhuo, mystical Heaven sect is mostly the same size as us, but we are now going without everyone and are about to attack their home ground. It'll be hard to beat them behind their array. The people stopped being noisy and frowned. True. Zhuo Fan's brow shook and grinned. He turned around to look at a black cloud coming over, led by a familiar figure. Brother Zhuo, we've come to help. Who? The demon scheming sect's people looked up to see the sky covered by a throng of men as they flew over. In the lead was a man in his 20s, filled with vigor and regal. Zhuo Fan's features softened as he smiled. You've grown, Yunhai. Brothers have come to answer the call. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and laughed. Ha ha ha, now we have enough men. My 2 armies will join forces and win. Chapter 735. Young Sanzi came to help. Whoosh tilde just like pitch-black rain, they all landed like a downpour behind Luo Yunhai. He came before Zhuo Fan in excitement. Brother Zhuo, it's been ages. How have you been? All right. Zhuo Fan grinned and patted his shoulder. I'm relieved you've now grown into your role as clan head. You must be skilled now in leading the Luo clan. Luo Yunhai shook his head. It's all because Brother Zhuo set the stage. With the 3 stewards minding everything, even as a clan head, I didn't have much worry. Ha ha ha, a clan head's greatest ability is to manage his people. If you'd micromanage everything in the clan, then you wouldn't be a clan head. A smile was splayed on Zhuo Fan's face. Those 3 are called the wisest 3 in Tianyu. It's clearly not for nothing. With them by your side, I had no worries. Luo Yunhai was worried, though. But big brother Zhuo, I always hoped you'd come back. I've always kept the Grand Steward's spot empty for you. Even Steward Zhuge won't touch it. As for the other 2, you got their positions set. When will you be coming back? I'll be a steward again when I return. Zhuo Fan grinned at him. I'm currently soaring through the ranks, yet to come back down. Startled, Luo Yunhai blinked at Zhuo Fan. He, there's another empty seat as well, my sis husband. You could always, forget it. It's better to be a steward. Zhuo Fan shook his head. I already have a wife. I sent a jade slip over to call for help just to save her, then go back to the Luo clan. Truly? Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Just then, a rough voice sounded from behind. "Steward Zhuo, you're coming back at last. We've waited ages for this." Zhuo Fan looked up to see a very familiar face, his number 1 aide, Lai Jingshan. He was already in the 6th layer of ethereal stage, bursting with power and might. His grand aura even forced the weaker cultivators back. Next to him was Qiu Yanhai, Zhu Qingjian, the 2 sages and tens of others in the ethereal stage. While foreign to him, they all held Zhuo Fan in high regard. "Elder Lai, everyone, long time no see. I'm indebted to you for this." Zhuo Fan cupped his hand before them. Returning the gesture, they said, "Steward Zhuo, it's our duty." "Thank you all. Let's rush to mystical heaven sect." Zhuo Fan cupped his hands again and shouted. The Luo clan bowed and took to the skies till the end. The demon scheming sect's crowd was in shock at such display. These guys only had around 40 ethereal stage experts, yet Zhuo Fan only told them to fight and they obeyed, no questions asked, not caring about their safety. The demon scheming sect had many reservations in this battle, yet they looked at Zhuo Fan's serious face with a lost look, then sighed. They are Steward Zhuo's clansmen, of course they trust him. They didn't even ask for a reason to fight, only for Zhuo Fan to tell them to. It went to show just how highly he was seen among them. No wonder Steward Zhuo abandoned demon scheming sect's prospects to return home. This clan was worth it. Fiend Yang and Venerable Kai sighed. "Dad," a childish voice came from the skies once more. The people looked up to see a red glow flash before them, taking the shape of a 7-year-old. Only this kid could fly, and from the faint aura he gave, he was definitely in the ethereal stage. All of Demon Scheming Sect was shocked. How did this kid train? This is ludicrous. Only Zhuo Fan and Luo clan knew that he was Tianyu's number 1 freak, invincible scamp Gu Santong. No matter how freaky and tough Zhuo Fan was, he fell in 2nd place. Not that it mattered when they were practically related. "Dad." Gu Santong landed right in Zhuo Fan's arms, cheering. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Kid, you came at last. I thought the old guy wouldn't let you." "As if. Even if Uncle said no, I'd just sneak out to help my old man, he. Gu Santong was so glad he was holding Zhuo Fan in a tight and long hug. Zhuo Fan was also happy to see him. However, the demon scheming sect was dumbstruck. A freak like Zhuo Fan had a 7-year-old in the ethereal stage. His entire family is made of freaks. They could only sigh and shake their heads. "Eh?" Gu Santong pointed at the 2 sages. "Why aren't you 2 dead yet? Last time you had me trapped real tight. Now you dare show your faces again before me. Let me just send you off then, permanently." Gu Santong was about to jump out of Zhuo Fan's arms and straight at the 2. The sages tensed and fell back. "Young Sanzi there with me. I also helped you by teaching them a lesson. It's all in the past now." Zhuo Fan grabbed Gu Santong and explained. Startled, Gu Santong turned to him, and only after a while did he nod. "How smart of you. You're only alive for being on Dad's side, humph." Snickering, Gu Santong raised his tiny fist at the 2, and the sages sighed. "Young lord, it's you who always messed with us. You're just as unreasonable as your old man. Scratch that, you're worse." The sages felt helpless before the duo bearing the same insufferable attitude. "That's enough catching up. Let's see how we're going to attack Mystical Heaven Sect." After pleasantries, Zhuo Fan turned serious. "Yunhai, how many did you bring?" Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. "The 4 tigers of Tianyu are defending the border. Elder Yan is handling alchemy, while the stewards handle the internal affairs. Except for them, Luo Alliance's entire power is now present. We have 50 ethereal stage experts, 5,000 in the radiant stage, and 100,000 large flying tiger army." Demon scheming sects oldies clicked their tongues. For a mere clan to gather such force sure is a rarity. As our agent in Tianyu, he really is amazing. Then we will make up for each side's gaps. Next we'll be crushing their home advantage. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and waved at the 2 armies to come and hear his plan. They all lit up and looked at him in stunned silence. 2 months later, in a dark room in Mystical Heaven Sect, The sound of the door unlocking was heard as the heavy iron door creaked open. A savage face was revealed, yet he wore the lavish clothes of a gentleman, Ainz Audioverse. In this dark place sat three girls, Chu Qingcheng, Shui Ruohua, and a woman in her 30s of soft skin and black eyebrows. Despite being pale, she kept her grace. Senior Sister Kaining, is this really necessary? Ainz Audioverse bore a twisted smile as he mocked. Your confinement will soon end. 20 years have passed, yet you still cling to this. You're unmarried, so I don't need you. Why must you cause such a scene? Glancing at him with a cold look, she spoke. Audioverse, I've watched you grow and thought you'd be different from your father. I was wrong. Your demons are worse than your father's. Your father loves his son dearly. Which is yours? My father, the sect leader, is your master, no? The way you talk is like you don't see him like that anymore. Ainz Audioverse huffed and turned to Chu Qingcheng's flawless beauty with intoxication. Everything I do is for love. Junior Sister Qingcheng, half a year is almost up and he still hasn't showed up. You better hold your end. Don't worry, I won't suck you dry, I know restraint. I wish to grow old with you. Chu Qingcheng's brow rose and she spoke flatly. He will come. Since he said he'll be here in 6 months, then he will be here. If he won't show, it's because you stopped him. I will always hold on until he comes before me. Humph, a demonic cultivator entering a righteous sect. Demon? Ha ha ha, who is the real demon here, I wonder? Han Kaining mocked. Ainz Audioverse was furious and clenched his fists, but he controlled himself. Then a frantic disciple rushed over to report. Young master, there's someone outside the sect asking for you. He said he's Zhuo Fan from Demon Scheming Sect. Chapter 736, Arriving at Mystical Heaven Sect. Zhuo Fan. Ainz Audioverse's eyes widened in shock. This manic demon dares to knock on Mystical Heaven Sect's door? The girls were startled and Chu Qingcheng was smiling. Looking at her, Han Kaining smiled. Junior Sister, your guy ain't bad. Just the fact he faces Mystical Heaven Sect alone shows he's worth it. But I'm not content. I want to see him and hear his answer. Smiling, Chu Qingcheng sighed. Shui Ruohua looked on in envy. Junior Sister, a man that cares for you will be with you forever. I believe his answer will be the one you wanted. Enough, Ainz Audioverse snorted. Demonic cultivators are cruel. How can a damn demonic cultivator be fit to stand next to Junior Sister Qingcheng? His flowery speech has duped her. I will never let her be deceived by such a shameless fiend. Shui Ruohua sighed. Junior brother, how did you turn out like this? So petty and greedy, you weren't like that before. I changed, you say. It's you who changed. You've always been cold like ice and against demonic cultivators, while now you let yourself be taken by the demonic path. Ainz Audioverse's eyes turned bloodshot from anger. Even if you changed, it doesn't matter. I refuse to let Qingcheng sink any lower. Han Kaining watched his crazed attitude and sighed to Shui Ruohua. Junior Sister, let it go. He's been taken by his demons. He's even worse than a demonic cultivator. He won't wake up. His father must know this as well, yet what does he do? He still caters to his crazed son's whims, yet says he purges demons. His son wouldn't have ended up like this if he hadn't pampered him to this extent. Sigh, his father has been overcome by his demon as well, or he wouldn't have dragged Junior Sister Qingcheng into this. Mystical Heaven Sect has long since stopped being righteous. Shui Ruohua's heart was crushed and she sighed. Mystical Heaven Sect was where she grew up, always being righteous as it was. But at some point she noticed that it had turned rotten. Its glory, hiding a deep shadow more dreadful than a demonic sect. Her sadness only deepened. Ainz Audioverse mocked. Junior Sister Qingcheng, you really think I'll let Zhuo Fan go since he came alone to Mystical Heaven Sect? Or what, you'll detain him, someone so important to Demon Scheming Sect? Chu Qingcheng sneered. Ainz Audioverse gnashed his teeth. There are plenty of ways to keep him here. Don't underestimate me, Junior Sister. You can't beat him, and I advise you not to taunt him, lest you want your life to be over. Chu Qingcheng spoke. Ainz Audioverse's heart shook. Then he was enraged. Her cold attitude showed how little she cared about him. He clenched his fists and came to a decision. Junior Sister, you'll see. I will make him crawl like a dog before me. We'll see who's the final winner. Guard. Yes, young master. One disciple bowed. Did Zhuo Fan come alone? Is there anyone with him? Xuan Shaiyu squinted. The disciple reported, Young master, there is one man with him, one called Kui Lang. Kui Lang? Isn't that senior sister Kaiying's close friend? Ha ha ha. Xuan Shaiyu snickered at her. Senior sister Kaiying, you were just praising King Cheng's yearning, but yours isn't any humbler. Because of his love for you, Kui Lang had abandoned his match with me in the Double Dragon Gathering, risking his sect's punishment. How else would we get to beat Demon scheming sect in singles? Now that he came waltzing in here like an ignorant fool, I bet senior sister must be wanting to see him too. Han Kaiying shook. Xuan Shaiyu snickered. Don't worry, I'll make sure to leave his corpse for senior sister to bury, ha ha ha. Xuan Shaiyu laughed as he left. The iron door closed shut behind him. Han Kaiying clenched her fists, her heart a mess of joy and sorrow. Then she started blaming Kui Lang, this foolish man coming to mystical heaven sect. But I'm relieved that he still remembers me after all these years. I didn't suffer 20 years in vain. Chu Qingcheng smiled at her. Senior sister, rest easy. With Zhuo Fan around, he will be fine. That guy of yours is that amazing. Can he stand tall before mystical heaven sect? Han Kaiying asked curiously. She admired Zhuo Fan's courage, but she was still skeptical about his power. Mystical Heaven Sect was a sect after all, and he'd be trapped in its array once inside. How was he to protect Kui Lang when he had to worry about himself first? She knew Zhuo Fan was revered in demon scheming sect, but Xuan Shaiyu had become obsessed and would not care if the sects became enemies. Young master must be planning to get rid of them at all costs. Who will save them then? Chu Qingcheng smiled to ease her worries. I know Zhuo Fan better than anyone, so relax. He never was one to lose out. I have never seen him lose in any of his fights. I believe he came prepared this time as well. Chu Qingcheng's face was one of absolute trust. Han Kaiying watched, stunned. Shui Ruohua nodded as well. Senior sister, I've seen Zhuo Fan as well. He's not normal. Kui Lang should be safe with him. Han Kaiying looked at them and took a deep breath to calm her heart. All she could do was pray that this unknown and mysterious Zhuo Fan would be capable of a miracle to keep both of them safe. Outside of mystical heaven sect. An opening popped into thin air, followed by a disciple coming out and welcoming Zhuo Fan and Kui Lang. Honored guests, sect leader welcomes you in his hall. The disciple was in the profound heaven stage. He bowed and spoke amiably. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Mystical heaven sect wants to play around, huh? This is clearly a trap. Not that they were scared, since they came willingly into the tiger's den. The two cupped their hands and Zhuo Fan spoke. Thank you for leading us. The disciple bowed again and took them in. Steward Zhuo, they didn't attack outside because they want to get rid of all traces on the inside. They don't want to take any chances. Kui Lang sent to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan smiled and nodded, sending back. That's for sure. They went for the girls and know why I'm here since they welcome us in. It shows they want to kill us outright, not caring about the demon scheming sect. Then we don't need to hold back at all. But before we start, we must make sure the girls are safe. We can't have them using them as hostages. Kui Lang's eyes flashed. They soon arrived at the flashy main hall. The disciple led Zhuo Fan and Kui Lang inside, but on the main seat they saw an old man that was barely skin and bones with a hard look and dignified air. The disciple bowed. Greetings, sect leader. The honored guests have arrived. Leave us. Sect leader Xuan spoke and the disciple left. Sect leader Xuan looked Zhuo Fan in the eye. It is you, Zhuo Fan. Does sect leader Xuan know me? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Sect leader Xuan nodded. 10 years ago in Tianyu Empire, I chose Chu Qingcheng to prepare for Double Dragon Gathering, while Zai Weiyu chose you. I thought I had him pay a heavy price for you, but I was astonished to find out how much you shone in the Double Dragon Gathering. Your name shook the western lands. I can see that sect leader Zai's eyes were sharper than mine. Ha ha ha, sect leader Xuan is too kind. Zhuo Fan smiled. This old bag of bones, what's with that heavy look? What Double Dragon Gathering preparations? You clearly took her for your son. You think I don't know, hypocrite? Yuo Fan and Kui Lang despised him on the inside. Chapter 737, Bargain. Sect leader Xuan's face was flat as he said, "I can't help but wonder, what has brought you to my sect?" Can it be that sect leader hasn't heard? Yuo Fan raised a taunting eyebrow. "King Cheng and I come from Tianyu and have known each other since." I owed her a clear answer since then, and never got to give it yet. At the Double Dragon gathering, I came upon a realization, so I had told her that I would give her an answer half a year later. Now I have come to fulfill that promise. Sect leader Xuan squinted and turned colder on the spot. "Is it love?" "Oh, sect leader Xuan is so wise to see it." Yuo Fan nodded with a smile. Kui Lang at the side had to hide his chuckling. Bam, sect leader Xuan slammed the armrest in anger and jumped to his feet. "Yuo Fan, you're a demon-scheming sect disciple. If you're here on sect matters, I'm most open for discussions, but my sect has rules too. My disciples are forbidden from being friendly with demonic cultivators, especially about fraternizing. For you to mention this to me, are you perhaps doing it to mock my sect rules?" "Men, seize them." "Yes." Sect leader Xuan issued his order, and the main hall was flooded with people from everywhere, all profound heaven disciples. Yuo Fan sneered. Did this guy not hear about my feats at Double Dragon gathering? When even ethereal stage experts were no match for him, what was he doing throwing small fries at him? Since so many came at a mere shout, it was obvious this was premeditated. This wasn't to capture them, but to force them to strike first. Sect leader Xuan knew killing demon scheming sect's best disciple just from a mere offense was the worst way to do it. He had to get this disciple to make the first move, by killing mystical heaven sect's people and sealing his fate. The fact one killed their men, even in their own home, was inexcusable, making it so killing him in turn was totally justified. Not even Double Dragon manner might get involved. This sly dog wants us killed. Yuo Fan squinted and just stood there. Kui Lang looked calm as well, giving Yuo Fan a look of admiration. It's all going as Steward Yuo predicted. This old coot really wants to make us start killing. First is to lure us into a crime, then use experts to purge us for the demons we are. Thank God Steward Yuo saw it coming, or we'd have started killing. Not so fast. Yuo Fan shouted, "Sect leader Xuan, you knew long ago why we're here. Why all the theatrics? Let's be blunt about it and talk business." Sect leader Xuan watched the two as the tide of people only surrounded them. He knew his plan fell through and waved, "All of you leave." The disciples started, then receded as the tide, gone in a blink, and leaving the three alone once more. You're worthy of your reputation in Tianyu Empire. To have your name echoing far and wide after Double Dragon gathering as well, Steward Yuo sure is something. Steward Yuo nodded. If anyone else would have come to me with this, I'd hardly care. But Steward Yuo, since it's you, I'm a little intrigued. What kind of business are you talking about? Yuo Fan smiled. Sect leader Xuan, mystical heaven sect has lost in the Double Dragon gathering and hardly got anything. Ha ha ha, not that much. It's pretty much the same as always. With a sharp glint in his eyes, sect leader Xuan noticed something. Yuo Fan, where are you going with this? Nowhere, really, only considering sect leader Xuan's position. Demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect have always been at odds. Demon scheming sect now has 10,000 sacred stones to grow. Mystical heaven sect only got 200. 100 years from now, demon scheming sect will soar while mystical heaven sect will be stuck. Even if there were more Double Dragon gatherings, do you really believe you have the power to turn it around? What are the odds of something like demon scheming sect's sudden rise happening again? At that time, who knows what our sect leader would do? Yuo Fan had an evil smile on his face as he looked at Kui Lang. Getting a little bit of kick out of it, right? Ha ha ha. Steward Yuo, you have a much too kind opinion of our sect leader. When the time comes, he won't stop there. He'll make sure none of those that offended him will ever return. Right, it's you who's been in the sect for longer and got his temper. Ha ha ha. Yuo Fan patted Kui Lang's shoulder. Kui Lang laughed as well. Sect leader Xuan's cheek twitched. Yuo Fan, just say what you want. Let's make a deal. His face back to being serious, Yuo Fan began. You know what I want. I got 2,000 sacred stones from the double dragon gathering, almost the same amount the last spot in middle 3 sects got. If you have them and grow up fast, in the next double dragon gathering you won't fall so far behind of demon scheming sect. Sect leader Xuan's eyes lit up. He probed. You mean you're willing to give me 2,000 sacred stones? It's not give, but trade. Zhuo Fan squinted. We only want Chu Qingcheng and Han Kaianying, then these sacred stones are yours to do what you please with them. Quite the bargain. Sect leader Xuan frowned, his heart filled stirred by all kinds of feelings, even as his face looked stone cold. You want me to give my disciples to 2 demonic cultivators just for that? What do you take me, businessman? Zhuo Fan cut him off with a smile. You made a deal with Qingcheng the first time. Now I am the one making a deal with you. You had Qingcheng come to your sect for double dragon gathering. Now it's over, and you didn't get to win much either. And now that I come to you with a losing deal on my part, you're not going to take it. Sect leader Xuan's beard shook as he frowned. Using disciples in a deal is not the righteous path. But seeing how you're so willing, then of the 2, just one. It's either both or the deal is off. We'll just leave and won't even take them. Demonic cultivators are cruel at the core, and we want the 2 just so we can ease our regrets. But if the price is too high, we'd rather not take it. Breaking emotions is a road we all must take. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, giving sect leader Xuan no chance to haggle. Sect leader Xuan knows that I only have 2,000 sacred stones on me. I also only want the 2 girls. From the start, our chips were called, and this deal can only have 2 outcomes. Please, enough with the games, sect leader Xuan. You're looking down on our sincerity. Amazing, sect leader Xuan was dumbstruck, but then he sighed. Men, bring Qingcheng and Kaianying. Yes. One disciple outside the doors shouted and rushed to comply. Zhuo Fan and Kui Lang nodded and grinned. It all went perfectly so far. The old coot was taken in by the sacred stones. Easing a breath, sect leader Xuan felt stuck. He discovered that ever since Zhuo Fan showed up, everything went his way. Being led around like this left him feeling most unsettled. Not even when talking with Zai Weiyu would he lose so much ground. Sect leader Xuan was glum inside, so he said, Zhuo Fan, does Zai Weiyu know you're giving up 2,000 sacred stones for 2 girls? If sect leader knew, would we have reached here? Zhuo Fan smiled. We all know using resources on the enemy isn't good for the sect, but demonic cultivators are selfish. For our girls, we sometimes have no choice but to ignore the sect. Sect leader Xuan nodded, just like I thought. Zai Weiyu has no clue about this. That's good. They came by themselves. That means they don't have demon scheming sect backing them. Even if I take the stones, then I can. Sect leader Xuan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst as he made a sinister grin. Xuan Xiaoyu just came out of that room and was about to go to main hall to prance around as Zhuo Fan was at his death door. Yet he saw a disciple rushing to where the girls were held and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Young master, the guy bowed. Young master, I am obeying sect leader's order, taking Chu Qingcheng and Han Kaianying to the main hall. What? Xuan Xiaoyu looked at the main hall in shock. Father, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 738, The Answer. What happened to the 2 from the demon scheming sect? Are they dead yet? Feeling restless for some reason, Xuan Xiaoyu grabbed the disciple's shoulder as he asked. The disciple was slightly scared, holding in the pain coming from his shoulder as he faltered. They and sect leader were at odds at first. Sect leader gave the order to kill them, but then... Then what? Xuan Xiaoyu stared fixedly at him. Gulping, the guy hesitated. Then sect leader had us leave. They talked some more, seemingly reaching a conclusion. Then sect leader had me bring the ladies. Beat it. Xuan Xiaoyu roared, pushing him. His cheek twitched, his eyes exploding with fury, reaching a conclusion. What the hell is that old coot doing? Didn't I tell him Zhuo Fan must be killed? Why are they just chatting? The disciple slowly got back to his feet, not even looking the angry young master in the eye. Young master, if that is all, I have to pass the order. Hold it. Xuan Xiaoyu barked, and the guy almost cried in fear. He didn't know how he was supposed to face such a crazed young master. He feared the young master would explode and kill him. Ever since Double Dragon Gathering, the young master was unnatural, his mood volatile. Many junior brothers were killed at the slightest whim. It would not be much if this was a demonic sect, but we're a righteous sect here. How can you kill left and right? But since he was sect leader's son, everyone had no choice but to bear it. The guy spoke on the verge of crying. "Young master, how may I help you?" "I'm coming with you. I want to see what game Zhuo Fan is playing to unsettle the old man." Xuan Xiaoyu clenched his fists as his face twisted in rage. 15 minutes later, the heavy iron door opened with a creak. Xuan Xiaoyu and the disciple were back inside. Chu Qingcheng mocked, "Back already?" Xuan Xiaoyu was vexed. He didn't answer. The disciple walked up. "By sect leader's order, senior sisters Qingcheng and Kainying, please come to the main hall." "Why should we?" Chu Qingcheng asked back. The disciple shook his head. "I don't know." After sect leader talked with the two disciples from Demon Scheming Sect, he told me to get. Before he finished, the disciple was met with disaster in the form of a hard slap. It hit his cheek with so much force, he was bleeding from the mouth and collapsed. "You're supposed to relay the order, not run your mouth?" Xuan Xiaoyu glared. The disciple was overcome with injustice, but did not voice a word. The girls were overjoyed. Zhuo Fan got sect leader Xuan to get them out. Han Kainying was startled as she muttered in disbelief. "The crude Kui Lang knows how to negotiate. It has to be Zhuo Fan. Qingcheng, your man is really something to make sect leader yield." Chu Qingcheng smiled. Her pride in Zhuo Fan could not be explained with mere words. Xuan Xiaoyu was annoyed at their faces and was about to blow a gasket. "Don't get too happy. You might be going to main hall just to see Zhuo Fan begging on his knees for my dad's mercy. Give it up," Xuan Xiaoyu snapped. "Men, take them?" "Yes." Someone came over to escort them. "Wait." They turned to Shui Ruohua. "Can I come to the main hall to see as well?" Shui Ruohua spoke. Xuan Xiaoyu squinted, then nodded with a mocking smile. "Sure, senior sister Ruohua, you've always looked after me before, but since the punk showed up, you've changed. Were you entranced by him as well? Then I'll bring you along as well to see who the real winner is between us." Xuan Xiaoyu flicked his hand, and another person came to Shui Ruohua to take her. Flushing red, Shui Ruohua glanced at Chu Qingcheng, but what she got in reply was a curious look. She had to lower her beet red face, unable to look straight at her. Xuan Xiaoyu and the three girls strutted over to the main hall. Kainying, seeing the girls, the restless Kui Lang rushed to his feet and went to the girl he hadn't seen in 20 years to grab her soft face. Han Kainying shook, her own hands gently tracing the aged face as she spoke tenderly. "It's been so long, Kui Lang." Yeah, the child is all grown up." Kui Lang nodded, choked with emotion. Zhuo Fan smiled, then he looked at Chu Qingcheng, yet in no rush to go to her. He just gracefully put down the teacup and simply walked to her. "I've come to take you." "Hold on." Zhuo Fan didn't get to reach her as Chu Qingcheng stopped him. "You came to take me, that's it." "Why?" Everyone started, not understanding her. Shui Ruohua was the most confused. Didn't she always want to see Zhuo Fan? "Why refuse now?" Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Yeah, I didn't come just to take you. I want to give you a 10 years late answer." Chu Qingcheng's eyes shook as she smiled. "Do you still remember the question?" "Of course I do." Zhuo Fan took a deep breath as he began. "I remember you asking me in Drifting Flowers City whether I had any reason to stay for longer." Chu Qingcheng nodded, "And I recall you telling me no. I lied, and for that I even coughed blood, the reason for the blood you saw." Zhuo Fan's eyes glistened with tears, as if recalling that feeling. "Now I want to answer you once more. In the Drifting Flower City, the only reason I had for wanting to stay was to spend my life in that rundown house. Because there I lived with the person I never wanted to leave." Chu Qingcheng's mouth shook, then widened in a mesmerizing smile. "Is this just another lie? Who knows? You'll have the rest of your life to see." Zhuo Fan smiled as he opened his arms. "Are you willing to live your life by this demon's side to verify this answer?" Chu Qingcheng giggled. "Brazen demon, I will watch you all my life to see if you lied. If I find out you did, humph." Chu Qingcheng stomped her feet, then rushed for Zhuo Fan to hold him in a fierce hug. She closed her eyes and listened to his heart as she muttered, "From now on, I will always listen to this sound to know you." I couldn't be happier. He wrapped his hands around her waist as tenderness was evoked on his features. He took a deep breath, feeling like the whole world was at peace. Or maybe that he possessed the entire world. Shui Ryuohua watched stunned and sighed in disappointment, yet wished them well. Kui Lang was also smiling, happy for him. Only Xuan Sheiyu was fuming mad, ready to spew fire like a volcano. "Vile demon, I'm not giving junior sister King Cheng to you." "Father, what is this? Why are you giving them to these demons? If word got out, who would respect mystical heaven sect again?" "What about me and my illness?" Xuan Sheiyu turned to sect leader Xuan, who started pointing out the reasons to not do this. "By giving Chu King Cheng to Zhuo Fan, how am I supposed to repair my elemental imbalance? I still need her virginity. She can only be my woman." Sect leader Xuan knew all of this but remained undeterred, because he wanted both his son alive and those stones. Sect leader Xuan spoke. "Zhuo Fan, you already have what you wanted. Are you going to honor your promise?" "What promise? When did I promise you anything?" Zhuo Fan mocked, going back on his word on the spot. Sect leader Xuan roared. "Zhuo Fan, you dare toy with me? Don't forget, you're in mystical heaven sect now." "And I got what I wanted anyway, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted, his smile devilish. Chapter 739, Blatant Taunt. Sect leader Xuan's face fell as he barked. "I knew demonic cultivators aren't to be trusted, but I never believed you had the nerve to go back on your word right in my sect." "Go back on my word? Ha ha ha, sect leader Xuan, you're blowing things out of proportion." Zhuo Fan sneered. "Speaking of trust, there's nothing of the sort between us. Let's be honest here, did you really go that far, all the way to Tianyu to get King Cheng just for double dragon gathering? Wasn't it to save your poor excuse of a son?" Sect leader Xuan shook as he spoke. "Where did you hear that?" "Pa." Zhuo Fan snapped his fingers, and in a flash of blue, the Danner everyone knew appeared. "Danner," the girls cried. Danner was shocked to appear here, but was happy to go to them. "Sister Ryuohua, King Cheng, I told Zhuo Fan everything. He'll take us out." The girls smiled in joy. Sect leader Xuan knew Zhuo Fan knew everything and no longer faked. He stood up, unleashing all his power and his bloodlust. He clearly wanted to rob Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan sneered. "Sect leader Xuan, it was you who showed no trust in us. Our deal was never going to work. But now, I will give you one last chance. 2,000 sacred stones for King Cheng and Han Kainying. You now have a choice to make between the future of the sect and your son's life." The people started and turned to sect leader Xuan to wait for his answer. The girls now understood how Zhuo Fan convinced their sect leader to get them here. 2,000 sacred stones were very enticing for a sect. No wonder even the sect leader, who was always thinking about his son, was enticed. But when Zhuo Fan only mentioned Chu King Cheng and Han Kainying, Shui Ryuohua was crushed. How did he forget about her? Xuan Sheiyu stared at his father, soaked in sweat, and waiting for his decision. It couldn't be that his dad was going to forsake him for 2,000 sacred stones, right? "Zhuo Fan," sect leader Xuan squinted as he spoke. "I want the fish and I also want the bear paw. How will you settle it?" Zhuo Fan stared hard at him. "Isn't it giving up the fish for the bear paw?" Star reader, Mencius saying. "The meaning is you have to sacrifice something in order to gain something." For the entire story, https://ethicsofsuicide/libutuedu/selections/Mencius/ Wrong, it's eating the paw and taking the fish. That's how you have them both. Sect leader Xuan's aura exploded as his bloodthirst spiked, making everyone shiver. The power of an 8th-layer ethereal stage expert caused these radiant stage cultivators to feel like they were under a mountain, suffocating under its pressure. Xuan Sheiyu was overjoyed. He got his dad's intention to get both Chu King Cheng and the stones. That meant killing the two. His joy was short-lived, however, as a scarlet fist slammed into his chest. He couldn't even react as the power went through his chest like a sword. He sprayed out blood from his mouth as he was sent flying, making a 3-meter-large hole in the wall. The bright sunlight shone from the outside, on his bloody figure and glinting off the golden scales of his armor, now dented, Shuddering, Xuan Xiaoyu looked at his original spot with hatred. Zhuo Fan, TCH, a ninth-grade spiritual armor. It must be your lucky day to survive a blow from me. Zhuo Fan said in disdain. Sect leader Xuan went pale. A 30-meter-long red spear appeared behind him and pierced at Zhuo Fan's small build as he roared. Zhuo Fan, you harmed my son, die. At the incoming immense power bearing down on them, Han Kainying paled and wanted to warn Zhuo Fan, but Kui Lang stopped her with a smile. Han Kainying was puzzled. Zhuo Fan looked to be in the radiant stage. Fighting sect leader in his crazed state was a death sentence. However, Kui Lang showed not an ounce of worry. They all believe Zhuo Fan can live after sect leader's sole attack. She had no way of knowing. All the people here had seen Zhuo Fan's might, and they knew it was out of this world. Sect leader Xuan, you're using power to have your way. Since you wanted this, then I won't hold back, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan snorted and looked at the long spear. He squinted, and a dragon roar echoed out as an astonishing light came from his body. Bam! The loud bang grated the others' ears, the flood of power sweeping everything and making the main hall erupt, its pieces falling everywhere. The mighty force made the whole sect quake. The elders and venerable were startled and rushed over, while the clueless disciples just watched the main hall in stupefaction. What's going on over there? The ground kept shaking as dust engulfed the skies, covering the bright sun above. The girls held their ears, shaking with the earth as they tried to hold on. When the dust settled, Han Kainying watched in shock. That. Kainying, that is the proof Steward Zhuo is the best disciple in Western lands, a heaven dragon soul like exalted double dragons. The large scarlet dragon flicked to its tail and wrapped the spear tight. It could not budge an inch. Zhuo Fan sneered at the spear, hardly caring about it. Kui Lang atched in pride as he made the introductions to his woman. As if the soul was his to begin with, stumped, Han Kainying now came to and sighed. Junior sister, your man is just like you said. It's my first time seeing a disciple stopping sect leader's enraged blow. Chu Qingcheng smiled in pride. Kui Lang was also smug. Kainying, Steward Zhuo isn't just a disciple. In the Double Dragon Gathering, his strength has got nothing to do with you. Don't talk like his glory is yours. Han Kainying cast her elegant eyes on him and shook her head. You haven't changed after all these years. You still like to brag, I see. Kui Lang gave a bashful smile, looking at Han Kainying with joy and bliss. Sect leader Xuan watched Zhuo Fan's dragon and was shocked. He heard the disciples that came back that Zhuo Fan was tough, but not by this much. He was at the 8th layer ethereal stage, yet Zhuo Fan was only in the 4th layer radiant stage. The gap was more than 10 layers. Even with the heaven dragon soul, there was a limit to how much one could bridge it. Yet his ever-trusted long spear could not even touch Zhuo Fan, trapped by that scarlet dragon. It was so strong it even overwhelmed an expert like him. Zhuo Fan saw through his shock. Sect leader Xuan, I might be of lower cultivation, but my soul formed when I entered the radiant stage. In other words, my soul is like a 4th layer ethereal stage soul. Not to mention it's the strongest there is, the heaven dragon soul. You'll have to try harder if you want to take my life, ha ha ha. Sect leader Xuan was outraged, his fists clenched. This is a blatant taunt. Never in his life had he been taunted by such a young, radiant stage expert. What made it worse was that the taunt was irrefutable. Looking at the trapped long spear, sect leader Xuan grew angrier. On his turf, he was the one that looked bad, his son was smashed, and he couldn't do anything about it. He felt he had no face left. Whoosh tilde sect leader Xuan shook and recalled the long spear. His eyes were fixed on Zhuo Fan, glinting coldly. Zhuo Fan, you really are the best disciple you showed at Double Dragon Gathering. But don't think for a second you can go where you want in Western lands. You're not the best yet. Here is the mystical heaven sect, not your backyard. Sect leader Xuan roared, and tens of figures littered the sky chapter 740, hiding a million army. Whoosh tilde one after the other, ethereal stage experts gathered around them, numbering more than 60. Their huge auras turned into a cage, trapping all of them in the middle. Their hearts sinking, the girls looked at the savage faces they each had and shook. These were the highest powers of the sect. Alone, Zhuo Fan could beat them, but not like this. The girls were worried for Zhuo Fan, but he and Kui Lang were calm as ever. Not even Danner twitched. As if it was all in the plan, Danner sneered at those elders even, rolling her eyes. Ganging on. We'll show you the real meaning soon enough. Zhuo Fan, there's nowhere for you to run. Seeing that help was here, Xuan Sheiyu regained his ego. Struggling to get to his feet from the heavy wound, he cackled. Ha ha ha, weren't you tough? Let's see how tough you are in my home. Men, finish him. Xuan Sheiyu ordered, and the elders were about to act, but sect leader Xuan held them back. Ignoring his clueless son, sect leader Xuan eyed Zhuo Fan. Hand over the stones and I'll let you go. Father! Xuan Sheiyu cried out, but sect leader Xuan waved him off. With an evil grin plastered on his face, Zhuo Fan said, Sect leader Xuan, you take me for a 3-year-old. If word got out that mystical heaven sect not only wanted to kill me from the start, but now wants to rob a mere disciple of his sacred stones, the whole Western lands will look down on you. Would you actually allow that to happen? Ha ha ha, in the end you'll still use power to have your way. I'm no fool, so please don't insult my intelligence. No one would believe you. Zhuo Fan, your biggest flaw is that you're too clever. It would have been so much better if you just died without knowing so much. Sect leader Xuan's brow shook. Since you already guessed it, then no more mincing words. I'll just have to search your corpse for my prize. Are you sure you'll find them? Ha ha ha, even if I don't, it won't matter. In the end, an astute man like you won't ever leave this place alive. Sect leader Xuan shouted, Everyone attack, kill him at all costs. The others roared and converged on Zhuo Fan, unleashing their souls and surrounding the almighty Scarlet Dragon King. The thick bloodthirst had even almighty Scarlet Dragon King shaking. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and waved. Sect leader Xuan and the mighty mystical heaven sect is ganging up on someone. My, if only the world knew. You're wrong. No one will know with you dead. Sect leader Xuan had a nasty smirk on his face. Western lands will soon find out the best talent in Western lands, Zhuo Fan. Invaded mystical heaven sect in his madness to violate and kill a female disciple, causing havoc through our sect. The elders fought to contain you, but the demon was berserk and had no choice but to put him down. Not even Zai Why you can question that. The others were shocked. Sect leader Xuan wanted to kill them at all costs, then make up some excuse. Seeing the elders closing in, they turned serious, with the girls ready to die in this. Only Zhuo Fan took it in stride. Nice speech, but what about this take? The best talent in Western lands, the distinguished and carefree Zhuo Fan, was the victim of a most nefarious ploy. The mystical heaven sect planned on robbing him of the 2,000 sacred stones and even killing him for them. However, the sect elders came to the rescue, carving a path of blood. Zhuo Fan's ring flashed, and 50 demon-scheming sect elders came out, displaying their souls with a bang as they met the mystical heaven sect's strike. The elders returned to Zhuo Fan's side with a heavy face as they watched the enemy warily, while mystical heaven sect's elders were stunned to see 50 more people coming out of nowhere. What? This kid's ring can hold people? Xuan Sheiyu's eyes shook as he cried out. Sect leader Xuan shook his head. At most, his ring can only hold these many. Calm down. Sect leader Xuan mocked Zhuo Fan. Your version isn't bad, but a shame it's not going to happen. This is the mystical heaven sect. I have all the men and power I need while you only have 50 people. What's 50 more corpses anyway? Sect leader Xuan shouted. Inner elders and venerables, hear my order? At his summons, the sky was soon filled with people flying over one after the other. There were hundreds of them. Zhuo Fan, today you'll be buried along with these people. Sect leader Xuan smirked with pride. Xuan Sheiyu was overjoyed. Yet against the triple-doubled layers surrounding him, Zhuo Fan and the new demon-scheming sect elders on the scene were unperturbed. They had it all planned out. Laughing at the sky, Zhuo Fan lifted his ring, his eyes shining. Sect leader Xuan, you think only you can call people out? Ha ha ha, this might be your turf, but not even you'd expect. With my cautious nature, how can I come without assurances? Just to die. Sect leader Xuan shook, his heart uneasy. Then he looked dumbfounded as the rest of the elders at what happened. Brothers have come to answer the call. Zhuo Fan's thunder ring flashed blue. Lights started coming out of it, and an aura covered the skies. The pressure of the mystical heaven sects group was now dispelled in an instant. When the light show finished, what came out was a shocking scene. Even sect leader Xuan was stunned and watched agape. Enemy attack! In an instant, none could believe their eyes. It was not much of an exaggeration to say the whole sect was stunned. They were under attack. This cry had spread throughout the mystical heaven sect. Many disciples stood stunned at the news. Where? How are we attacked with such a clear blue sky? Besides, isn't the array on? Where are the attacks? They were still oblivious that while an attack at night was a night raid, one in broad daylight was called an enemy attack. In this situation, however, the critical point here was who the enemy was, and whether it could threaten them. Zhuo Fan and Kui Lang were looked down upon by sect leader Xuan. Zhuo Fan called 50 helpers, yet sect leader Xuan still did not call out. But now he shouted this and proved they had the power to threaten the sect. And this power was now within their prized array defending the sect. They were in their home. This attack out of the blue was just too inconceivable for the disciples to understand and prepare against accordingly. This was a concealed danger for the future. How is this possible? Xuan Shaiyu looked dumbstruck at the army. Where did they come from? And so many. How can he hold so many people in his ring? The girls were looking shocked as well. The once clear sky was now covered by a sea of people in the tens of thousands. It was literally an army. How can this be? A mere storage ring held an army on standby. Everyone gasped at Zhuo Fan and at his ring. Where did this guy get that kind of treasure? That's too outrageous. Didn't that mean he could strike anyone with an army whenever, wherever? This is freaking unheard of. How would they know that Kun Peng reforged the ring into a sacred ring? Its space was not only huge, it could even hold a nation. This was not the point, though. The crux here was Zhuo Fan got the army and hundreds of ethereal stage experts from demon scheming sect to easily slip past mystical heaven sect's array. Next was obvious, a huge war on the sect's lands. Now only strength would be the judge as to who would win in this war. Mystical heaven sect's fate was at stake. Would it perish? Quite possibly. Chapter 741, Necro Dragon's Claws. Venerable Kai, Venerable Bai, you will take the right flank and stop the enemy. Elder Q, Sister Zhu, you take the left flank. Elder Lai, you will take the remaining ethereal stage experts and carve a path through the middle. The disciples are to go with the flying tiger army on a killing spree. Get the treasury and cut off their reinforcements. The army just showed up and Luo Yunhai started giving orders, just like how a real marshal would. The men roared and went to execute. The mystical heaven sect oldies were still slow on the uptake when the demon scheming sect's force came at them with the intent to kill. Now they had to react. However, demon scheming sect's force had Luo Yunhai preparing them till now, teaching them formation. The sheer display had struck fear into the mystical heaven sect, caught unprepared as they were, and it made them frantic in their response. In a single fight, a commander had little importance, while in a group. That was where he showcased his ability, taking initiative on the battlefield through strategy and awareness. In a split second, the battle turned out to be an enactment of the strategy Luo Yunhai and Zhuo Fan devised early on, taking the higher ground. They were the ones surrounded by hundreds of elders. Yet now, the left and right sides were freed, while in center, Elder Lai's force was having an easy time clearing a path. Luo Yunhai then took flying tiger army, the radiant stage and profound heaven demon scheming sect disciples as he shot forth, ignoring the ethereal stage experts' fights so as to not suffer needless losses. Their targets? Mystical heaven sect disciples. They aimed to kill them and take the treasury's arms and pills to cripple the enemy's backup. Although the reinforcements were close, knowing that it was taken out so fast it would strike a blow at the ethereal stage experts' morale, sapping them of the will to fight. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yunhai is becoming more and more outstanding. He doesn't cower even when ordering ethereal stage experts. He's just like me back in the day. There's the Luo clan as well. Looking at the familiar faces, Chu Qingcheng was startled. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yep, they heard the great steward Zhuo's madam was taken and came in full force to help me. Ha ha ha, well, even though it's been so long since I left the Luo clan, they still hold me in high regard. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. But what about the demon scheming sect? How did you get the sect leader to give you so much power? Han Kainying asked in shock. She had grown in the sect and knew of its might. But why would demon scheming sect leader spare nothing in saving Zhuo Fan's wife? She just couldn't figure it out. Was Zhuo Fan so important to the sect leader? Much more than the sect. Zhuo Fan and Kui Lang looked at each other and chuckled. That, well, we'll talk later. Now we need to finish what we started. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and stared at sect leader Xuan. Grinning, he shouted. Sect leader Xuan, it seems to me. My version isn't far from becoming a reality, ha ha ha. Sect leader Xuan's face twitched. Watching the frantic battlefield, he grew startled and angry, clenching his fists as he shook all over. Zhuo Fan's sudden attack was out of his predictions, and that had him scared, to the point it even made room for panic to set in. But he was a sect leader after all. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm down. Mystical heaven sect, fight, beat back the invaders, toll the bell. Og tilde. Yet not far from the main hall, howls came as it started burning. Sect leader Xuan cried, "That's the treasury. They're stealing our arms and cutting off our supplies. Damn it, they were ready for it from the start. That's why they started this war," said a venerable with a long beard who was standing next to sect leader Xuan. He started cursing. But how the hell did these outsiders know where our treasury was? Who the hell told them? Sect leader Xuan gnashed his teeth and held a girl in his bloodshot eyes. Danner, you damn traitor. You even told everything to your enemies. You're giving mystical heaven sect no chance of survival. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken you in. Well, shaking, Danner looked scared as she hid behind Chu Qingcheng, but she soon got over her fear and stuck out her nose. Master, didn't you take me in for your own devices? Enough of your noble act, stop trying to look benevolent. As Zhuo Fan said, we each take what we need, regardless of the other. You want our lives and I'm supposed to just give it. No way. Shaking all over, sect leader Xuan was fuming mad as he barked. Filthy traitor, you've been lied to by that demon punk. I'll make sure to get rid of you for this betrayal. Sect leader Xuan pointed and the long spear soul shot straight for Danner. Og. Danner once again ducked behind Chu Qingcheng. Then, the dragon roared once more and Zhuo Fan's almighty Scarlet Dragon King blocked the girls. It flicked its tail and slammed the long spear. From the immense power surge that was released, many ethereal stage experts that were fighting were blown away as the long spear was beaten back. Almighty Scarlet Dragon King also had a scale on its tail destroyed from the clash. This was a draw. Sect leader Xuan, the lass is my wife's little sister, which makes her my little sister. Are you looking down on me so much by targeting her? Zhuo Fan walked on the Scarlet Dragon and mocked Sect leader Xuan. Sect leader Xuan gnashed his teeth as he spat. Zhuo Fan, you've brought all of them here to ruin my sect. I won't let you off for this. TCH, you're talking as if you would have if I was alone, hypocrite? Zhuo Fan sneered. No matter what, today I vowed to accomplish 3 things. 1, to answer my wife's 10-year-long question. 2, to take her from this place she gave herself for my sake. And 3, humph. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with bloodlust. To get rid of any that dare threaten my wife. That's why your death is at hand, so you will never touch her again. Zhuo Fan roared as the Scarlet Dragon shot for sect leader Xuan. Sect leader Xuan gnashed his teeth and charged as well. The huge long spear and the mighty Scarlet Dragon clashed in a mighty display of force. The power surge made the fights around look like a children's scuffle, forcing the ethereal stage experts to back away before they could resume the fight. Demon scheming sects oldies saw for the first time Zhuo Fan's soul and were shocked by its power. Looking at the 2 fight, that was not between a disciple and a sect leader but between 2 sect leaders. Every elder and venerable sighed, then nodded. At some point, it seemed Zhuo Fan wielded the power of a sect leader. Sect leader will help you. The two venerables next to sect leader Xuan shouted, but a black shadow appeared in front of them, Lai Jingshan. Lai Jingshan gave them a cold look. Sorry, I hope you won't disturb Steward Zhuo's fight. You'll be fighting me. The two mocked. You're only in the 6th layer while we are in the 7th layer ethereal stage. You hope to take us all by yourself. Fool. Ha ha ha, idiots, we are Steward Zhuo's people. How can our cultivation be normal? Lai Jingshan sneered. Only dumb, homegrown cultivators would ever think that. The two were outraged. Humph, you'll know soon enough, old man. Behold the power of mystical heaven sect's double-axe exterminators. The two shook, and a huge axe as well as battle-axe appeared behind them. Their power was so mighty it felt like they would rip space as they hacked at Lai Jingshan. Ha ha ha, our double-axe souls are famous throughout Western lands for their sharpness. Even a domain soul will have a hole ripped in it. Your death is certain with your weak cultivation. Sorry to disappoint you then. Lai Jingshan's eyes flashed and grinned at the incoming axes. Then a malevolent aura exploded from him. Soul variant, necro-dragon claws. A roar shook the skies as a pitch-black dragon enveloped Lai Jingshan. The two dragon claws oozed sinister power as it grabbed the axes. The two mocked. Fool, that's no heavenly dragon soul. There's no way that it can, ugh. Crack. The two shook and their eyes bugged out, dying like that. As for the axes, they were torn to pieces, dissipating in the wind. On Lai Jingshan's black dragon claws, there was even a faint black glow. I'm no heaven nor earth dragon soul, but that doesn't mean I'm going to lose to some overconfident fools. Lai Jingshan's eyes shone and he left, leaving the surrounding elders to gape in shock. Did he come from the secular world? For him to be tied to Zhuo Fan, he must be something else. Chapter 742, Loyal and Righteous Clan. Stop those damn brats from getting to the treasury. Under Luo Yunhai's leadership, Flying Tiger Army and Demon Scheming Sect's disciples quickly got away from ethereal stage experts' fights and charged straight for Mystical Heaven Sect's critical areas. Sect leader Xuan wasn't the only one able to see their plan. Many other elders were concerned about this as well. At the shout of one man, many others got away from their opponents and went after Luo Yunhai. A great pressure was instantly upon them from behind, and even though most were blocked by Demon Scheming Sect elders, there were still 6 that got through. Under those mighty auras, Luo Yunhai frowned, his scalp tingling. They were all mere radiant stage and profound heaven disciples. Going against an ethereal stage expert was suicide. Even with thousands of people on his side, it would still end up with their cruel demise. They had no way of stopping those ethereal stage experts' souls with their puny divine sense. They would be mowed down like grass. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 very familiar figures appeared next to Luo Yunhai, Yuer and Kui Gang. Looking tensely at him, Kui Gang hurried. Luo clan head, what do we do? Master told us to listen to your every order. Your brother Zhuo's disciples. He actually took disciples. He always refused when asked. Even Elder Yan was only imparted skill and never taken as a disciple. You, Luo Yunhai shook from the shock. Then nodded. I see. No wonder Brother Zhuo picked you two to come here among the thousands of disciples of the Demon Scheming Sect. You're on our side. Kui Gang nodded. Yes, Master said we always listen to him, and while Demon Scheming Sect disciples will obey an outsider's order that won't go on for long. So he let us two be the middlemen. In any case, we're also Demon Scheming Sect disciples. They trust us more. If you have any orders, tell us and we'll make sure these disciples will follow your lead. Then take all of them and attack the treasury. Luo Yunhai shouted, then flew behind. Startled, Kui Gang quickly grabbed Luo Yunhai, who wanted to leave. Wait, what are you doing? We're attacking the treasury, but what about you? I'm going to stop the ethereal stage experts on our backs and buy you time. Luo Yunhai flew again. The two were stunned. Kui Gang held much tighter now as he grew nervous. You're looking to die. They're ethereal stage experts. No matter how many people you have, they'll end up dead, all of them. And I am a soldier at heart. A soldier does not fear death on the battlefield. In any case, this way we'll reach our goal. Luo Yunhai grinned. Kui Gang was stumped, then gnashed his teeth. Master had us obey your orders. You're the commander here. How can we let you be in danger? I'll go. Demon scheming sect disciples, listen up. Pa, however, he didn't finish as Luo Yunhai grabbed his shoulder. Since your brother's Yuo's disciple with the Luo clan here, how can I let you face danger? Moreover, Brother Zhuo told me that in this war you must be safe. Later, he'll be giving you a great surprise. But you... Kui Gang's eyes shook. Luo Yunhai waved his hand. This is the way of the Luo clan of righteousness and loyalty, a teaching passed down through generations. As the clan head, I have to uphold it. Brother Zhuo did so much for us, so I won't ever let his disciples be at risk. Moreover, you said it yourself. Your master told you to obey my orders. Then listen to my command. Luo Yunhai flicked his sleeve and got away from them, flying behind to welcome the 6 ethereal stage experts. Flying Tiger Army with me, focus your divine sense, breaking formation. Yes, the Flying Tiger Army converged and charged at the enemy with Luo Yunhai. They all knew what awaited them. But life meant nothing before a soldier's duty to obey. This was the Luo clan style. Combined with the original Luo clan's literary reputation of being righteous and loyal, Zhuo Fan's bold and fearless nature, as well as Dugu Army's inviolable orders, it became just like an impressive army. Seeing this fearless and brave army, Kui Gang and Yuer were stunned. Then they sighed. No wonder Master always wanted to go back. This clan cares so much for him. For our lives as mere Master's disciples, this clan head is willing to pay with his. This is crazy idiocy, or is it true righteousness? Ha ha ha, I never imagined a demonic cultivator like Master's home would be the most righteous clan. Kui Gang sighed. But this righteous clan is not as loathsome as the other righteous sects. Yuer, let's go, eh? Kui Gang wanted to take Yuer to attack the treasury, but he found that she just stared at Luo Yunhai still. Yuer's eyes grew hazy. Kui Gang, you listen to Luo clan head. I have another task. Yunhai shot for Luo Yunhai at full speed, leaving Kui Gang stumped. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, Demon scheming sect disciples, follow me to raid their treasury. Don't squander Luo clan head's sacrifice. Yes. With a roar, the disciples looked at Luo Yunhai, touched by his actions before going on to do their part. Behind them, Luo Yunhai took the 100,000 Flying Tiger Army to pose as a shield for their backs. They had no chance in stopping the ethereal stage experts, but their dauntless aura gave a feeling of security. No wonder Steward Zhuo came from the Luo clan. All of them are amazing. Whoosh tilde, the 6 ethereal stage experts were now upon the army. Luo Yunhai shouted, Charge! The Flying Tiger Army obeyed without question. He, ignorant fools. Radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators dare block our way. They sneered and mocked Luo Yunhai and the Flying Tiger Army. The elder with the long beard flicked his hand, and a lightning arrow 100 meters long shot like lightning for them. Soul variant, heaven-breaking arrow. Who tilde a huge pressure, one bearing death, descended upon the army. They found it hard to breathe, their mind in pain. Yet not even this could stop Luo Yunhai as he shouted, Focus all your divine sense before us. We're 100,000 men. Yes. The men shouted once more, and with a strong wind, the divine sense gathered as it stuck together into a wall before the incoming arrow. The divine sense just kept getting stronger and stronger. However, the bearded old man mocked. What can the divine sense of radiant stage cultivators do? It's no match for an ethereal stage expert's condensed soul. Quantity can't beat quality. Humph, a bunch of rats are looking to die, so have at it. The other 5 ethereal stage experts laughed loudly, not in a hurry to join, and instead enjoyed seeing these ants getting squashed. Whoosh! With a thunderclap, the lightning arrow struck the divine sense wall hard. It breached it without delay and went for the army unimpeded. PFF. The men all spewed blood, feeling their heads splitting apart from the pain. The few profound heaven cultivators in the Flying Tiger Army had it worse. Their eyes lost their light and died on the spot. leaving their empty shells of a hard body to fall to the ground. Next came the fall of 1,000 bodies as they died from the attack. Luo Yunhai was in pain with every thump. The flying tiger army was made of war puppets Zhuo Fan refined, and would not even be called humans, having only a divine sense. But these people were Luo clan's guards, brothers Luo Yunhai had spent years by their side. He saw them as family. Watching so many fall to their deaths tore Luo Yunhai apart. But he bore through the pain and held on. This was the Luo clan's military style. Remembering the martyrs was done after the war. Now they had one mission to charge. The brutal lightning arrow had not slowed at all, as if to prove to Luo Yunhai and his men that all their efforts were for naught, a fool's errand. The ethereal stage experts sneered, but then their smiles fell. Luo Yunhai and the flying tiger army wore the same hard faces as they faced this deadly adversity. It was as if they did not know the meaning of weakness. Even the 6 ethereal stage experts began to show admiration. How long has it been since they last saw such determination? But you still have to die. The bearded elder's eyes flashed with bloodthirst and sent the lightning arrow flying even faster with a flick of the wrist. It was in front of Luo Yunhai in a blink. The burning lightning was so powerful he felt pain before it struck. Chapter 743. Different Path. Damn it, it's faster than predicted. Luo Yunhai squinted at the incoming lightning arrow and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, "Even if I die, you are to hold them back down to the last man." "Yes, sir," the flying tiger army roared in unison. The 6 ethereal stage experts' hearts shook at their devotion, touched by their devotion. They were amazed there were people in this world with such commitment, facing death regardless of what happened to them all to complete their mission. Thank God they're only in the radiant stage and profound heaven stage and can't harm us. Letting them grow would bring about a calamity. Such dreadful power made them wonder just where they came from. The demon scheming sect had no way of having such loyal disciples, that was for sure. The 5 ethereal stage experts were puzzled and sighed, but most of all they were afraid, while the bearded elder was more determined than ever to end them. They all must die. Crack! The lightning arrow crackled as it ripped through the air, ready to annihilate the entire flying tiger army. Luo Yunhai clenched his teeth with a frown. His biggest worry was not his death, but that he bought enough time for Kui Gang's team to complete their raid. "Luo clan head, focus all of your men's divine sense on me." A soft voice echoed, that of a girl in white as she landed before them. She parted her red lips and spat out an azure flaming bead. Luo Yunhai's eyes widened on seeing Zhuo Fan's disciple. "Yuer. Flying Tiger Army, focus all your divine sense on this lady." Who tilde in an instant. The huge wall of divine sense that everyone formed was now flooding Yuer's body, the soldiers acting without an ounce of hesitation. Shaking, Yuer was shocked as the power flooded her. It was even too much to handle as she had to cough up blood. She never imagined Luo clansmen would be so quick and direct. They gave her everything without the slightest hesitation. They were not even familiar. Even if they were on the same side, not hesitating to give her everything while risking their lives was never seen anywhere. Yet now the Luo clan's army did it just like that. Smiling, Yuer's heart turned soft. She grew up in the demon scheming sect where everyone was out to get everyone. The only one she could trust was her sister. Now that she was being trusted by strangers moved her, almost forgetting her plan. Soon, though, she came to and used all that power to focus on the azure flame bead. The bead shone brightly, and the azure flame roared stronger and stronger into a firewall that safeguarded everyone, just in time to welcome the lightning. Boom! The fierce explosion resulting from the impact caused a violent firestorm, while the lightning arrow's power passed the firewall and struck Yuer. She cried out and spat blood as she was flung in the air. The lightning arrow was, in the end, also affected by the azure flame, shuddering and turning black. The bearded elder felt pain shoot through his mind, threatening to split his head open. As for the lightning arrow, it was slowly coming back to him. The azure flame bead fell to the ground as it used up all its power. The azure flame on it turned into a mote, threatened to be extinguished. 100,000 divine senses were focused, and through the azure flame, they stopped an ethereal stage expert soul's attack. It only worked to prove the disparity in strength between radiant stage and ethereal stage. Luo Yunhai rushed to Yuer. Seeing her white as paper, he was worried. "Miss, how are you? Why did you come? I thought I told you to go with the demon-scheming sect disciples and take their treasury." Yuer took a deep breath and looked at him through half-lidded eyes. "Why did you give me all your divine sense without hesitation? If I didn't block it, you'd be all dead." What's the point of saying that now? Your brother Zhuo's disciple. You're one of us. Since you came and decided to take that soul attack, no matter if it worked or not, we must show our trust by giving you all our strength." Luo Yunhai spoke naturally, then he looked at the bead. "Reality proved you did block it." Staring hard at him, Yunhai chuckled. "I planned on blocking twice, but you guys just had to give me all of your divine sense and forced me to be injured from the overflow, wasting some of it. Now I only blocked once." "What?" Startled, Luo Yunhai made a weird face. "You mean to tell me it's my fault?" "You should have said how much divine sense you needed." Yuer shook her head. "It's the first time we met. It's even while we're at death's door. How should I know you would give your life in some stranger's hands without hesitation? I said I wanted all your divine sense, expecting to get a mere third at the most. If I said half, I might have gotten a tenth. But who knew you'd be so trusting?" Luo Yunhai shook and gave her a long look. Despite looking downcast, he saw an odd sense of glee on her. He knew why and sigh. "I see you don't trust anyone. But rest assured, we, Luo clan, completely trust our allies." Luo Yunhai stood up and once again faced the 5 ethereal stage experts with his army. "Miss, thank you for your help, but you're hurt now and can't take another strike. You'd best leave from here. We will stop them down to the last man." Yuer looked at him and struggled to stand, walking next to him. "Master gave us a mission. No matter what happens, you must live. I will protect you till my last breath." She flicked her hand, and the azure flame bead landed in her palm. Yuer stepped up before Luo Yunhai, and the bead once again was ignited. Ignoring her frail body and the blood flowing from her mouth, Yuer shouted, "Give me all of your divine sense. I can take another one." Luo Yunhai's eyes shook and he held out his hand. "Give me the bead. You can barely stand." "No, it's my mission." Yuer turned her head around. Luo Yunhai sighed, then turned serious. "I'll be ashamed to face Brother Zhuo after this, but I must tell you. For Brother Zhuo, the end justifies the means. He only cares about his goals. To him, my life is so much more precious than anyone else here, even more than his own disciple. All are worthy sacrifices. That's why you don't have." "Why did you tell me then?" Yunhai raised an eyebrow. "It's your honor for Master to sacrifice everyone for your life." Luo Yunhai shook his head. "Brother Zhuo is just protecting me, but I don't want to do this. I don't want to live when others die. I know that Brother Zhuo raised the Luo clan by himself, but he didn't force me to walk his path. That is why, as the Luo clan head, I hope to bear the lives of all my clansmen and not of them shielding me. I want true righteousness and loyalty, the path of kingship. So you don't have to admire. Then don't say it." Yuer smiled, her eyes flashing. "You want to protect everyone, but you can't stop others from protecting you. It no longer has anything to do with the mission." Luo Yunhai shook as he looked at Yuer. "I'll use the bead Master gave me to block again. No matter how it ends, with your life or death, I will do all I can." Smiling, Yuer said, "And this is my will as thanks for your trust." Yuer showed a rare bright smile. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. The bearded elder, wounded by the azure flame, finally recovered and spat. "Curse you! Mere ants dared to harm my soul. I'll make mincemeat out of you." "Hey, Elder Zhu, you can't even handle a few radiant stage cultivators, yet still act tough," one mocked. "Why not let me handle the brats for you, lest you want to get hurt again and make you look bad, ha ha ha." The person flicked his hand, and a sharp longsword hovered in the air. Its might bore down harder than the lightning arrow. The army's heads started hurting even before it struck. Luo Yunhai and Yuer were shocked, their faces sinking. Yuer held the azure flame bead tight in her shaking hand. "Not even the azure flame bead can stop such power. Chapter 744. Heaven, Earth, Fire, Water, Madness. Nation-crushing sword. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, the person flicked his hand and the long sword fell from the heavens above. The powerful pressure slapped into the soldiers, halting their breaths. In addition to the pressure, the sharp sword also had a piercing soul power that caused their head to hurt as it burrowed into their minds. Luo Yunhai's expression turned heavy, and he looked at the shaking Yuer in front of him. He came next to her and snatched the azure flame bead, then shouted, "Soldiers, give me all your divine sense." Yes. Flying Tiger Army shouted in response as everyone powered their power like a tornado into Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai shivered, almost unable to take it all as blood seeped from his mouth. But he didn't care, focusing all the power into the bead. The azure flame once again exploded, releasing a large fire snake. Yuer cried out, "What are you doing? Give it back now." "Ha ha ha, it's too late." Luo Yunhai chuckled. "Miss, I now control the bead and only I can maintain its power. If you take it, then the defense will fail and I'll suffer its backlash, dropping dead. Your brother's Yuo's disciple, so I don't think you're going to make such a rash decision." Yuer's heart tightened, giving up soon after. She should have been the one defending him, but now, Luo Yunhai chuckled. "Miss, hurry up and leave. If I die, then just tell Brother Zhuo it has nothing to do with you. There is no way I can hide behind a woman's skirt in the face of danger. I am the Luo clan head." Luo Yunhai shouted and focused all his energy. The azure flame on the bead went crazy as it flooded out of it. The flying tiger army was also standing at the ready to face their enemy. Yuer was stunned, and then added her own soul power to Luo Yunhai. "Miss," Luo Yunhai started. "With your wounds, how can you do such a thing? Just leave this place while you can." Yuer frowned as she turned stubborn. "Master gave me that bead and there's no way I'm leaving here without it. We'll stop the soul attack, then you'll return it." Luo Yunhai looked at her deeply, then shook his head with a sigh. "Cocky much? You actually want to stop my dipper sword soul?" The person snickered at them. "I'm unlike that Elder Zhu in the third layer, nor is my soul weaker. You have no chance of blocking it with your cultivation." The person shouted, and the sword soul increased its plunge. The heavy pressure increased even more, making the earth crack under their feet and kicking up a cloud of dust. The azure flames were shaking before it struck, about to crumble at any second, and making Luo Yunhai and the army cough blood. The azure flame snake was also weaker. The person had a sadistic smile as he watched them suffer. His power was far stronger than the previous one. They may be 100,000, but it was not enough to even take one of his attacks. They were going to perish without a doubt. Shaking his head, Luo Yunhai turned to Yuer. "Miss, it seems you lost your chance to leave. We shall die together." "Is dying alongside me not fitting for clan head?" Yuer cocked an eyebrow. Luo Yunhai chuckled. "No, this may be the only upside in our demise." Yuer grinned and closed her eyes as she waited for the sword to drop. The terrible pressure had sapped most of the azure flame's power. The glinting sword edge came closer and closer, ready to crush this 100,000 army. "Yuer." Yu Ling cried out, wanting to help, but she still had an opponent to deal first. All she could do was watch her baby sister die. The other demon-scheming sect experts were tangled in their own battles and could not give aid either. The disaster seemed imminent. Zhuo Fan, who fought sect leader Xuan, had no intention of helping either. Though he could do it in an instant, he did not. He wanted to see after all these years if the elders and venerables he arranged would jump to the rescue. If they proved unable, he would give them a thorough lesson back home. If they proved unwilling, a house cleanup is in order. Luo clan head, did you know? I've always been someone's burden, unable to die even when I wanted to. Then I met Master and my life finally changed, though there hasn't been much to change my mind. But now I want to live on just when I'm about to die. Yuer no longer looked at the sword and closed her eyes as she felt death creeping in. Is it karma or providence? Luo Yunhai gave her a deep look and held her hand. Death may come at any time. All that matters is that you make it worth it. Though now, in the face of death, I don't think it's that bad. PFF Yuer giggled, no longer afraid of what was to come. Face twitching, the elder of the sword soul was annoyed. For God's sake, if there's one thing I hate most, it's seeing couples getting all lovey-dovey before death. Stop ignoring me. He made a sign and the sword soul sped up, its sharpness making their heads hurt. Their time of death was swiftly approaching. However, a burning light flashed and a scorching ball of fire appeared before the two, striking the heavy sword soul. Boom! The long sword and the fireball separated, but their power swept the area, making the weaker ethereal stage experts falter back. Whoosh tilde, the longsword returned to the person's side and caused him to shiver as blood spilled from his mouth. He stared back in anger. Hi, it seems to me the Luo clan got itself a madam. That's a cause for celebration, ha ha ha. An elegant figure in white floated down before the army. Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Sister Zhu? Zhu Qingjian looked rather pale at this moment, her breathing ragged. Yet she still put on a smile. Qiu Yanhai coughed, wiping the blood, and walked next to her. Clan head, we came to help steward Zhuo, so could you possibly keep your mind on track? Old Qiu, that's my line. A mocking voice came from the side, Lai Jingxian. In the Luo clan, you're one of the few couples back home. True, indeed. On the other side were heaven and earth sages, expressing their approval of Lai Jingxian's words. Seeing everyone here, Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Yuer was stunned. She knew ethereal stage battles were savage, so how did they finish their fights so fast? But looking at them closer, they could see blood. Luo Yunhai's brow shook. Elder Lai, how could you? Looking at the blood on him, Lai Jingxian chuckled. It's nothing. This is just the price for cutting the fighting short. What? Luo Yunhai looked at the 5 of them and saw each bearing a wound, some even a dozen, but they did not care. This made him tear up. He knew they risked their own lives by foregoing their battles to save him. This great favor filled him with gratitude. Zhuo Fan grinned. Heaven, earth, water, fire, and madness, the 5 high venerables he got for the Luo clan didn't let him down. Chapter 745, Strongest 5 Elders. Whoosh tilde 24 more ethereal stage experts showed up on the 6's side. They were now 30 ethereal stage experts. 8 were in the 6th layer, 10 in the 5th, and the rest were in the 4th and 3rd layer. While on Luo Yunhai's side, only Lai Jingxian and the sages were in the 6th, with the power couple in the 5th. The Luo clan was at a clear disadvantage. Mystical Heaven Sect's 30 ethereal stage experts had them surrounded with a look of scorn. Where's the fire? Ha, you ran all the way over here, just to save some radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators? Now you're in an even worse state, with them as your shackles that seal your fate. An elder with a large mustache laughed. The 5 did not care. Lai Jingxian turned to Luo Yunhai. Clan head, take Flying Tiger Army away. We'll stop them from coming after you. 5 stopping 30. Yuer cried. No way. They have experts stronger than you, Qiu Yanhai mocked. Lass, don't lump us with your rowdy demon scheming sect elders. Our words to clan head are just like in the military. We do what we say. We won't let one of them slip past us or my head is on the line. Yuer looked at him hard. Are the Luo clan's rules that strict? 5 holding back 30 was pushing it beyond their limits. It was simply 1 to 6. And now they add another harsher condition to not let anyone slip by. Luo Yunhai nodded heavily. Then I'll leave it to venerables. We'll go join the demon scheming sect at the treasury. Luo Yunhai pulled Yuer's soft hand and flew away. Flying Tiger Army with me? Yes, sir. The soldiers shouted and converged, following Luo Yunhai outside of ethereal stage experts' range. Yuer was frantic, watching the 5 in worry. Why you truly believe they can fight 1 on 6? Ha, don't worry. They are the strongest force brothers Zhuo left for the Luo clan. They're Luo clan guardians, keeping their word. If they said it's all right, then it's all in their hands. Luo Yunhai kept pulling Yuer's hand as he flew away. Lai Jingxian chuckled, then his eyes turned savage. With clan head safe, we can let loose? Humph, show off. So you're telling me you couldn't go all out before? One ethereal stage expert mocked. Did you forget who gave you that fresh wound? Qiu Yanhai sneered. We got hurt on purpose. How else were we supposed to save clan head? That was your only shot at harming us. Indeed. An elder with white hair stepped out. His dreadful aura made him the strongest. You five do stand out of the crowd, stronger than the common ethereal stage experts. But you forget, you were in a deadlock before you saved the juniors and couldn't get any advantage either. And now you are much more tired than us. You'll be fighting 1 against 5. You're finished. The 5 just cracked up. Why are you laughing? Aren't I right? The old man asked. Lai Jingshan nodded. Ha ha ha, right, you're totally right. Though that was when we fought alone. The elder had a sinking feeling. Who knew the day would come for old coots like us that would need us to work together, ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai chuckled and said, in any case, we're also fighting for Steward Zhuo this time around, who showed us so much favor all this time. We best not drag our behinds any longer or clan head might actually suffer and we'll be worse off. The other 4 grinned. Sure. Heaven and earth sages made a sign and 1 black and 1 white glow each shot from them. The 2 used this shining light to vanish. When the light dispersed, the scenery around the 30 enemies changed. There was no more clamor of the fights from other people, just a world in shades of gray. Shit, this is a domain soul. We have to get out of here before we fall victim any further. One elder shouted. The others took out their souls, a glittering display of swords, spears, axes, and other weapons. It won't change anything. The 2 had a domain soul, but we will smash it with 30 souls attacking it at once. The others shouted as well, but when they took out their souls to attack, the world shifted. Black and white kept changing and turning their power into nothing. Even their soul power was being consumed. Outside the domain, the sages stood before the black and white ball as it spun around. Ha ha ha, our domain is the yin-yang reversal. Your strength will be sapped from the constant change, given back to the world, until you have nothing left and your soul crumbles. You've got no chance in forcing your way out. The elder startled and thought of another way. Don't waste your energy, or the domain will take it. Gather your soul power together and breach the domain. We're 30 ethereal stage experts. It can't dissipate so much power all at once. Ha ha ha, right you are. Yin-yang reversal has the yin and yang characteristics. No matter how many people are inside, their power will be taken away if acting alone. But together you can get out. Heaven Sage mocked, turning to Lai Jingshan. They're about to join hands and won't be able to hold it. You should fight as well. Ha ha ha, well said. Lai Jingshan's black aura surged and roared. A black dragon took to the skies and shot into the black and height ball. Soul variant Necro Dragon Chained Claw, roar. As the soul power of all inside the domain gathered, a draconic roar entered their ears. Before they could figure out what was happening, black claws fell from above like spears. They carried a sinister power as they pelted their souls and forced them to scatter. Everyone coughed blood and grew pale. The weaker ones took it harder, their souls gone from this world. The other cried out in fear. They never thought a large-scale attack would hold so much power in each strike. In a blink, the 30 ethereal stage experts were reduced to around half. What they didn't know was while they were scared inside the dual ball, Lai Jingshan was spent outside, gasping. It's not easy taking on so many. Old Q, I leave the rest to you too. TCH, of course you'd be exhausted taking out half, Q Yanhai grinned. Old Lai, you're just showing off. Wasn't there 5 of us? It should be 1 to 6. Fine, then don't join and leave the rest to the sages. Elder Lai rolled his eyes. Now though, Q Yanhai's face fell. No way. Since you got half, how can I fall short? Q Yanhai turned to Zhu Qingjian with desire, about to spew fire. Zhu Qingjian shook her head and giggled. She rolled her eyes. Looks who's showing off now. The 2 made their signs as 1 hot and 1 cold soul came out and made contact. In a blink, they became a scorching and bright light as it shot for the domain. Yin-Yang Convergence, World Annihilation, Chapter 746, Winning with Fewer Numbers. A fierce gale blew over, even as the remaining experts in the domain shivered in fear. They thought they'd see the claws again, but this time, what welcomed them was a blinding light. Its heat was burning them even before it reached them as it turned everything in its wake to cinder. This astonishing power had shaken their hearts with dread. One elder warned, "Be careful and don't get near it." Thank you for stating the obvious, but how are we supposed to keep our distance? They all looked for a place to flee, but then someone looked on in fear. Why is it becoming bigger? Fool, it's not becoming bigger. It's the domain shrinking. We got nowhere to dodge. The people looked around in panic as the white scorching light closed in and only exacerbated their fears. Og. One could no longer escape and got too close to the light, disintegrating on the spot, starting with the hand. The others watched in shock as he was slowly erased from existence, yet none came to help. They knew they would be next. Use your souls! At the shout, their eyes lit with hope. Yet none liked to be the first to test that theory, so without a choice, the one who shouted used his soul first to strike the light. Bam! However, the soul melted on contact with the light, vanishing as well. The people's eyes bugged out, no one wanting to risk it anymore. So the light closed in more and more, unaffected by the soul attack it took just now. Its scorching heat was taking one soul at a time. Cries sounded that filled the rest with even more dread. Finally, only 4 remained in the 5th and 6th layer, watching the light as they prepared to die. Curses, if I'm going to die, I'm going to make you pay. Soul explosion, one elder with bloodshot eyes roared. The scarlet longsword shot for the white light, scattering in an explosion after making contact. The old man's soul was gone and his body slumped to the ground. But the white light shook now, with Q Yanhai and Zhu Qingjian frowning outside the domain, with blood leaking from their mouths. But to intimidate the remaining 3, they held on, covering up the weakness of the light. Watching the light coming after them still, the 3 were deathly pale. With their souls unable to do anything to it, they were out of options. They gnashed their teeth and spat. Since we're going to die, we'll go out with a bang. Someone had his soul explode against the light, then the second. Q Yanhai and Zhu Qingjian kept spurting blood. Now that only one elder remained, he clenched his teeth, ready to die as well, but then the light puffed out. The elder looked dumbly, then knew what happened. Regret took him. The white light feared soul explosion. If they used it from the start, then many would have survived. But everyone only thought about themselves, and none wanted to sacrifice their lives for another until they had no chance but to go down fighting when it was too late. The elder shook his head and sighed. Now what could he do alone? Outside the domain, the white light faded and turned into cold and hot lights as they returned to the power couple. The 2 spat more blood. That's it. We can't take it anymore. Those guys are insane, going for suicide. We can't hold on much longer either. This domain is made of our souls. With so many explosions, we've been injured as well. Blood leaked from the sages' mouths and looked within. There's just one guy left. Let him out and just beat him up. Agreed. The others nodded, and the sages undid their domain. The elder saw the light of day once more, but now he was the picture of solitude. Everyone on the battlefield looked over and saw how 30 got trapped, and now only 1 survived. The shock was palpable, but the lone survivor had no time to even stand straight as the 5 were on him in a blink. Boom, fire, water, savagery, yin and yang all came down on his head like heaven's wrath. In moments, the old guy did not even have the chance to take a breath of fresh air before he was put down, his body gone. Every onlooker stood there dumbfounded. Who are they to be so strong? Killing 30 by themselves? The mystical heaven sect was stunned, the demon scheming sect was looking dumbly, and even Zhuo Fan flinched. Then he nodded. These 5 sure are strong. I didn't waste all that effort after all. Not even he thought they would make such an effective team. Yuer kept looking back and now was stumped as well. He stammered at Luo Yunhai. They? Ha ha ha, Brother Zhuo taught 3 of them himself, while the other 2 merely gave them hints. That's why they became our first generation of venerables. Luo Yunhai chuckled. They are stubborn and prideful people, always acting alone, but they actually joined hands this time. Yuer sighed. They're all freaks. Like master, like disciple. They never became Brother Zhuo's true disciples. Who's to say what his disciples would become later on? Maybe even stronger, ha ha ha. Calling them freaks is a bit premature. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Yuer's face grew hard, but Master doesn't seem to care much about us. He also said that he only got into the demon scheming sect because of the sect leader's deal. Oh, acting cool. Let me tell you what I know from my time with Brother Zhuo. He does care about you, ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Yuer gave him a long look and smiled. Kill! In front of them, someone started shouting. They saw Kui Gang's team fighting mystical Heaven Sect disciples. They all had around the same cultivation, making the fighting bitter and harsh. Luo Yunhai shouted, "Flying Tiger Army wing formation. Charge?" "Yes, sir." The soldiers followed Luo Yunhai's lead into battle. They were like wolves among sheep. One side had 40,000 men, the other 100,000 war puppets. One side was made of secluded disciples, while the others were veterans of war. Despite the similar cultivation, the outcome was obvious. Luo Yunhai's Flying Tiger Army turned the previous deadlock into a win. Flying Tiger Army was like a cleaver, cutting its way through mystical Heaven Sect disciples, leaving Kui Gang's side stumped. Fricking hell, Master, how are Master's clansmen so strong? They're at the same level as us but so much better in group battles. That's what it means to be in the military. Kui Gang directed the demon scheming sect disciples to attack as well, and the mystical Heaven Sect disciples had no way of stopping such brutal assault. Soon they arrived before the treasury, but the gates were closed tight. "We're here," Luo Yunhai lit up and ordered. "Attack the treasury and cut off their supplies." "Roar!" The men shouted, even the demon-scheming sect disciples, all excited about burning it to the ground. However, in a yellow flash, an immense power swept them and spread blood and gore in every direction. 10,000 died just like that, with thousands being from the tough Flying Tiger Army. An aged voice sounded, "Who dares come to my treasury?" Chapter 747, Heaven Cycle Elders. Sharp winds blew as 4 old guys came out of nowhere. Their backs crooked, their eyes lidded, and sitting cross-legged before everyone. The powerful auras coming off them made the army not dare take a step closer. Luo Yunhai frowned, his heart tense as he clenched his fists. He never imagined the number of demon-scheming sect elders Zhuo Fan brought at the main hall would not make all the experts of this sect converge there. At least these 4 had stayed behind, and from their vibes, they were in the ethereal stage. Yunhai was now pensive, unsure how to proceed. Lai Jingshan's team looked from afar at the 4 and cried out, "Damn it, those are." The 5 shot for Luo Yunhai's side, growing serious. Luo Yunhai did not know the 4's power since he was not at their stage to even feel it. But Lai Jingshan found they were actually in the 9th layer of ethereal stage, just shy of reaching soul harmony stage, for these kind of experts to show up. And 4 of them, not even them, as ethereal stage experts in their rights, could beat them. There was no way their weak clan head could even touch them. Lai Jingshan's team of 5 rushed over at top speed, afraid their clan head would die the next second. Zhuo Fan looked over and was worried for the first time, yet he did not have the chance to interfere. The long spear was coming for him once more. With little choice in the matter, Zhuo Fan continued directing Almighty Scarlet Dragon King to flick its tail, sending it away. He turned around to go there, but he saw sect leader Xuan's sinister smile. "Humph, Zhuo Fan, if you had just escaped, with so many people showing the way, I had no way of stopping you. But you just had to be so greedy and started fighting. Now our 4 high venerables came out, leaving you no chance of escape, ha ha ha," sect leader Xuan cackled. Zhuo Fan gave the 4 old guys a long look. 4 ethereal stage experts in the 9th layer sure are amazing, but only a smidgen better than sect leader's 8th layer cultivation. And you think they'll turn the battle around? Think again. Ha ha ha, a smidgen, you say. Zhuo Fan, then you don't know much about Western lands, do you? You have no idea of my sect's power. Sect leader Xuan smirked, pointing at the 4 as he mocked. Then feast your eyes on their power, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan looked harder than his brow shook. The 4 old guys still had their eyes closed, sitting there in midair. They sat in a 3-meter circle spinning around. Each elder released a special glow, red, green, white, golden. As the 4 lights merged following a certain pace, it turned into a blinding earthen light. Following the roar of a dragon, an earthen-colored dragon flew around the 4 of them. The ground constantly shook, feeling like the rapids on a stormy sea. The radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators couldn't even sit straight. As the earthen glow shone, they felt their innards shake and started puking blood. Many of them had their eyes roll into their skull and dropped dead. In a mere blink, thousands died. Yet the four old guys didn't look like they moved at all, just sitting there as they moved in circle with eyes closed. Luo Yunhai cried out, "Get in the air and away from those four. Don't let their waves strike you." No one was a fool here and rushed into the air and away from the yellow curtain of light. Ha ha ha, why would us four care about bugs like you lot, as they scurry away? But this time you dared to invade mystical heaven sect and came for the treasury. As the highest venerables in the sect, the four of us can't ignore this transgression. One elder smiled, making all of the four old guys change their signs they made. They finally moved, or more precise, their circle moved. Even though they never cracked an eyelid, spinning around in a circle, the invisible circle formed felt more like a wide disk. It whooshed over the crowd and the yellow dragon looming overhead spun with them. But the powerful force made by the constant spinning slammed into everyone in its path. No one had time to react as blood and gore flew every which way. The spinning yellow disk just went right through a group and mowed down thousands of people, reducing them to a bloody pulp. The disk made a return trip, and thousands more received the same gruesome death. In just one move, 10,000 people lay dead. Everyone was too shocked to react, filled with fear as they watched the yellow disk. Luo Yunhai was also overwhelmed. Seeing the disk so deadly as it reaped through his men's lives, his heart was panicking. By the time he reacted, 30,000 men were gone from this world. He shouted, "Break formation! Everyone flee! We can't beat them! Save yourselves!" He gave the flying tiger army a signal and everyone scattered. Oh, the commander survived. One old man smiled, sending the disc straight for Luo Yunhai this time. Luo Yunhai rushed to flee. Yuer and Kui Gang wanted to dodge but had no way of reacting to ethereal stage experts' speeds. In a blink, the disc was upon them. Feeling that raw fear its power sent, Kui Gang shook his head. "My poor life is now over. Just why did Master have to attack mystical heaven sect? Is it really just to teach them a lesson? It looks to me that we're the one on the receiving end." Luo Yunhai did not speak, but his eyes were firm. Even he didn't know why Zhuo Fan wanted to do this, but since he planned for it, he would see it through to the end. This was the unflinching trust the Luo clan had for him. Even now, with death looming overhead, he still had no regrets. Whoosh tilde suddenly, a familiar figure blocked Luo Yunhai's sight. It was no other than Yuer, miss. It's not use. It's not like before. Being in front or back won't make a difference. Yuer said nothing, just stood there unrelenting. Luo Yunhai decided to stand by her. Why not stand together? That way, maybe Brother Zhuo's other disciple might be able to come out alive behind us. "I'm Kui Gang." Kui Gang rolled his eyes and stood next to them. "Before we die, you should at least know my name. Master was too busy and had no time to make the introductions before. Dying without even knowing my name is such a miserable fate." "Then I'm Luo Yunhai, the Luo clan head?" Luo Yunhai laughed. Yuer smiled. "Yuer, demon-scheming sect disciple." "Ha ha ha, young lads, so close even before death. No wonder you're so amazing leading these kids." The elders from the circle overheard them and laughed. "But that still won't mean you're going to live. It's your fault for not being our disciples, ha ha ha." Whoosh tilde the strong disc flew at them, just an inch from turning them into a bloody smear on the ground. The trio closed their eyes, ready to meet their doom. However, the three found that nothing happened to them even after a while the strong power was suddenly gone from their front. When they opened their eyes, they saw a white and black ball spinning in front. Not far from them, the sages had their hands locked in a sign and looking tense. Yin-yang reversal. In this critical moment, the heaven and earth twin sages intervened, using their domain soul to isolate the area around the four old guys. However, this action had made the two suffer for it. Chapter 748, 4 Earth Dragons. "Elders, thank you." Luo Yunhai's eyes shone and laughed. He cupped his hands, but the sages shouted, "Elder Lai, don't just stand there, get them out of there." Whoosh, tilde, a black figure flashed, and before the trio could react, a thick hand grabbed their shoulders and got them out. It was no other than Lai Jingshan. "Elder Lai?" Lai Jingshan looked stunned, but seeing his heavy look, he did not finish. He followed Lai Jingshan's gaze to see the sages shake, then cough blood while their domain's soul instantly collapsed. Roar, tilde? The world shook as 4 dragons roamed above the mystical heaven sect. They broke out of the domain and circled around before vanishing as they returned to the 4 elders. While the spinning circle, the yellow dragon, was still there and just as powerful. The 4 elders sitting in the air did not show any sign of disturbance. The sages looked at the 4 and revealed fear on their faces. "Ha ha ha, I never knew they had people that can use such a domain soul. It's our first time seeing such a soul, such a rarity." One elder chuckled. "A shame you're too weak. You've been taxed before attacking us and were injured, or you might have made us get serious." Another elder nodded. "This soul domain sure is fantastic. Using yin and yang to turn the world around. An average cultivator would have had no way to cope with it. However, this domain's weakness is glaring. It's great for wearing the enemy out, but also leaving him with enough time to deal with it." The other 3 nodded, discussing things as if the sages weren't even in their radar. If not for this, I would have actually wanted to see what they looked like. "Humph, fogies sure know how to talk. So you're saying we're not worth a glance from you, is that it?" However, following the shout of anger at the 4, a gaudy white light shot for them. "Why don't you old freaks look at this then?" Whoosh! Like an arrow from above, a searing heat approached the 4 old guys. Boom! Once the glaring light was gone, the 4's position became a white ball of light, making the air shimmer from the heat. Qiu Yanhai and Zhu Qingjian panted as they looked over as grave as before. They knew the 4 were by no means dead, even from the life and death art they just used. But when the light scattered, the couple still gasped in shock. How can this be?" The elders were still spinning around, relaxed as ever. Their eyes were closed still, their mouths perked in a mocking smile. The yellow dragon above was still circling, unfazed. The couple trembled all over, their hearts sinking. They had been hurt before they attacked just now, but that life and death art was a strike backed by all their power. Even so, it couldn't even scratch them, nor make them budge. To the 4 elders, the couple was not even worth a look. Everyone felt terror at this moment. They were just no match for them. Zhuo Fan looked over and frowned. 4 Earth Dragon souls? "That's precisely it," sect leader Xuan laughed. "Didn't I tell you? While you don't know of Western Land's sect's powers, you at least should know of the demon scheming sect High Venerable." Zhuo Fan looked long at him and nodded. "I heard of him but never saw him." "Ha ha ha, then allow me to tell you. In the Western Lands, we are known as Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, with each sect their own guardians." Sect leader Xuan spoke with pride. "1 sword, 5 dragons is the name our guardians go by." "What? You mean to say?" Han Kainying cried out in disbelief. "I've always thought it to be just a rumor, but it's real." "Then the 4 venerables are them?" Danner asked from the side. "Senior sister, what are you talking about? Why don't I know this? You haven't been in the sect for long, so of course you don't know." High Venerable shook her head. "Some elders of the sects know that our sect has 4 great venerables defending our home, heavenly cycle elders. Demon scheming sect's elusive sacred dragon is equally renowned. But with how much time has passed and they didn't show themselves, everyone stopped believing this rumor." High Venerable turned to the 4 sitting elders with fear and despair. "If they come out, not even the demon scheming sect's entire force can beat them. Even with the High Venerable, we still won't win." "Ha ha ha, exactly. They are truly mystical heaven sect's elders, knowing when to gauge the situation." Sect leader Xuan laughed. 1 sword, 5 dragons, Tianyu's 3 guardian sects is made of heavenly sword, guarding heaven trailing sect. Of the 5 dragons, 4 of them are wood dragon, fire dragon, ice dragon, metal dragon, the 4 elders in our sect. This leaves the demon scheming sect's only High Venerable hidden dragon. Although he is said to be the strongest of the 5 dragons, how can one defeat a team of 4? Thinking back when he with the Impermanence 5 attacked the Heavenly Cycle Elders, they were defeated. So even if he shows up, we have nothing to fear. Zhuo Fan squinted as he spoke heavily. So these 4 great experts that were always in hiding finally came out. Humph, our 4 venerables have been in seclusion for years and years, readying to enter soul harmony stage. But with your assault, they had no choice but to come. Sect leader Xuan snarked. Zhuo Fan, you and your men will die here, ha ha ha. Xuan Sheiyu was bouncing from joy. Zhuo Fan, a vile fiend like you dared to attack a righteous sect, and now you see the power we have, ha ha ha, seeing the father and son so full of themselves. Zhuo Fan stayed silent. My head is still sitting on my shoulder. Aren't you two jumping the gun a little? He then turned an eyebrow at the 4 old guys. They sure are strong. Guess these 2 aren't that full of it either. Og tilde. Cries resounded after Lai Jingshan saved the trio. Luo clan's ethereal stage experts arrived there as well. 36 people surrounded the 4. However, the 4 made a sign and the dragon roared. As they spun around in a circle, dragons came out of them and then made a round trip back. Each time it did, a dragon's soul would always take at least a victim. The powerful earth dragon soul, along with the might of this combination, made these ethereal stage experts feel like entering hell. They couldn't even get near the circle, ending up dead before they could do anything. Everyone was shocked, even demon scheming sect's oldies. Knowing the 4 were the High Venerables and also known as the 4 Dragons, they were struck with fear. Since High Venerable can't beat them, we're only going there to die. Mystical Heaven Sect's group came out from their disadvantage with high morale. Their support was here. I never knew these old devils weren't just rumors. 4 Earth Dragon souls and even forming a Heaven Cycle array, how to cope with it? Han Kaianying sighed. She looked at Kui Lang protecting her. Kui Lang, it seems we'll only be together for a brief moment. Olo Wanao Kui Lang held her hand. With you by my side, a moment is enough. Han Kaianying gave a bright smile and nodded. The onlookers were gratified but also sad. The two's feelings never changed after all these years, yet when they reunited, they were about to be separated once more. Demon scheming sect's defeat meant their deaths. Sect leader Xuan sighed, snickered. Zhuo Fan's eyes were the only ones bright. He took a deep breath. I really didn't want to do this, but what choice is there? Chapter 749. Despair and Regret. Boom tilde following the string of explosions, wails of agony filled the area. The Heavenly Cycle Elders spun in the air like a disk, calm and unfazed, yet with every spin they sent out hundreds of dragon souls like a storm upon the enemy. Yuo clan's ethereal stage experts had no way of approaching the 4 under this onslaught. In fact, they were the one getting slaughtered. In mere moments, the remaining dozen still left alive from the last attack were now gone as well. Everyone could not believe what they saw. Even Lai Jingshan, a martial fanatic, shook at such power. Roar. A draconic roar sounded as the yellow dragon shot for Lai Jingshan. Startled, Lai Jingshan flicked his hand in a rush, sending a black dragon to meet the attack. Necro Dragon Chained Claw. Black claws came at the yellow dragon, sharp enough to whistle through the air as they approached. However, the yellow dragon still came at him relentlessly. Bam! The deafening sound made the others cover their ears. Whether mistakenly or not, they even heard sounds of tearing. The next moment, they saw Lai Jingshan spit blood, his body powerless as he fell to the ground. The black dragon's soul had also vanished. Elder Lai. Luo Yunhai shouted, his eyes shaking. Just then, a black figure flashed before Lai Jingshan, holding him before he collapsed. Qiu Yanhai sensed the faint breath in Lai Jingshan and roared, "Old Bat, take young master and the others away from here." Elder Lai's soul must be almost shattered. The 4 old guys are impossible to deal with as we are. Hurry up and get out of here. Sure, old coot. Whoosh tilde in a flash of white, Zhu Qingjian came to Qiu Yanhai. With her white silk, she wrapped it around them and left. Sages, protect us. The sage's mouth twitched, but sighed. How were they supposed to do that against such an opponent? But when it came to clan head safety, it was their duty. Yin-Yang Reversal Domain, Soul Variant Yin-Yang World Lock. The two shouted and made their signs. The rattling of a chain was heard, followed by the coming of one white and one black chains, twisting around and releasing a strange aura. In a blink, the chains circled around the heavenly cycle elders and locked them in place. The circle was going to move again, but with the chains, it wouldn't budge. How amusing, it's not just as simple as a mere domain soul. One elder spoke in amazement. Another elder nodded. Yin-yang chain connecting heaven and earth. It looks like they shrunk their domain down to the size of a chain, but it is in fact the opposite. They enlarged it. Because the chain's yin-yang energy, connecting the world, it makes us connect with it and taking out power with it, forcing us in place. I never thought these two's domain soul would have such a variation. Truly amazing. Humph, that's right. In the Radiant stage, we have comprehended this move and even used it to seal off one true monster. The sages smiled, recalling the time they had Gu Santong trapped with pride. Now that we're in the ethereal stage, with domain soul as support, this move is perfected. We refuse to believe you four old coots are worse than that monster and can remove the chains. Heaven Sage shouted at the distant couple. Take Elder Lion clan head to a safe place. Leave this to us. We promise to not let these old guys leave this place before the battle is over. As expected of the strongest sages in Tianyu, you truly are reliable, ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai gave a thumbs up and a laugh. Luo Yunhai smiled as well, seeing the four old guys trapped. However, they had no idea how much the sages were suffering. The reason their domain soul was strong was because of its size, capable of dispersing the enemy's power. But now, the domain was the size of a chain. The Heavenly Cycle Elders' mighty power made them feel a pressure like never before. While the chains connected the world around them, shifting the pressure, but even that fraction of power left behind was enough to strain every fiber of their being. But they held on, even if their tendons broke. They knew that if they could not hold the four freaks back, then the clan head was dead. That was why they would use their own lives to keep the four here. However, none around understood this. Some demon-scheming sect elders saw the Heavenly Cycle Elders stuck and cried. These secular cultivators are amazing. They actually trapped the four dragons. This isn't possible for any ethereal stage cultivator in the lower three sects. Yeah, just how are they so strong? No wonder they're Steward Zhuo's aides. They're as weird as him. But why didn't they use this move from the start? Why wait for so many to die? Yeah, was it to show off at the last moment? After the admiration faded, suspicion rose. The sages' faces twitched as they made signs. Who the hell would use a last-ditch effort if not at the end? After this, it'd be a miracle if they were still alive. If not for the clan head being in peril, they would have never used it. But how could these fools know? Not even Luo Yunhai and Qiu Yanhai knew this truth. Only Zhuo Fan saw how hard it was, touching his ring. Guess I do have to use it after all. Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan. You can't possibly think those two can stop Mystical Heaven Sect's four guardian dragons, do you? You must be dumber than I thought. Zhuo Fan did not get to act as sect leader Xuan's bragging caught his attention, pointing at the four elders. Just watch and witness true despair. The four elders were still sitting with their eyes closed when one started. Ha ha ha, ignorant juniors, don't get too cocky. Your domain soul might have merit, but it's nothing to us four. The four made different signs, and the dragon soaring above increased its speed, sending wave after wave of yellow energy, rattling the yin-yang chains. The sage's brow furrowed as they made their own signs. No use. We have joined heaven and Ugh. Before they finished, their bodies shook and spat blood before slumping to the ground. Boom, with an explosion, the yellow energy rippled like a wave and crushed the yin-yang chains. Ha ha ha, our souls are earth dragon souls, born of the earth. While you can make our power touch the world, we can touch upon the earth to resonate with. We drew its power and used the ones we had to attack the chains from both sides. The four old guys still sat there in midair. One of them smiled. It's not your souls that are weak. It's because you met us that happened to have the way to deal with you. The sages were on the ground, powerless, with barely a breath left in them. Their eyes were filled with regret. The elders never once looked at them. The two's souls are in a worse state and can't move. We should first deal with those pesky bugs and finish them for good. The other three elders nodded. The four spun once more and moved into the crowd of people, the ethereal stage experts of the two sects that were now fighting. The minute they joined the fray, it spelled doom for the demon-scheming sect's experts. Cries and wails rang everywhere. Mystical heaven sect's elders were overjoyed. With their sect guardians fighting, the tables had turned. Demon-scheming sect's early advantage was now crushed. The faces of all the people from demon-scheming sect was now painted in the bleak colors of despair and regret. Chapter 750. Ace. Og tilde. Wails and mournful cries kept echoing about. Roar tilde. Among them there were also cheers. One side was happy, the other was in the pits of despair as the four old freaks struck the demon-scheming sect side hard. Mystical heaven sect's people were roaring their joy. In a flash, demon-scheming sect's tens of experts fell dead, their morale crushed. Some were so taken by fear that they lost all will to fight, resorting to fleeing. Defeat looked certain. Zhuo Fan, what do we do? We'll lose if this keeps up. We have to get away. Fiend Yang came to Zhuo Fan to report this disaster. My eastern side is on the brink of collapse. Venerable Bai and others came flying as well. The western side is almost finished. The heavenly cycle elders rain death wherever they go. We can't go on. Steward Zhuo, the path forward is almost shut. We should unite our forces and break through before it's too late, Venerable Kai urged. Zhuo Fan spoke. It's pointless even if we do get away from them. Our tactic to get in and attack from the inside now has us trapped in their defensive array. We're left with only one option, to either win or die. You mean there's no point even if we try? We can't break mystical heaven sect's array. Are we going to die here? Venerable Kai wailed. Fiend Yang took a deep breath to calm down, then stared hard at Zhuo Fan. Then what should we do? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course not. Take down the leader and the rest will follow. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he stared at sect leader Xuan. They all started, getting his meaning. Of course, we just have to grab that old weasel and the mystical heaven sect will give in. Seeing the bloodthirst in their eyes, sect leader Xuan got their plan and mocked as he retreated. Ha ha ha, you want me? You would never reach me. He, we'll only know when we try. Fiend Yang snickered. Brothers, attack. Get that old coot. Our lives depend on it. Roar, they all shouted, knowing they had a way out and focused all their power, flying straight for sect leader Xuan. Their eyes were that of a thug eyeing a hot girl. Sect leader Xuan shivered and turned grave. At a critical time like this, he became the sole focus of everyone. Everyone wanted him as a shield. Mystical heaven sect's experts saw their sect leader was in danger and came to help. So the bitter battle had taken another huge turn. It was no longer a spread battlefield, but one with sect leader Xuan at its center, like he was the hottest commodity out here and everyone had to have a piece. Hi, all Xuan, sit tight and be a good meat shield to let us out. Demon-scheming sect's 30-plus ethereal stage experts stared at him from 100 meters and launched soul attacks. Sect leader Xuan gulped, feeling the sweat trickling down his brow. Not even he could take on so many attacks. However, just when he was in danger, a draconic roar echoed. In a flash of light, a sea of dragon souls rushed at them. In a single moment, howls echoed out and the 30-plus experts were now pushed back. As for sect leader Xuan, in front of him was the circle of elders with the terrible yellow dragon flying above. The demon-scheming sect side cried out, Heavenly cycle elders, how did they get here so fast? They gathered close to Zhuo Fan, watching the four freaks. Mystical heaven sect side also focused around sect leader Xuan, filled with smiles of disdain. In a blink, there was no more fighting as the parties stood in opposition. While the mystical heaven sect was filled with courage, the demon-scheming sect was now fearful, all because of just four very monstrous elders. Ha, Zhuo Fan, fighting you is beneath me. With mystical heaven sect's four guardians, you are finished. You want me? Humph, you'll have to go through our venerables first, sect leader Xuan shouted in pride. Xuan Xiaoyu had to show off as well, being his son and all. Zhuo Fan, vile demon, you fooled my junior sister and are lower than a dog. I will soon have you ripped apart in tiny pieces and throw them to the wolves. Ha ha ha, demon scheming sect was outraged but powerless. Their last hope was in Zhuo Fan, turning to him for a resolution. What now, Steward Zhuo? You pushed me this far, so don't you regret it later. I'll have to use my final ace. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed as he played with his ring. Fiend Yang turned serious. Zhuo Fan, are you going to fight yourself? You want to fight, Han Kainying frowned. They have those 4 venerables. You can't beat them. Kui Lang waved her off with a smile. Kainying, you don't understand Steward Zhuo. He has an ultimate move. You haven't seen Steward Zhuo's black flame. Any kind of freak met their maker. Ahem. Zhuo Fan cleared his voice before Kui Lang finished. To be completely honest, he was also stumped on how to deal with the 4 elders. That black thunder flame was indeed of incredible destructive force. But after Double Dragon Gathering, he never used it because the thunder flame needed the decimating golden flame, and the azure flame to be combined with purple lightning. He had no way of getting his hands on the golden flames. The ones he got on Double Dragon Gathering were stolen from Yi Lin, not his own. So that method was out and had no way of beating the freakish old coots. As for the other method, it was something he stole from Double Dragon Manor, the sacred weapon. But it could only be used as a very last resort. Exposing it would paint a huge target on his back, but Kui Lang's words made everyone turn to him. Everyone was now eager to see what the great Steward Zhuo would reveal. Even the 4 freaks believed it possible. Oh, so you're the boss of this little rabble. Show me then what a babe can possibly do to the 4 of us. I hope you can at least open our eyes, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan, come and challenge our venerables if you have the guts. What difference does it make since you'll be dead anyway even if you don't, ha ha ha. Sect leader Xuan snarked. Zhuo Fan smiled at them all, though sighing within him. I'll have to disappoint you all, I don't plan on fighting. The demon scheming sect was stumped and shook their heads. Even Steward Zhuo can't find a way, Zhuo Fan then continued. However, I have to take out this ace. Remember this, you forced me to do it, so don't go crying later. Zhuo Fan flicked his hand, and in a glorious light, a 7-year-old kid showed up, invincible scamp Gu Santong. With a long yawn, Gu Santong stretched his waist, looking bored at Zhuo Fan. Dad, what took you so long? I almost fell asleep. Ha ha ha, haven't I taken you out now? You're our ace. How can I just show you to them? I needed to wait for the right moment. Zhuo Fan grinned as he showed a bright smile like an innocent child. Gu Santong nodded, totally buying it. The crowd, however, was stumped. Even Fiend Yang began cursing him. What the hell? Why did you take out a kid when you were talking about an ace? He is my ace. With an obvious nod, Zhuo Fan spoke with pride. As a father, my son is my biggest ace. Mystical Heaven Sect, listen up and listen well. To get to me, you'll have to go through my son first? Zhuo Fan's loud voice made Gu Santong puff out his chest in pride. To hold back the flood for his old man was this kid's greatest honor. However, no one else here saw it that way. Both sides were stumped, looking from father to son as they cursed. You animal,